Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you should still take notes, cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a Ewok. Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini-V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at belittle me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. You don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3.
Yeah, on MP3. STC. Shout out to Vic, Agnostic One, up for fucking Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital stick, yeah. You know how we do.
What is going on, meatbags? I would like to welcome you to the show. As you can see, I am joined here by Carl with a shirt and a Gary obsessive compulsive gamer.
No. You gotta talk like this.
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on, everybody?
Not much.
As you know, I am the often imitated, never duplicated Muppet who never uses a sock puppet, Tony TGD. Carl does have a shirt now. He is
only because it's winter.
Oh, it's winter. Not winter yet. It's still fall, Carl.
It's frost here. It's winter.
And Gary has joined us. He tricked his wife, told her that he was going to go out with the boys, and he's here with us. So, gentlemen, we got a lot of Amico news to talk about. A lot of shit went down this week. We ain't going to sugarcoat it. We're going to say it like it is. We do have 300 subs now. So, again, thank you guys for tuning in. For everybody that thought that was my normal speaking voice in that video, I'm sorry that you were fooled by my really fake Hispanic accent.
I was wondering. I was watching videos like, what the hell? Am I in the wrong on the wrong video?
You weren't the only one, Carl. There was a lot of people that were hitting me up like, "Hey, you got a really good accent, and why do you hide it? You should." I'm like, I don't know how I fooled you, but okay.
I'm uncultured and I live in Kentucky, so that's my reason.
So let's start with you, Carl. How's your week been going?
It's been all right. I got my box sets from Time Life, so that's cool. And been listening to some of it.
What's your favorite song on the collection?
Oh, criminy. It's 300 songs, and I've only listened to a few. I would have to say Seasons in the Sun, I think, by the Zombies, so.
I don't think I know that one.
Huh?
I said I'm not familiar with that song.
Oh, well, you have a very different taste in music, that's why. So.
Who did that one? Was that Tupac or Biggie?
It's the Seasons in the Sun was made by the Zombies, so
You know what? I bet you if I hear it, it'll be one of those. Oh, that song. But
yeah, that's probably it.
Tommy Uyumiko wants to know if you got any Beatles on there.
Oh yeah, I got a few. I was actually talking to the Rambling Man about this, and there are definitely a few British bands on the in this compilation, and I'm pretty sure I saw. There's definitely the Beatles in the British Invasion live performance DVD, so they're in there somewhere. They're definitely in there somewhere.
Everybody in the chat keeps saying that it's a good song. Now I'm fucking interested to know what the fuck it is. I don't have to look it up.
Well, you can't listen to it because you get a copyright strike.
I can do whatever the fuck I want. We're non-monetized here.
Yeah, okay.
You said it's by
All
the
right.
Zombies? Because I got one by Terry
Yeah.
Jacks.
Hold on, let me see here. Actually, let me pull the sleeve out, okay?
Ooh, pull it out, baby.
Mhm.
Well, that's what I call them.
Are you
Thankfully,
talking about time of the season?
Yeah, that's it. Time of the season,
Well,
something like that. Something with the
song.
season and the last one, basically.
Oh, you should have just said that song that plays with every Vietnam movie. Right now, there's a helicopter flying overhead. We got fucking U.S. troops all decked out. They're just walking through the fucking jungle.
Yeah.
One of the smart-ass guys is making a comment before he gets shot.
They have I Got You, Babe, that song that you're listening to now. Quite a few of them, honest. Quite a few of the ones I've known about. Vaguely known about. That's important to mention.
Yeah, that is a good song. But like I said,
yeah,
you just told me it was the Vietnam song.
Give me one moment.
So what else you been up to this week besides smoking weed and listening to your tunes? Carl, did we lose you?
Did we lose Carl?
I think we lost Carl, guys.
All right.
Oh, he's back.
I also tried Cyberpunk 2077 again, and I'm in the stages of applying for a refund. So,
what platform?
Xbox. It's not the platform. It's too unusually dark.
Did they fix a lot of the problems with the Xbox version?
No, it's just the lighting is really bad with that game.
Really? They have an option to brighten it up? Because I know a lot of games start with at the beginning, like put the whatever till you can't see the symbol or whatever.
I mean, that's another odd thing. It's actually reversed. The brightness bar is reversed.
Is it? That's weird.
Oh yeah, that's weird. It's not bright enough. It's really weird. And for an easy game, and the difficulty scaling is terrible. And I'm really bad at these games, and I'm sorry, but easy should mean easy.
I always hate games that this whole enemy scaling, difficulty scaling in games. I think it's dumb. Skyrim has it. I think Fallout has it. I don't want the enemies to be the same as me.
It would be okay to have it like, oh, you're talking about the exact same level, though. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on, a lot of people complained how Oblivion was, but,
I want to feel like a god. All right, Gary? If I played 30 hours into the game, I want to go out there just fucking blowing people up and fucking...
I agree. I liked
Oblivion. And I was talking, and I was talking to a friend of this, and I said, the problem I love Oblivion to a certain degree. Like the game is I love the way it's brightly lit up and colorful as fuck, but the map is awful.
I've never played Oblivion.
The map is awful. Like, the background is this beige color on white, and the markers are a dark brown. It's really awful.
I actually like it. I like it better than I like Skyrim for sure. I think Oblivion is just better.
I like the aesthetic. I'm just not happy with the colors of the map. Like Oblivion did.
Yeah, they could have added a bit more color. Actual, for the time, the HUD is probably its biggest flaw in the entire game. It's kind of clunky. So I get what you're saying, but
yeah.
Other than that, I think story elements were amazing in that game. I think just the open.
Yeah,
it's one of those games too that came out it kind of was like a first because Morrowind wasn't really graphically impressive. If you go back to that game, it holds up. It's okay, but when people first experienced Oblivion, and I had Oblivion on release for 360, and that was it was just different. I think
me too.
Clouds my judgment a little bit. So when I see that game, I never really got into Skyrim. I tried. I put hours into it. It's just not as good as Oblivion was, and
Oblivion
a few times. So
Oblivion is a really fun game to explore, but I tell you, the Thieves Guild quest was awful.
Oh, to get what's his name, the black cowl, or the gray what is
the gray
called?
cowl?
Gray cowl, yeah.
Nocturnal's cowl. No, it's basically this hood that you wear, and the way I remember it working is you can wear it in public and commit a crime, but take it off and they'll never recognize you.
Yeah, they wouldn't know because it the sneak on it or the persuasion or something like that was up 70 points or something crazy like that.
It had some kind of weird ass property in that did that.
And I think it also allowed you to, or maybe that were the boots that you got. They allowed you to carry a shit ton of weight, a lot of different items and stuff like that.
Blind Commander says that the DLCs for Oblivion were awesome. Again, I wouldn't know because I didn't play that game.
Oh, such a good game.
But like I was saying about the level scaling, that shit's fucking dumb. They need to stop that. Dragon Age had the worst because
I don't talk about Dragon Age.
You don't like Dragon Age, Carl? The first one's good.
I mean, where do I go? Where do I begin?
At the beginning.
Okay, all right. So the one things I really hated about the game was the way they try to make it like Baldur's Gate. Not Dark Alliance. I'm in the CRPG because a lot of the stuff, it has that aesthetic, the same kind of design, and just the way the quests turned out. It's just, and then you move on to the second one, which I like the second one a lot more than the others.
What? Yeah, the second one was terrible.
Yeah, I could agree with Carl on this one. I liked the second one; felt really good. I thought the combat was pretty solid.
That Gary and Carl have to leave the show.
Well, I mean, and the weirdest thing is the way the quests transition from one game to another is really bizarre.
Yeah.
And then we get to Inquisition. The war table was awful because number one, the print for the war table choices was really bad, and they really were not that informative as to, it was basically they gave you a few seconds of their time, and that was it.
Well, first let's get to Middy's comment here. He says, just make the final boss hard and let the players grind. Leveling up should never hurt the player.
Right.
This is what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah, I agree with that.
In Dragon Age, you could level up and you get new spells, but then they're useless because the enemies have leveled up too, and now your spells don't affect them. They do that with Skyrim too. Like you got new spells that cause rage, but now the enemies have leveled up, so now your spell doesn't work on them. It's
Actually, not to a degree. No, that's not correct.
To a small degree, it is.
See, okay, like illusion. That's not true where illusion is because see, the enemies do not level with you. They up to, I think it's like 80 something is the max that they reach.
Yeah, if you want to do all the like special things and get fucking souped out your character, yeah, you could fucking. But if you're just,
it's easy to level up illusion, man. What are you talking about? It's easy to here are the skills in Skyrim that are easy to level up. Sneak. Let's see here. Sneak, conjuration, illusion,
telekinesis.
That's alteration.
We're still talking Oblivion?
Skyrim, the easiest skill trees to max out in Skyrim.
Is telekinesis. All you got to do is pick up an object, pause.
Yeah, that's
travel.
true. Or detect life. Works too.
Yeah.
The sneak, alteration, conjuration, illusion. Those are the easiest ones to level up. The rest are awful.
A talking teacher says, "Just blame EA for ruining everything BioWare." Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. That's not entirely true, and I'll tell you why. Because if you play enough Xbox era BioWare games, that's kind of the direction they were heading anyway. Because all their games, to some degree, were basically the same.
Well, that's the same thing with Skyrim is basically the same as Fallout.
Oh yeah, they use the same engine and to some degree the same mechanics. Of course they would.
All right. Before we get to Gary and his week, we want to give a shout out to everybody who's here. We got Tommy Amico, Days Gaming, MIDI Music Forever, Dutch and Nubin, Antharan 1718, new face. What's up? We got Rayos in the house. Of course, a talkie teacher, the Ashen Knight, Luke Skywalker, Mike Garcia.
Raya, the sweetheart of the Amico world.
Max Lenartz. And I think that's it. That's the only people.
I might have a buddy listening in as well. So, Lee, if you're listening, hey.
We got Blind Commander. He's here too. He's a new face.
Is that you? Where's that? Where's Blind Commander?
I don't know who Blind Commander
is. Magic.
Black Magic levels. It says Black Magic levels up ready to, along with healing, use flames on an enemy and heal other. Yeah, you can do that trick. 56K Warning is also here. I think that is your buddy. He says hello, Carl.
Yeah. Hey, Lee, what's up? Lee went to school with me.
He's got.
We're school buddies. Oh yeah, he got plenty of stories on me. So
he's going to tell us all about Carl chasing tail.
More a story about watching Titanic. So,
did you cry at the end of Titanic, Carl?
No way. It's a long story, but it's cool. I'm glad he's watching. Hope you can say the full 5 hours.
Oh, we're going 5. Carl's predicting 5. Oh shit. All right, Gary. Wow. So, how's your week been?
Yeah, how's your week?
Yeah, more of the same. Married stuff. Yeah, well, we were killed because of the Halloween. We took the kids trick or treating, and they wore us out. So I think I got a little sick from the cold weather and rain that we endured that night. So
you know who you can thank for that?
What's that? Who's that?
Canada. They're the ones responsible for trick or treat.
I like Halloween. I like trick or treating, but it just could have been nicer out. That's all. But like I said earlier, I had a bone to pick with Carl. Last week they had the Hunt Down release, so it released physically. I actually got my copy a couple days ago. God damn it, Carl! That game is absolutely amazing.
I mean, I just couldn't play a lot of it, so
I'm loving it. I'm about probably
I'm glad you like it.
75% of the way through. That's a great game. Great game.
That's it. Nothing else exciting happened.
More of the same. Just taking care of the kids and trying to endure that enough. That's more than enough.
By the way, guys, I don't like Ferraris. I like Lamborghinis.
Yeah, I'll agree with Carl on that one too.
Mini
Give me like a Murcielago.
Mini says, physical release, is that an RFID card in a cardboard box?
No, I hope not. I hope not. No, they actually. I'm kind of surprised because the Huntdown physical version I think went through like not Clear Riverwater Games or something like that for their publisher. It actually came with a manual and a button set for $30, which not bad at all.
Sounds good. I do believe we featured that on our show, didn't we?
Yeah.
I think we showed it a couple months back. Yeah, I think it was on a live stream.
Because we're always one step ahead of everything. Well, I guess you guys want to hear about my week, huh?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I've had a very, very interesting week.
It's been spicy.
It has, but even beyond that, this is something Gary will appreciate. So I was looking over Reddit. I'm subscribed to various subreddits that have like indie games and stuff, looking for stuff for Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a post. Some guy posted. He said, this is a childhood dream. Finally realized my childhood dream of getting a game on a Nintendo console. So I was like, oh, well, let me read this. Sounds interesting, right? And I was looking at the game. And I won't spoil the game because I'm going to show it on Monday. So you have to wait till Monday to see what it is, right? But the game looked interesting, and I was like, oh, it's an interesting game. And so I left a comment, said, hey, every Monday, we do a thing on a small channel. I'm going to talk about the game on Monday, right? Thinking nothing of it, right? So about an hour later, the guy contacts me, Carl and Gary, and he says, oh, he's really appreciative that we're going to, talk about his game. And he's like, oh, I'll get you a download code so you can play the game, try it out. And I'm like, no, because it's on Switch. I was like, I can't record the Switch. So, don't you worry about it. And he's like, no, I'm going to get you. He's like, I'll get you a Steam code, right? So we're talking, and this isn't the guy's first game. So it turns out that he made the game Alice is Dead.
Never heard of it.
How could you have never heard of it, Carl? Did I tell the story when you were gone? I told the story on this channel.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'll tell the story again to refresh Carl's memory. Alice is Dead is a point-and-click adventure based on the Alice in Wonderland story, and it's got real dark themes. And it starts off with a shot of a corpse dressed like Alice in Wonderland, and you got to figure out who killed her, and it's like a whodunit mystery. You got 3 parts.
Oh, okay.
And I played this when it came out. I was on Newgrounds. I played it, and Sidekick Max played it with me, right? Because he was watching. And he went to school, and he had drawn the picture of Alice is Dead. And the teacher was like, called us into the school, and she's like, your kid drew this, and he's saying it's Dead Alice. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I had to explain to the teacher it was a fucking game. And Psychic Max's mom had a shit fit about it.
All right, all right.
Crazy games.
Yeah.
So
the
game that I'm going to be talking about Monday was made by
okay. Okay, cool. So you don't want to spoil it. What's the game, or can you not? You don't want to spoil it?
I don't want to spoil it.
Okay.
All right, so
Please.
all right. Now about Tom, and to quote my intro from my last video, some say that Tommy has been accused many times of taking candy from babies, and that he refuses to like Lamborghinis because they would never give him one for free.
I wouldn't give anybody one for free either.
Just saying.
The talkie teacher says Lamborghinis is the thinking man's Ferrari.
Like, as I recall hearing, the Ferrari used to work for a Lamborghini used to work for Ferrari. Then he said, "Screw you," and decided to make his own cars.
Blind Commander says, Carl, do not forget about the big jewel in Batman and Robin.
Damn, which one? Damn.
I don't know what that's about, but
Oh, yeah. The I think I remember what he's talking about. Yeah.
Max Leonard says, you turned me on to the Evercade. My question is, why get an Amico over an Evercade?
Why would you get an Amico over an Evercade? Well, I mean, to be fair, by the time the Amico releases, an Evercade will cost as much as one.
Yeah, I haven't got an Evercade myself because I'm not really a retro gamer. I think I've said that plenty of times.
Those things are designed to be collected, and I agree with everything Sire said about it.
Yeah. So
What are they still running 99?
last time I checked,
they're more. They're called. You can't buy them anymore. Not brand new.
Yeah, I don't think you can get the original Evercade. Evercade Verse is $129.99 on Amazon.
But it's slated to release in in early next year.
But that's like the console. That's like a
premium
console version, right?
No, that's the Verse is the console version. You can get a regular Evercade though, Carl, for $149.
Yeah, but I'm not paying that.
I'm just saying that's regular price at Walmart.
Yeah, well, that's Walmart, so.
I mean, is that regular price? I thought they were $100.
They were originally $90 or so. Don't know why they made them more expensive.
Probably to convince you to get the Verse.
Oh, man, that's blackmail, but whatever.
I'm pretty sure those things were like $45 at like one of our local Myers.
Ninja Kitty says
clearance them up.
Verse. He says Evercade Verse with one controller and one game is $99. Available January 2023.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I might do that. That might actually be something much better because I don't really care that much about. I won't have anyone playing it with me, so.
There's actually a few nice games on there. I was like really contemplating, thinking about one when they brought that Xeno. I think Xeno Crisis.
It was my favorite. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say I don't know how expensive that game probably is now. The game's probably in the same boat where you can't get it anymore, and it's like probably the most expensive game for the Evercade.
Actually, I think a lot of those games are actually pretty affordable. But
Luke Skywalker says, I'd rather have an Amico than an Evercade. Most of these compilations are garbage. At least the Amico will have new games.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah,
that is an interesting point.
I think it depends on what you're getting the thing for. I mean, if you're just collecting, then get them both, I guess.
Yeah.
If you're looking for new games, then the Verse is not going to have that many new games. I think they have a few indie games that are kind of new.
All right, guys. So I got a little secret for you.
Uh-oh.
Blind Commander is an Amico virgin. He's never heard of it. He's never heard of it. Barely heard of it.
Well, there's good reason for that.
Well,
I say we go.
Peter makes a good point. Will the Amico have a release date?
Really made
That's the
that.
question.
Yeah, that's to be determined, and that's probably going to be late next year. I heard
Well,
the whole thing with the shipping's going to get worse too with the shipping containers. So that's going
Gary,
to be another battle too.
I have good news for you. Tommy just said on an interview that was made public today that they're tentative Q1 2022.
Yes, all hail capitalism.
I mean, that's
I'm gonna
what they're
agree
going to
with
start.
Nintendo. Nintendo Rocks Forever says Evercade is a nice looking unit. I'm gonna agree with that.
It is the both the Evercade and Amico are really sexy looking.
I think the black Amico
But
looks nice, and the original purple. I'm still mad that
yeah,
they changed it.
the black and the with the red trim. Oh yeah,
I mean,
definitely
Yeah.
better looking.
I'll be one to say like I don't mind the lights; they don't bother me. They're unnecessary, but being that they are there, like Tony said, like the black one that with that like Tron look to it, I think looks really cool. It doesn't bother me. I think it looks cool.
The Tron Soul.
Yeah, I just think that again that the lights are gonna be unnecessary. Most of them are gonna be put away. They're not gonna be sitting on the coffee table in the middle of the room.
I mean, all you'd
So
have
much
to do
fun.
is give the thing hydraulics, and maybe it'd be popular in the lowrider community.
Hell
And
I
my
don't know.
Amico.
But before we really dive into the Amico talk, the rest of my week was very, very interesting. We had some what's the word I'm looking for here, Carl? A very,
You
very
tell
unintellectual conversation around,
stupid.
Doxing is wrong, harassment is wrong, threatening people is wrong, no matter who it's coming from, no matter who it's being directed towards.
Yeah.
I'm getting really tired of this.
Here's the thing. I'm going to say one thing about the whole Atari creep debate. Nothing we could say about him or to him would ever be worse than the crap he's going to have to deal with because of his life choices down the road. That's the truth.
All I will say about that whole situation is, it's like I told Gen X Gamer, the lion, he doesn't worry about the flies at his ear. He just goes about his day. And that's how I try to treat things. He's Atari creep. A lot of these other people that have tried to harass me and dox me and stuff, they're mostly just little flies buzzing at my ear. They're not anything I should really concern myself with. It is a mere annoyance to my day. And I'm just going to go about my life, talk about things I want to talk about. And, I think Gary missed most of that, though. He missed all the action.
I've seen a little bit here and there. I watched Gen X's video, and yeah, I digged into it a little bit.
What's the whole argument about, anyway?
Atari Creep made a video about Gen X Gamer. So Gen X Gamer made a video about Atari Creep, and then it went back and forth for a little while.
I just don't have time. I tried desperately to stay away from all that stuff. It doesn't work, but
it doesn't. They come for you. They come for me. They'll probably be coming for Gary soon.
Oh, I mean, come on. In defense of Gary, the scariest person in his life is probably his wife.
Carl, you really hate married life, don't you?
I hate married life. But I mean, it is true, though. I mean, that's every married guy's nemesis is their wives.
Well, that was true in my case. Mitty says it started with Creep making a video about you. No, that was long ago, and that was just brought back into the conversation. But like I said, it's nothing to worry about, nothing we should be concerned with, or even give any real thought or discussion about, because it is silliness, and it really here's the main takeaway. Okay, when we talk about the Amico, when we talk about the decisions and the marketing and the way the company handles itself, we're criticizing a company, a CEO. We're not criticizing individuals. I don't care about Smash JT's life. I don't care about Mad Max, what he does outside of the things he says in defense of the Amico. We criticize words, we criticize the actions of the company. We're not here criticizing people. We're not here attacking people, and that's the difference. I mean, that's what they can understand, and because they have no defense, or they can't refute anything we say or anything I present, they just go personal. And I've had people tell me before. They said, um, when you get going, Tony, people can't. You're quick on your feet. You can keep talking. You can get people flustered, and it's not my fault. It's who I am. Okay, if you can't handle me, if you can't debate me, if you can't out discuss me, don't come. Yeah, like Mike Garcia says, hate the game, not the player. Right? Oh.
I actually do have a confession. I actually did subscribe to Atari Creep and Smash JT just so I could try and understand them,
What's there to understand?
Well, as a pursuer in of human nature, you have to do those sort of things.
Sorry about that, guys.
Don't worry about it.
Kids running wild. But you sold your soul to the devil, eh, Carl?
No way. Always know the people who are going to be the center of attention, or always stay aware of them.
Who did I just block? Damn it! I blocked somebody on accident. Fucking chat moved. Sorry, Mitty. Let me unblock you.
I'll just leave him blocked. Who cares?
Nah, the chat moved when I went to block someone else. You gotta love it.
Shake my hand.
Says he shook my hand and everything. Who shook your hand? Blind Commander. I gotta go back up.
Who are you talking about?
It says East Coast, West Coast. This sounds like crap with the Wizards of the Coast and the Magic of the Gathering communities.
Okay.
I have no idea.
He's big. He's big into Magic the Gathering.
What's up, senors? Saint Beefy, you have not missed anything other than me accidentally blocking MIDI music and trying to fix it, hoping that my co-host would chime in and say something while I switch screens. But they're just leaving me to fill in the void.
By the way, Blind Commander, a bit of warning. I would definitely avoid all these people we mentioned. Don't bother looking them up. It's all a bunch of nonsense that'll just keep you up more than you want to be.
All right, there we go. I've unblocked MIDI music. Much apologies.
Oh, okay, I get it. He's joking. Okay, I get it now. All right. Did you finally unblock him?
Yeah. It took me a minute.
Sorry, Mitty. I was supposed to be the one to block you.
Hey, we got GoGo13.
Yeah.
He's in the house.
Yeah, what up?
Beefy says it wasn't me who accidentally blocked someone. Nope. Carl sold his soul to a lot of people.
I don't sell my soul is not for sale.
He gives it away. Carl's
No,
always giving it away for free.
it's one of my many protected things.
Minnie
All
says,
right.
I blocked him accidentally on purpose. No. So yeah, where was I before I did that? I was ranting about
Weird.
something, wasn't I?
Amico stuff. Yeah, you're talking about Amico, like all the whole Gen X versus Atari creep nonsense.
Yeah, that's what
And
what I was saying was
yeah, Canadian gamers getting into that stupid thing too. So
yeah, like I was saying, they cannot refute our points. They're always claiming misinformation. And I had the conversation with one of the Amico fans. It's not, you can't just say someone's lying or they're saying misinformation or, Tony's giving out misinformation. You have to prove it. Prove that it's misinformation. Give the correct information. No one can correct the record just by just saying you're lying. Hey, that's not true. Well, how do you know? Show me the proof. And sorry, Tommy Tellerico, but your goodwill, your benefit of the doubt is gone. We're 3 years into this shit, into the muck. You just saying that someone's wrong. Sorry, don't work no more. Doesn't play with me. You got to show. You got to prove it. Using your own quotes, using your own interviews, and saying, "Hey, here's what he said, and this is, the information," and then telling, "Oh, well, you're wrong. You're misinformed." I mean, Tommy went on Atari Age and said that people were misinformed about the NFTs. The
you're
NFTs
wrong.
that Tommy talked about.
So there.
Yeah, GoGo 13's right. They never have proof. They don't have proof because I'm not wrong. And another thing, like I said, I was talking to some of the Amico fans, and another point that I brought up was, if I say today, right now, here's proof that there's lag. Say Tommy put out a video today, right? And I was like, well, here's the evidence that there's lag. 3 months from now, if you put out another video and say, hey, look, there's no lag, that doesn't disprove that 3 months ago there was lag. If there was lag at Crayola, then going to the, what was it, Utah? Was this next event?
The thing is about the lag is it's one of those things. The thing about lag, Amico lag, is it's one of those things that normals will never notice.
No, but what I'm saying is if there's lag at Crayola, right, you can't show me a video from the Utah event and be like, see, there's no lag. Well,
right. It was a valid argument when it was being made. And like we said multiple times, it was never a big concern, but it just goes to show, I mean, if you're hiding that, what else are you hiding? You're being just dishonest about it. And then you're giving people ammo to, fire at you because nobody trusts you. So, that was a big point with us.
What I would have done if I were Tommy Tallarico, I would say, well, there's just a bit of lag. And that's an entirely subjective answer, one which you could read into however you want.
I mean, he doesn't have to say anything other than it's under development. I mean, I can understand that, but don't. The biggest problem with that whole thing was the video against Pat and Ian. He shoved his foot in his mouth, and that was just the biggest problem because it just shows that you're trying to hide something, and especially if you're going to say you're all about transparency, that you're contradicting a lot of things you're saying, which is basically what we've pointed out over the last few months. So,
yeah. First off, GoGo 13 is right. Tommy and crew are turning off a lot of people. They claim that they're not. No one's ever canceled their pre-order. We have all these people saying that they canceled, but they always claim that that's not true. These people are lying. No one's canceled the pre-orders. No one's no longer a fan of the Amico based on anything. This is all lies. But, we've seen the proof. As 56K Warning says, it's a work in progress, right? So if it's a work in progress, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't have it be a work in progress and say there's no lag. Choose one, pick a lane, right? If I say, look, there's lag, all you have to say is, yes, it's a work in progress. We recognize this issue, whatever it is, lag, uh, glitches, battery connections, whatever the issue is, just be like, it's a work in progress. We recognize this issue. We showed off the game in hopes of, giving people a little taste, but that issue is something we're aware of and we're working towards correcting. Then we'd all go, oh, okay. See, guys, they said they're
Also,
gonna
hey hey Rambling Man, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, Rambling? You're early, Rambling Man. We haven't
Rammy.
really got going.
I start calling him Rammy.
Right? I mean, just acknowledge, and like Gary said, once you start lying, the cover-up is always worse than the crime, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And he likes to say that we don't give him a chance. The haters will just hate him no matter what. So why does he even bother? Well, that's not true, because
I
I've
mean-
many times said good things on the channel. Beefy said good things. I've seen other people say good things. Gary's always saying good things and getting cut off and getting fired for trying to be an Amico supporter.
I mean,
That's what I'll do.
I might have an opinion about the guy, but I would be still willing to listen to him.
Right. Beefy
Just you
says
have an
they had the same
opinion.
issue. Beefy said they
I
had
mean-
the same issue admitting to making spelling mistakes. Yeah.
I mean, the biggest problem is just Tommy just making himself a part of this, and I hate Tommy more than I hate the Amico, and that's people have said it before. Are we talking about him more than we're talking about the system? But that's what happens when you directly throw yourself into the middle of a product for a consumer. I mean, I'm not trying to buy him, but he's just keeps shoving himself onto the issue. So that's the hardest part about it, is that if you take that part of the equation away, the Amigo doesn't look all that bad. It just has a lot of bonehead moves and missteps with it. It doesn't look awful. I've seen a lot worse, but when you add that other element in, that's what has gotten so bad. And it's plainly, it's so obvious that I don't understand why he doesn't see that, and why he just doesn't, just stop, like you said, get a PR person.
Well, they obviously need a PR person. They need quality QA, because spelling mistakes and emails, spelling mistakes and gameplay footage. They can't get the bolding right on the packaging for the limited special editions. So I mean, just the little things, they all add up. And again, instead of just, he wants to play the I'm a small company guys, blah blah blah. You can't do that and then turn around and we're also gonna fucking disrupt the industry, and fucking Sony and Microsoft better watch out because we're releasing and we told them ahead of time so they don't fucking release anything on the same day because they're gonna get buried by us. You can't be bragging about how great the Amico is and at the same time crying that you're a small company that don't know how to do shit.
I mean, that's not going to stop them from releasing their products. Microsoft and all the others from releasing their products. That's just not going to happen.
Carl, Tommy has literally went on a stream. I believe it was a Rich stream, and he said this was way back when, so obviously it's no longer holds true. But he said that they picked 10/10/2020 years in advance to give the big three a heads up to not release anything on that date, because then they wouldn't make any money because everybody's going to be buying Amicos.
Well, and I'm saying that his warning would have been for nothing, because they would have just done whatever they wanted. The big companies.
Yeah, but it's not just we obviously know his warning wouldn't have been even if he released. But the point is, you don't make those kind of big, bold claims.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay,
Right,
now I
like,
get it.
I mean, if you're a little like me, I'll come out and I'll be like, "Oh, I'm the fucking greatest YouTuber," right? But we all know I'm full of shit, right? Because I have barely 300 subs, right? But I can't also turn around and be like, "I'm the best YouTuber ever." But guys, I'm a little YouTuber, and please don't make fun of me, and please stop bullying me, because those bigger YouTubers are bullying me now. You can't do that. You're a big company or you're a little company. You got a $50 million marketing budget and you're gonna fucking be on the Ellen show and you're the greatest thing ever, or you're a small company struggling to get fucking shit out. You can't be both. Pick a lane.
So I actually came across a little. I wonder if it's kind of true, juicy information. Well, not super juicy information, but I was watching the trial stuff going on with the Rittenhouse case, and is it true? Like, who was the guy that they invested with, or they did the investment pitch? Was that Neil Patel?
Yeah.
Do you know if that's the same Neil Patel that's like I guess he's like co-owner of the Daily Caller? I don't know if that's the same Neil Patel that I found.
I don't think so.
Because they were talking about Neil Patel being like co-owner with I think Tucker Carlson that owns the Daily Caller, or the Caller, I think was the name of the website.
Yeah. I'm looking it up right now. It does say Neil Patel, but I don't know what are you going to see. I'm pretty sure it's a different one.
I would assume that's pretty common name. 2 names.
Damn it! Oh my god! I clicked on the fucking link and it's an email link, and now my fucking Internet Explorer opened up.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. It was either earlier today or yesterday, and I was just curious.
Danger, Tony Robinson. Danger.
Damn it! It did it again. God damn it, Gary. You're killing me.
Sent you on a wild goose chase.
No, it's a different one.
Well, we are talking about the Amico after all, so.
Yeah, this is a completely different guy.
Well, that's good.
All right. Someone asked for a clip of that Tommy clip that I was talking about, so I'm going to look for that. In the meantime, Gary's going to regale us with a story of his youth.
The story of my youth.
Oh, why?
I don't have good stories from my youth.
He lives near Detroit.
Those are X-rated stories. Stories that nobody should hear.
With snuff porn and.
It's kind of like. Have you ever seen the film 8mm, Carl?
I've heard of it. Kind of, sort of.
I'm probably Joaquin Phoenix.
I don't remember that movie. What happened?
That's the one where Nicolas Cage is hired to figure out, what happened to like somebody's niece or something like that, or daughter, and she was in like snuff films, and
I saw that movie.
It's a great movie.
And the guy who did it is this normie, and yeah, I saw that.
I thought you were talking about that other one. What's that other one with the kids in the train?
Is
that 9mm?
Stand By Me.
No. The one with the kids and there's like a monster, like aliens or some shit.
I vaguely know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the name of the movie.
Someone in the chat, you know what it is. It's the movie with the kids that they're making like a short film and they end up like finding an alien because like a train derails or some shit.
I've never heard of it.
Fuck, what is it? I seen it too. Come on, guys, help me out here.
I'm trying to look up something, but I don't see it. I don't know exactly.
Tell us who
you have to tell me more.
Who's in it? Let's start there.
There's a bunch of nobodies because it's a bunch of kids.
Oh yeah, that helps.
Hell is it? It's not 8mm. It sounds like 8mm. Maybe it's some Super 8. Maybe it's Super 8. That's what the fuck it is.
That's
Super
what it is. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Super 8.
Fucking actually, there's a couple people in there. What the hell am I thinking?
I've heard of it. I have never seen it, but I've heard of it.
Oh, it's a decent movie. Elle Fanning's in the movie, as a matter of fact.
Yep, I haven't heard of it.
Fucking
8
watch it.
millimeter promo starring TT.
Yeah, it's the talkie teacher knows it's Super 8 with J.J. Abrams. Did you know that in speaking of 8 millimeter, the bad guy in the movie, you know, like the guy with the mask,
Uh-huh.
they actually tried to make a wrestler based on that.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine that would done very well.
You know, the guy that plays the Gimp.
Yeah. They try to build up a wrestler based on that gimmick. All right, I'm gonna check this link real quick, so I'm going to mute myself. Carl, the show's all yours for the next 10 minutes.
All right, so
What's chat saying, Carl?
they're talking about 8 millimeter at the moment. Let's see here. Yeah, they were talking about 8 millimeter. So, all right, let's just move on to. So, I did some research on the Saints Row reboot, and there are 3 editions. The digital editions, I'm specifically referring to the standard, the gold, and the platinum. Now, the standard has basically the gold version has all the DLC, the pre-order DLC. The standard has some of it. Standard 60, gold 90. And then there's the platinum that has all the pre-order DLC and even Saints Row the Third pre-packaged. I don't know if the PS4 version is the same, but and it looks like it's a good game. Kind of excited. But it comes out next year in February. And found out how much the price of Skyrim Anniversary Edition is. If you have the special edition, it's $20. If you are buying it fresh, it is $50.
What's that for Xbox?
And this is not on the Nintendo Switch, as far as I know.
I thought the newest one was on
So let's see.
Switch.
Yeah.
All right, so I found the clip. We're gonna play this clip real quick. Hopefully, my computer can handle it. I will link it in the chat after we play. But
you want the clip? It can handle the clip.
Most people like to try and announce a console within 1 year of when it's going to be on store shelves. So this seems a bit premature. What's the thinking behind that?
That's a great question. So there's a couple answers to that question. The first thing is that we want the other 3 to know we're coming. Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo. And again, I'm not trying to compete head to head with them, but we need to telegraph. This is our date, guys. So if they're smart, they're going to go away from that date, right? They're not going to release it on the same day. They're not going to even probably release it in the same quarter now, right? So it's to telegraph to the others what we're up to.
so hopefully you guys heard that. We'll drop
I did.
link in the chat.
I think that was his coy way of saying he was asking for Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo to please not release anything anywhere near the Amico because they wouldn't sell a single console.
So you're saying it was the reverse was true.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't even know Dreamcast guy had interviewed Tommy until I saw that clip.
Oh man, that guy's a a mess. That and he hates people criticizing his mustache.
Art Bell says not Linux based. Android is coded into that as opposed to closest tag. I'm not sure if you're talking about the Amico because the Amico is half Android, half Linux. At least according to Tommy. So.
How the hell does that work?
I think one of them is based on the other anyway, so I'm not technical. You need someone technical to explain. That just isn't me.
They're saying that they're running the controllers off Linux, right?
I believe so. I'm not 100%. MIDI Music says Android is Linux kernel without GNU. Just a GNU. So there you go. I know he's mentioned it many times. One is the flexible part and one is the solid part. He's got them both in there. But before we really dive deep into the Amico pool, I know we've kind of, dipped our toes in there a little bit, splashed around. Before we get in there, I did want to talk about the Guardians of the Galaxy game.
Oh boy.
This thing was $60. It's not that funny.
I knew that game was going to be bad.
Oh, the game wasn't bad. Let me. Carl's already thinking of the games, but the game's not bad.
Okay. Would you
is,
pay $60 for it?
No, I would not.
I rest my case.
It is not a $60 game. If you're a huge Marvel fan like me, you'll enjoy it a lot more. There's a lot of references, a lot of little Easter eggs and things like that. The combat is very, very bad.
But what you're saying is, it is not. It is bad for a $60 game.
Yeah, Ninja Kitty says Guardians is Game of the Year material. I'm going to disagree with you on that.
But Ninja Kitty, you're Canadian.
To be fair, Tony, I don't think many games nowadays are worth their $60, $70 price tag, anyways.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Guardians of the Galaxy, like I said, if you're a huge Marvel fan, all the Easter eggs, all the nice little touches, it's great. It's fantastic.
But
if you're just someone who wants, who doesn't know any of the backstory, you're not going to get all the Easter eggs. If you're just going in from the MCU or something, voice acting, fantastic. Story, great. Exploration, that part of the game, good. Combat, fucking sucks. It's very repetitive. Everything, you go into an area and enemies pop out, right? Then the area is blocked off by like an invisible fence.
So I hate those.
So you're in like a little mini arena type thing.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
You don't control any of the other characters. Okay.
See, those games are hard to do though, because it's how do you do one of those games without it feeling kind of like a Devil May Cry game or like a Batman or a Spider-Man game, It's especially with the way Guardians of the Galaxy is kind of like, what we've seen from the movies, what we've seen, that's been popular. It's how do you put that into like a formula that's going to work without it feeling too much like something else,
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, there's no multiplayer. You don't control any of the other Guardians directly. Okay, so what you do is you control Star-Lord, and he's got his guns, and he shoots. Then you could push a button and tell, like, say, Gamora to cut down that hanging boxes, whatever, and it'll drop on enemies. Or tell Drax to, like, grab that guy and fucking body slam him or whatever, right? So they got moves, and each move has certain, features and different things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically you're just going in there and fucking wildly pressing buttons and fucking like because the way the game works, like if you play on easy, you get a lot more time to be strategic. If you play it on harder, you have to, command your troops, fucking real quick. There's like no delay. Like if you're trying to like decide what to do or what move to use, and fucking enemies are shooting at you and shit, it doesn't work. I mean, if you could directly control the guys and have something like that, swap who you're controlling at the time during battle, I think it would be a lot better. Or if you could have multiplayer, other people controlling the other guardians, I think that would be a lot preferable. There's very little replay value. Oh, we lost Gary again.
Poor Gary.
You make choices in the game, but they don't have a real significant impact because it's almost like it's a straight line from the beginning to the end, and you just kind of dip in and out of the line depending on what choices you make.
Mm-hmm.
So, like very early on, you get the choice of do you hide the llama or
no,
the,
I knew some about the game.
Right.
But
so,
I
like,
didn't know a lot.
Early on, you choose do you hide the llama or the tech, and whichever one you hide, then they discover the other stuff and they fine you X amount of dollars. But the llama always stays with you. The llama's gonna go with you on your adventure, regardless of who you hide. Same thing with like other little choices. Like it seems like you have a choice during dialogue, but like I said, you're always moving towards the same goal. So maybe you piss off Drax, but he's never leaving the team. Rocket's mad at you, but he's always going to be there. It's never going to it's not a real significant difference in the game. You get a little ending blurb, that's a little different depending
Gary's
on some of the choices
back.
you made. Yeah. But other than that, nothing. So the replay is not really there. Some of the speech.
Who made the game?
Crystal Dynamics, I think.
And what else? What have they worked on before?
A lot of shit. Hold on.
That sounds like a Crystal Dynamics game. And yes, Art Bell, I definitely like the idea of releasing the Amico on April Fool's Day.
It is Square Enix, and so like I said, it looks beautiful. It's fucking beautiful.
Oh man.
Oh, Eidos.
Square Enix has got to stop doing Marvel games.
Why? This one, the game is good. It's not great. It is good. The biggest issue is it's like fucking 17 hours.
Really? Yeah, I thought it would be shorter than that.
Well, I mean, a lot of it is dragged out because you're doing a lot of talking. So, I mean, if you're listening, if you're not skipping through the dialogue, you're actually listening to the dialogue.
Is it like cutscene heavy or no?
They're not cutscenes. That's the thing. It's not like you'll be walking and then like they'll talk and then you got to choose how you respond to them. Like if you just ignore things and just keep fucking walking, you'll get to a cutscene eventually. But it's not that heavy in cutscenes.
So I'd say that's not bad though. 17 hours is pretty good.
Yeah.
But for $60,
first-person shooters don't even reach 16 hours sometimes. So.
Yeah, I figure like 7-8 hours is about the standard affair for like, next gen kind of newer games. But that's why I can't stand spending $60, $70. I think 40 is a better price point for games. It's easier to swallow. Yeah, I mean, it looked okay. It definitely looked pretty. It didn't look like anything up my alley. And, Marvel games for the most part have kind of been bland, I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What? I got something fucking saying shit.
But I tend to stay away from Marvel games. They're usually hit or miss. I think the last thing that I've really liked from Marvel was, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was good, and then the original Ultimate Alliance. But other than that, I don't remember really having a go-to kind of Marvel game in the last. I mean,
It is.
other than Spider-Man, but like I said, I don't have PlayStation, so I've kind of missed out on that.
Yeah, but like I said, 17 hours, no real replay. Fucking gorgeous visuals though. Look at that shit.
Now wait a minute. You have an Xbox One X, right?
Not me. No.
No, Gary.
No, I have
guess-
a regular Xbox One. I just don't have it with me right now.
Art Bell says my
Oh,
voice
that's
is
right.
quiet compared to Carl's. Is it?
Yeah, I do have a lot of voice.
No, but I do have the Xbox One S. That's not mine. That's my it's the oldest. It's Xbox. So
What you got to do is you got to come up with a reason to take it away from, like, you're grounded. I'm taking your Xbox away from you.
well, I get to play it every now and then. We've just we switched over because the disc drive kind of went shitty in it. We were watching too many movies, I guess. We burnt the disc drive out. So
I mean, what
now
I
the
was
only
saying-
thing you can get is like digital games.
Well, what I was saying is, like, the Deus Ex games are backwards compatible.
Oh yeah, I got the first one. I think it was the first one or the second one that was on 360. One of those I remember getting for free when they were doing all their like free
Yeah.
game kind of bigger tile giveaways at the end of the 360 life cycle. So I got that digitally. I played probably halfway through that game. That was fantastic.
Yeah. Either way, 17 hours for my $60, not worth it. So anyone saying game of the year? No.
Probably not. But I'll say this though: if you get like a really rock solid game, though, I mean, are you okay with paying $60 for a game that might last you like 8 hours, but it's it's a top notch experience?
If there's no replay value, no.
The time for me, I mean, as long as it's like a really solid game, I could see paying the $60 for certain games. That's why I was kind of okay paying for like. I think I paid the last full price game I might have bought was like, and I'm not talking about like, because I'll pay full price for like Switch games, but those usually cost me like $30-$40. I think the last like AAA Xbox game that I bought was probably Gears, not the like Gears 3 or Gears 4 for full price, but I knew I was going to get, the online out of it, right? You're going to play the single player, and then you're going to get a lot of time in multiplayer, but that's probably one of the last like AAA titles that I've bought at full price. I don't even think I bought a Switch game at full price yet. So
yeah.
Oh,
things are a little different. Like on my end, I'm a little harsher. I do review games, and I got to think of the value for just not just for myself, but for the average consumer. And like I said, no replay value really. Shallow fighting mechanics.
Well, the accessibility features, like
I didn't check them out, but I'm sure they're there.
You review games, you do not check out the accessibility features.
When I review games, yeah, I wasn't doing this for review. I was just playing it to play it.
Oh, okay, all right.
I guess technically right now I'm reviewing it. If you want to be technical about it, Carl.
No, I just
But that is not the so $60 is what I spent. Kind of had buyer's remorse. Should have waited for the sale. But there's a game that's even more expensive that's coming out, guys. Have you heard of Elden Ring, gentlemen?
I have seen the trailer once or
Vaguely,
twice,
yeah.
but I'm vaguely familiar with that series. Is it a new series or is it?
It's a new series.
Is it okay?
So they're gonna have.
Do me a favor before you begin. Look up who made Eternal Ring.
That was fun. That was
That's a
I
whole
believe
web
that,
game.
wasn't that Square? That wasn't SquareSoft, or not
No, it
SquareSoft?
wasn't
I mean Square
SquareSoft.
Enix.
No, that's from software.
So okay, no, it may actually be a sequel.
It could be. Maybe Carl has found something no one else has noticed.
I mean, like I remember Eternal Ring, and Eternal Ring Eternal Ring and Elden Ring are from the same company. It might be a sequel.
Could be. Could be a connection there that no one else has thought of. We'll have to look into that later. But the Elden Ring, standard edition is, I believe, $60.
Mm-hmm.
The digital deluxe edition is $79.99. That comes with the game and a digital art book and the original soundtrack. The collector's edition, which is only available at participating retailers for PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox Series X, and Xbox One, it's $189. You get the game, a 9-inch statue, an exclusive steelbook, 40 pages, hardcover art book, and the digital soundtrack. But the
Only
big
9 inches.
Hey, are you trying to tell us something, Carl? Carl says 9 inches is not big. But this right here, gentlemen, this is the premium collector's edition. And in the premium collector's edition, you're going to get the physical game disc, the 9-inch statue, the official helmet, which is a 1-to-1 scale, exclusive steelbook, 40-page hardcover art book, and the digital soundtrack for a whopping $259.99. Only available on the European Bandai store.
Ooh, that's a lot of money.
So
What does it say that the helmet's made out of?
it doesn't say, it just says that it's a 1-to-1 replica. I'm
It's
guessing
not bad. It's nice looking.
you'd pay $259 just to get the helmet?
I would not.
It's not that nice looking, huh? Yeah, no
Those
coin
editions
in
are
it.
usually. I can't see paying $250, $300 for a special edition in one game. It doesn't, compute for me. It never did. Even when they started really it seemed like everything was coming out with a statue or some kind of toy gimmick. I couldn't get into that. I just can't see spending that kind of money where I could get 4 or 5 games for that same value. So, I mean, it's cool, but would I buy it for that price? No.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it. This is ridiculous. People need to stop buying this crap, because that's what it is. I mean, if you want a statue, buy the statue separately. You don't need the helmet. What are you gonna fucking wear it and run around your fucking room?
You're gonna run around in your underwear.
And
Carl,
the thing
if I bought you this limited edition bundle, would you run around with the helmet without your shirt on? For the
Oh yeah, I would.
but you got to do it while you're on a Saturday.
I would wear it on stream. I would wear it while video filming. Yeah, you bet I would.
I mean, this shit is ridiculous. First off, I know that From Software makes decent games, but you don't know if this game is any good.
No. What you mean is they make the same kind of good games.
Finbar says, for $200+, I'd expect that statue to jerk me off. That's what the helmet's for.
We were actually making that joke before the broadcast started.
Yeah, there's a hole in the bottom of that statue just for you. No, but what I'm saying is, we don't know anything about the game, really, right?
Right, it's not established yet.
So this character, you might play the game and be like, fuck that character. I don't even like that character. Why do I got a statue of this bitch that I don't even like? And I got a replica helmet. And none of this shit is worth anything. I mean, it's like the
Of
Halo
course
helmets.
not.
They're not worth shit.
Actually, the Halo Collector's Edition helmet for one of the Xbox games, it actually doubles as a game shelf.
I mean, when my buddy has a lot of those, like Xbox 360, like I was talking about when they first started doing all of these like AAA games with statues or helmets or whatever the hell they were including, toys. He got into collecting those big ass mammoth box. It was ridiculous, you know. I just don't see the value in it, you know. I mean, obviously you got to be like really into the series, and like Tony says, it's not established yet. So, you know, trying to pull this off for the first game just doesn't make any sense. It's like it's a statue of something it's not established. So, it makes sense when you got, you know, the Call of Duty had the night vision goggles, and then you're getting like the drone and all those weird things. That's fine if you're a heavy into the Call of Duty series. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, something that hasn't really gotten any mileage and hasn't gotten any praise, it's weird. You know, I could see something with a sequel, you know, down the road, you know, make a collector's edition, but yeah, right now it just doesn't make any sense, especially for that price.
Either way, I'm very disappointed. I know a lot of people are going to buy it, and this is why we get bullshit like that. People,
yeah, they keep spending the money, they'll keep creating it.
And I know the argument is don't tell people what to spend their money on. But sometimes you have to. I mean, this argument, and we get this in the Amico sphere a lot. You know, don't tell others what to spend their money on. If I see you spending money on stupid shit, I should probably tell you. I should probably warn you. You're spending on stupid shit. You know, as a game reviewer, someone who reviews media and geek entertainment, that's kind of one of the things I do is I kind of tell you how I feel you should spend your money, whether this movie is good, this game is good, this book, anime, whatever, you know, spend your money and time on these things and not these other things. That's, I don't want to say my job, but that's kind of my job, you know? So
you know, Tony, you know what you should review on your website? Your own marriage.
I would give that an F, Carl. What I'm saying is, like, you'll hear this a lot. Don't tell me what like. That's a Saggy Melons. You know, you don't pay my rent.
Yeah, I hear that.
Well, no. What they don't understand is that, you know, enough people that don't know what they're getting into and buying a product, it really does make others suffer, and you know, that's a big thing that's going on. And I think I've talked about it before with Pokemon. Like, you know, unfortunately, every year they get new fans. You know, kids grow up and they want to play Pokemon. You know, I mean, now kids can't go, like, if you're a 3 or 4-year-old, you know what Pokemon is. It's a household name now. But it suffered because people will buy, you know, they'll sell 10 million copies like nothing, right? And
I mean,
they can just pull out and give you fucking utter trash for a game when they know they don't have to spend time because you'll pay for it. So
I mean, like,
it does affect us.
I mean, it's like, the thing is, yeah, sometimes you have to be told what to do because you are not behaving for the betterment of society. And you buying all this crap is ruining my entertainment.
Well, it's not even always about society. Like, if I saw Gary just throwing his money away on drugs, right? I'm like, Gary, why are you buying drugs? Stop buying drugs, Gary. And he's like, wait a minute, Tony. I can spend my money however I want. I want to buy fucking, and then, oh, sorry, Gary, fucking go smoke crack. You know, my fault. For looking out for you.
I mean, like, well, I mean, it also gets worse. Like, you know, here's another example. Saggy Melons is destroying gaming for everyone else. because she
Carl
pays
said it.
money. Because she pays money into Apex Legends, which is a free-to-play game.
Yes.
I never could understand the paying into free to play games. I never could get it. Like you could play for free as much as you want. Now, sure, you have a couple limitations, but could never understand putting money into those.
Well, I could because I've put money into free to play games because sometimes you have money and you're like, fuck, it's 99 cents here and $2 there and
I did real
$100
money
there.
trading on for World of Warcraft and Star Trek: The Old Republic.
Well, I mean, World of Warcraft is like you were
You're
always
paying
paying
into it.
right.
So
You're
it does
paying
make
into that.
sense.
That's fine. That's an online subscription, and I have paid a little bit, like a long time ago when I played League of Legends. A couple skins here and there. But for the most part, it's never been like, back when I played like Clash of Clans, like I couldn't see paying like $10, $20 for something that's like literally going to get used in minutes. And then it's just like, okay, well, back to the grind now. Like
Okay, but 56K, so your K, like, if I start playing free-to-play games, you're okay that because of that, the price goes up for your entertainment.
Well, here's the thing, Carl, to play devil's advocate on this. If nobody's paying these free-to-play games, they're no longer going to be free-to-play. Then the game won't exist. So by you paying, you're actually helping me not have to pay anything into the game. So thank you. Luke Skywalker, he says, I would never tell anyone what I think they should or shouldn't spend their money on when it comes to games. What you think is trash, someone else might love.
Yeah, that's true.
This is true. But again, once again, if I review things, that's kind of me telling you what I think you should spend money on, whether this game is worth your money and time or not. So
I mean, like I'd say a really good compromise is Elder Scrolls Online Tamriel Unlimited Edition. You're basically paying for the game, and you can pay for whatever extras you want.
I mean, there's a fine line, obviously, but at the same time, like if Carl had went to a timeshare seminar and he's like, Tony, fucking buying a timeshare, and I'd be like, Carl, that's stupid. Don't fucking buy a timeshare. Why would you do that? I'm literally
We've actually done that. Hey, don't laugh. It was good entertainment for the years we had it. So,
I'm not even.
But, I do understand your point.
Right, but I mean, there are certain circumstances where you should tell people, if there is someone who is a snake oil salesman or something, say, hey, don't buy those magic beans. There's not going to be any fucking beanstalk. And there's going to be no gold. You're not going to grow a money tree.
Okay? All right. Well, let me try to do my impression of a snake oil salesman, okay? Hello, everyone. I am Tommy Tallarico selling you the greatest game console of all time, the Intellivision Amico. How did I do?
You did all right. I knew you were going there even before you went there, Carl.
You got to do it like the Billy Mays pitch.
I can't sound that enthusiastic. It's $250.
Do you think there's a good question? Do you think Billy Mays, the all-time leader of pitchmen, could ever sell the Amico?
Probably. I mean,
oh yeah, I think he could. I think that man could sell people anything. I think Bill Clinton could sell the Amico. Is who I think could sell it.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, Tommy could sell the Amico. I mean, there's a sucker born every minute. Isn't that what P.T. Barnum said? I mean,
yeah, I've heard of that.
If he goes on QVC, was it QVC? Yeah.
Oh man, I'll probably end up.
Well, see, QVC, you got like the people who sit home and they're like old recliners. I buying because we had my dad was dating this woman, and her aunt was one of those old ladies that would just sit in a recliner, turn on QVC, and buy like something every hour.
Okay, so all right, so I have a dirty secret. I am a QVC customer.
Uh-oh. You don't got like all the like this year's appliances stashed in the basement.
That's actually how I get all my consoles. I don't have the money to pay.
Every now and then they got some great stuff at a good deal.
Dude,
there's nothing wrong with buying from them, especially if you buy outright too.
Are you buying knives from QVC, Carl? We're like, we're gonna give you these $3 knives, but that's not it.
No,
we're gonna give you this.
He's got 100 set coming in November.
This is crazy. And my
coming in November,
but I'm gonna give you a 4-inch paring knife with it. That's right, boom, 4-inch paring knife.
Coming to you in November, the blood-stained butcher knife.
Well, there you go. Tommy can market a set of knives with the Amico logo on them.
Every Amico get you a set of hunting knives. We're gonna give you the night vision goggles. We're gonna give you the
and the Necronomicon.
And we're even gonna include the deer attracting piss. That's right, folks. Deer attracting piss. It's illegal in 3 states, but we're giving it to you now with every Amico purchase. So yeah, I mean, he could sell it. He could sell it anywhere. Shit, I could sell it if I wanted to, but that's not the point. The point is whether or not people should be buying it, and that's really what we're discussing here. I mean, I am not telling you what to spend your money on. I'm advising you what I think is a foolish purchase or what I think is an uncertain purchase that you might not want to make at this current time. That's if, I haven't told anybody not to buy an Amico. Let's just get that out there. I'm just saying.
Tony won't say it, but I will. Don't buy an Amico. Go use that money for a play date.
Renaissance style, yeah.
Don't buy a play date. Buy the new Retro Pocket 2 Plus.
See, but here's the thing: if you'd have put the bet not on the Amico games but on the play date, you saw that. I'm telling you, when those first wave of play dates come out, there could be like, if I don't like it, it's going to be a bonus because I think I'll be able to get rid of it for like $300-400. Those things are really like, there's people itching to get on, like buy them off eBay, but I'm pretty sure they're not selling because Playdate's like striking those when they first go up.
Yeah.
So when people start getting,
you can't sell on eBay if it's not, I think it's like 3 months before.
Right.
Shipping out or something.
Right, which is why they're probably getting them canceled. But I'm going to tell you, when the first wave shows up and people have them in their hands, and if there's scalpers, they're going to be going for some big bucks.
Let's see. I'm going to be the guy owning the Retro Pocket 2 Plus or 3. Gary's going to be the Playdate owner, and poor Gary is going to have the Amico.
I'm going to have the BP says, BP is correct. How about they make them and we can see how many they can sell? Right? We need to see them. Luke said he had a play date once. He walked away from that deal with crabs. I hope the crabs are delicious.
Oh, that's bad.
But I think we should dive in. I think we've teased it enough. Dive right in to the Amico pool. And I got some boomer notes. Taking notes from stealing Hammock Man's gimmick. I got some boomer notes. Can't see them, but you can hear them.
You'll sue you.
There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions. They're still unanswered. We're like 3 years into the life cycle, a year after the original release date. And for some reason, there's some fundamental questions that have not been answered or resolved, which I think is kind of weird. First off, we don't know the full specs on the console.
Someone actually has been, one of the Amico fans has been commenting on my Amico concern video about the repairs. He said they're using a Snapdragon processor.
Well, I mean, I thought the specs got leaked a year ago, didn't they?
I don't know, but allegedly,
it sorta did, but it's
story is he
That
says
was
they're
his
not.
case.
He says they're not selling outdated components, but
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. There was the big leak from the developer portal, but Tommy has gone on record as saying that those were old specs. They were not real. Remember, that's the official stance. Old specs.
Mhm.
So that means
he has to tell the truth to some degree.
Well, if they're old, if those specs are old, then we don't know what the actual new specs are, right?
Yeah, I mean that's true.
So
He never really buttoned it down, so.
Right, and we have some things on the website. It's an 8-core, 1.8 gigahertz Qualcomm Snapdragon,
right?
2 gigabytes of RAM, 32 gigabytes of flash, HDMI, 12-volt power, 1 USB, micro SD, 1080p HDMI, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, RFID, and then the lighting, interactive shit, passive cooling.
The specs are actually pretty good. I told him that if I was right, I'm going to do the "I told you so" dance.
But I mean, there are still we don't know the exact chip. We don't know the exact specs on certain things.
Well, I mean, if it's like the Qualcomm Snapdragon, and with all the specs, you better find out about which ones they're using.
Yeah, we could. And a lot of people are saying, well, specs don't matter, guys. Specs don't sell consoles. Normal moms aren't going to care. So then my question is, why don't you just tell us? You see, while specs don't matter, right? I agree. The specs don't matter. It's what you do with them, right? It's what you do with the tools that you have. The tools themselves, they're not that really that important. As long as you
I'm
use
gonna throw out a hunch.
What's that?
What if he's worried that all the people who usually pick at this stuff are going to do just that and get in the way?
Well, what does it matter?
I don't know. That's just my theory. I don't know the actual reason.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just more deflection.
Here's my theory, Carl.
Okay, what's theory?
Okay, so like I said, the tools don't matter, right? It's not the tools that matter. It's how you use them, right? But knowing what tools you have knows how well you can do. You can only do so much, right? Like you can't fucking screw in a screw if all you have is hammers, right? And so I think that's what he's worried about. I think the truth is, once people know what the specs are, they'll know how limited the console really is. They say, well, you can only do so much. You can only do graphics this good. You can only do a frame rate this well. It's only going to allow you to do this kind of game. You're not going to be able to do this other stuff. Here are the confines. We're now putting walls on the console, walls on the box, and saying, that's it. This is what it is. By not releasing the full specs, he can still, wouldn't that be something, guys? Oh, you want to put Doom on there? Wouldn't that be something? Or we could do a Doom-like game, guys, but
Oh my God! If he ever said that, you would never hear from me again. I'd be done with the entire Amico community.
I'm saying as far as the looks, not as far as the gameplay.
Atari Creep actually did have an interesting idea that I think you should probably pursue for yourself. He was making an Atari VCS for himself. I don't know the full details, but you could do something like that. Make yourself an Intellivision with the Amico shell.
That sounds like a lot of work. But
you could sell it. You could sell it and triple your money, maybe.
I'm never going to sell it. It's a one-of-a-kind, priceless heirloom handed down from generation to generation. My great grandkids will have the shell, and they'll wonder whose signatures are on it and who the hell is Anna when they see the ANA.
And I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to sell it at the gold and silver pawn shop, and going to make it out of a Pawn Star episode is what they're going to do.
No, they can't, because I'm going to turn it into, I'm going to actually, when I die, they're going to put my ashes inside the shell.
Wow, that's something.
So it'll be a makeshift urn.
Are you gonna erase Tommy's name from the shell?
No, you gotta leave it on there. It's all part of the story. Which is funny. John Alvarado actually chimed in about my signature on the shell.
Oh, he did? What did he say? What do you have to say?
So Mad Max was complaining. You know, he was being smad. He was saying that I ruined the value of the shell. You know, putting my signature has ruined it. No one's gonna want it. And John Alvarado actually said that my signature makes the shell have a better story. Like, people are going to want to know, why is my signature on there? There's going to be a story behind it, and it makes it that much better of a collector's item.
Well, there you go.
But either way, like I said, we don't know the specs, so I'm guessing it's because once we do, he'll no longer be able to bullshit about what it can do, how well it can do it. Wouldn't that be something?
Oh, I agree.
Mike Garcia wants to know, was that the real John Alvarado? And yes, it was. Mitty says John Alvarado seems like a cool guy, to be honest. He does. Not just because he said that my signature made it a better shell. Now, the second thing, second question, second fundamental issue with the Amico that I have is we got no games done. Nothing is finished. And now, to hear Tommy talk about it, he'll say that a game is never finished until it ships. You know, we can go all the way into the day of release to finish the game. But,
I mean, you could argue that
I know, but in the same time they've taken to make 10 games, there could have been like 40 games done.
Well, here's why I take issue with that statement. And I've explained this to one of the Amico fans. As we all know, I review games. You know, I'm not huge in the industry, but I have.
Be right back.
All right, Carl. So I have my connections. I talk to people. And typically, you get a game about a month before release, depending on how big it is, you know. So you get it about a month before release. And when they give it to you, when you review the game, it's got to be in a completed form. It has to be in a form that the developers are satisfied with, because that's the one that you're going to review, right? Now, unless Tommy's not going to give anything out for review, right? These games need to be done before the console ships. You know, if IGN gets Finnegan Fox, right, it needs to be buttoned up. It needs to be done.
Yeah.
Because they're going to review what they got. They're not going to review the game on the launch. They're going to review it early. And if it's not good the day that they review it, then you're going to get bad reviews and you're going to fucking tank the console because you wanted to wait until the day of launch to fucking button it up. So again,
I hear him saying that, but I don't believe that's what's going on. They just don't got the games done. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah, I believe that too. But I'm just saying, if we're going to, you know, like they say, you got to listen. You got to believe Tommy, right? That's what Mad Max says. Got to believe what Tommy says. So just even going by the logic he's presented, I mean, and like I said, unless you're not sending anything for review, you're just going to send, you know, the console's launched, guys, and fucking nothing's been reviewed. Just fucking people buy it. And I guess that's a strategy. You know, if you're not confident in your game, if you're not confident that your game's going to be a 7 out of 10, if you're not confident that people are going to review it honestly, then I guess that's the way to go. But if you're planning on sending these things out, sending the games out, And that goes to the Amico itself has to be done because, this isn't like a PlayStation, where consoles are out there and you could just send the game out and, they have a PlayStation 5 to play it on. There's no Amicos out there. So IGN is going to need an Amico and a completed game to review anything.
And how long has it been since he talked about? Didn't he say, like a couple months ago, that they were going to talk more about the games or more about games? Or
Yeah, in September there was supposed to be. He had 10 videos all queued up, ready to go, that never came out. But even if, like he said,
more of the same.
What the hell was that? He's not going to. He said, "Well, I know what you're thinking, guys. You're like, well, Tommy's not sending him the IGN, and he's not sending him the Ars Technica and stuff. He's going to send it to Mommy Shannon Blogger 97 and AARP and Good Housekeeping or whatever, and fucking O Magazine, right? Even if he sends it to them, he still has to send something out that's functional, and he can't be like, hey." Oprah Magazine, I know you guys don't review games, but we're going to send you this game, but it's shitty because we haven't finished it yet. But so cut us some slack. They're not going to cut you some slack. A video game website would probably be more understanding because they understand the industry. But someone outside the gaming bubble, some mommy blogger is just going to know that you send her a thing that doesn't work and there's glitches, and she's going to be like, well, this thing is just shit. This is a piece of shit. Why did you send it?
Yeah, I agree.
So it's got to be, you can't wait until the day of launch. If you have any hope of anybody, looking at this thing, reviewing it, taking time with it, has to be done before launch. Whether that's a month, 2 months, there has to be a time frame in there because not only, remember, you have to send it to them. So, again, this isn't like a PlayStation where they could just send me a code in the email and I fucking download it from my house. You got to send me an Amico. So that might take a fucking week to ship out. Then you got to give me time to play the games, time to make the review, time to put the review out there. It's got to sit out there for a little while. So, so it's worth you doing it. So you're talking a month and a half, 2 months before it ships out. It should be fucking done.
Yeah, you said Q1?
Yeah. And, it keeps getting pushed back, the launch. We're going to do stuff right. It's always a month before launch is when everything's gonna go. But every time there's a launch, it gets pushed back. I mean, I don't understand how you could say that you had things lined up. Everything's done for October 2020, but we're not going to show you anything October 2021 because we're still buttoning things up. No, you should be done. It should be all tested. It should be completely finished by now.
Yeah, if I was an investor, I'd be pretty upset.
Hey, what's up, 1 Inch Biceps? I mean, and Tommy's talking about, well, we're adding stuff to the game, right? That doesn't mean the game isn't done. See, here's what he likes to play semantics and technicalities. If you add something to the game, obviously now the game's no longer done because you have to redo, fine tuning and all that. But as far as I know, he hasn't added anything significant to any game. He wasn't like, hey, there was 100 levels of Breakout and we added another 50 levels because we had the time. Or Rigid Force Redux, we added 3 more bosses and a time attack mode. None of that has been said. So the only thing that they've added is maybe some touch-ups. They've tweaked the text, the bolding on the fucking text crawl or whatever. There's been no reveal of, what, guys? All you gotta say is, hey, like Finnegan Fox, I've played Fox and Forest. I know the game inside and out. So what is there left to do? You already changed all the art, supposedly.
I mean, they've basically been polishing games for a year, so
yeah, even more than a year because they were supposed to be ready a year ago.
Right.
So they should have started polishing
about a year and a half.
Yeah, so about 6 months before launch, they should have been started polishing. So you're like a year and a half, like you said, of polishing games. You haven't said anything significant. Like if he came out and was like, hey guys, we added fucking 10 more levels to the skiing. And I'd be like, okay, well, you're doing something, right? You've increased the game, so obviously that's gonna increase, your time of polishing it up because you've added 10 more levels. He'll just be like, how do you know we're not? Because you didn't fucking tell us. That's how I know. You would fucking tell us if you did something, right? Tommy's not one to be shy and be like, oh, I'm not going to say, like, we know that there's 10 levels of skiing. So if you've added 5 more levels, why wouldn't you tell us, hey, guys, added 5 more levels because we had the time. Okay, that's significant. That's something that can be like, yeah, look at guys, they've improved the game because they've added more levels, added more bosses, added more features.
I mean, you'll see some of the most successful Kickstarters. What did they do very well when they raised their money and they were making their games? They made sure that they were very transparent and that their, people who backed them could see whether or not they were hitting goals and what, how the development cycles were going. People, Shovel Knight did really well, and I think they Yacht Club Games did a hell of a job communicating to people early on. And it's stuff like that. Like if you could just, hit that baseline. If it doesn't have to be all the time, but if you could you'd be a little bit more transparent and honest with what you got going on, it would work wonders for you. That's kind of like the perfect PR that people want. A lot of people understand now that things are going to get delayed, and if it's for the better for the console and for the games, more power to them that they put it off for extra time to work on it. But this is not that. We've seen that for over a year and a half, and it's more of what we thought. It's funny that we keep pegging these situations that it's not going to drop, it's going to get pushed back, it's probably not even going to come out then, it's going to get pushed back later into 2022. It's just more of the same. We're tired of hearing it. So
they're Gary and Tony, who mouths are mighty, mighty. They're Gary and Tony. I'll be honest with you. I don't mind so much of their mobile games. I mean, as long as you don't get the how should I say this? The panel is as long as you don't get the free to play penalization. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Ninja Kitty says they're updating cornhole controls. Yeah.
Well, cornhole broke the Amico.
but I'm saying here's what I'm saying. Like skiing, if you've added 3 rocks in the skiing, why did it take you a fucking year to do that?
I don't know.
Right now, if you added more levels, like Gary said, it's real simple. I don't need you to tell me what the levels look like. I don't need you to describe the snow or how long the track is or fucking how many curves there are or how many jumps. Just be like, we've added 5 levels. And I'd be like, okay, that is a thing that's significant.
You guys know that I did a list of games that would match the pack-in titles, but you get them for the Switch. And the game I actually picked in place of skiing was Winter Sports Games.
Is it good? Is it a
it actually looks good. I haven't bought it myself, obviously. I hate sports games, but the trailer does look really good.
Well, to Chappie McChapster's point here, he says, yeah, I doubt Brain Duel exists as anything other than screenshots. I'm going to tell you you're wrong, Chappie. Gary, as he's loosening his pants, apparently.
Wow, Gary.
He's getting comfortable. He's setting in El Bundy style.
The thing is, he's going to get a ride with Tommy Tallarico in his Ferrari the easy way.
No. Chappie's saying here, I doubt Brain Duel exists as anything other than screenshots. You're wrong, Chappie, because Brain Duel is a 2008 mobile game that they've turned into the Amico game. All they're doing is the original mobile game is based on Brain Age. It wasn't designed by Dr. Kawashima. That they said that on their BBG website, but the game isn't designed. Dr. Kawashima had no involvement. They've just based their puzzles off of the puzzles in Brain Age. and that's how they're
that's
saying that these puzzles were designed with his influence. But it's a
shifty.
2008 game. What they're doing is they're taking the original characters. In one version, there was an Einstein character and a little robot, and they're just putting the grandpa and the granddaughter over that with a different background style. And if you don't believe me, no. If you don't believe me, go look at anybody who's shown the back of their Brain Duel box, and right in the little bottom it says copyright 2008-2021.
I want to take a stab at answering Tommy Uyamiko's NFT question. I think it works.
Not yet.
Okay. All right. That's okay. Go on.
We're going to talk NFTs later.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
What Inch Bicep says, why do I always hear the Howard Stern drop of Richard Simmons saying Gary when Tony TD says Gary's name? I don't know. Yeah, Chappie. If you want an in-depth look at the original version of Brain Duel, including the fact that it was actually called Brain Duel, despite Tommy saying that he named the game Brain Duel, on my channel, just go in there, search Brain Duel. I did a whole video on it, exposing it. Robo Blue says, I thought it sounded like Brain Age. Yeah, the original mobile game is based, they made a mobile game based off of the Brain Age franchise in Germany. It was called Einstein something, like Einstein Brain Trainer or some shit like that. And then they changed it to a different version. So, you can't get nothing past me. Yeah, Tommy says that his sister and grandpa are on the Brain Duel box. The grandpa character and the sister character are based on his family members. How do you feel about that, Gary?
It's a cheap trick
Gary.
to pull sympathy.
Poor Gary is
Can you hear me?
married. He really, really is married.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I said it's a cheap trick to pull sympathy.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. How the hell did this happen? It's
I mean, is there
weird.
any proof that that's like? Do we have any comparison pictures here?
Oh,
No,
there it
I'm
is.
not going to start digging up family photos of Tommy.
Whose word do I got to take to believe that story?
His.
Hold on.
Wow, there you go.
Doing,
Well, I'm trying to get out of the stupid chat log.
Mike Garcia says it's called Publisher Creative Control, not Indie.
There we go. Oh, stupid chat log.
All right.
See the real problem with the Amico is the curating of video games. Nobody.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's such an issue, especially with whoever owns the rights for the Activision games, like Worm Whopper, and there's some great Activision games that will probably never come to the Amico, nor will you ever probably see those games get released in their original form on the Amico, if that's even still happening.
I have a point to compliment yours. Tony actually got me hooked on Super Destronaut DX, and I think that would be great on the Amico.
You like
but
that
it'll
game, right?
I love it. It's cheap too, like $6. That game will never be on there for that reason.
Have you seen that one, Gary?
Fantastic game. I love it.
What game is that?
It's called Super Destronaut DX.
And what platform are you playing that on, Carl?
It's on the Switch.
I got the PlayStation version.
And it's on the Xbox.
I've probably scrolled by it once or twice looking through games.
It's
I've probably
awesome.
seen it. But the title doesn't ring a bell.
It looks like Space Invaders.
Or Astro Smash clone.
There's a bunch of different versions of it, sequels and stuff. It's a really good game. it takes the Space Invaders idea and then expands upon it.
Carl, is it better than Geometry Wars?
You know, I've never played Geometry Wars, but I would look at it if it were cheap enough.
Yeah. All right. So, Carl, we're going to now transition over to the NFT talk.
Okay.
Tommy Amico says, I still don't understand how the Amico's NFTs work. I don't think
I
Tommy
think it
does either.
works. Well, I mean, my general opinion, I think it works like the Amiibo, Amiibos, but on a broader scale.
Well, we're talking in hypotheticals because the real answer is that it doesn't work right now. It's just all an illusion.
Well,
so-
obviously. It's not the product isn't technically complete unless the system is out. So yeah, you're right.
Well, Tommy did an interview with Slopes Game Room that was released today, and I watched it before the stream we're doing here. And he was asked about the NFTs, and Tommy looked like a deer in the headlights. He kept saying NFT, we're not using it the way typically it's used. It's an extra layer. He said it's like a cherry on top. We're using it as an extra layer of security. And he said in case the blockchain explodes, it's not a big deal because it's not based on the blockchain. The games are not on the blockchain. So if the blockchain explodes, you'll still be able to play your game. And then they could turn off the NFT at any time. Anytime they want, they could turn it on or off. And that, the quicker that you get the game and tap it on your console and activate it, the lower number your NFT will be. So it'll probably be more valuable. So,
make sure you get those games and tap them on your consoles.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
So even with the RFID, because Slopes asked him, there's just the data's on there that's on there. And Tommy was like, well, there's more data. You don't know that it's encrypted. And he's like, the RFID reader will tell you if there's nothing else on there. Well, we have data. Tommy said that there's data on the RFID cards that the RFID reader can't read. Encrypted data. Yeah, exactly, Tommy Amico. He said there's encrypted data that the RFID readers are not reading, which doesn't make any sense to me. It would at least say, hey, there's something on there. I can't read it. There's encrypted data.
Yeah.
DJ Slopes asked him, well, what kind of encryption? And Tommy said, I can't say. Security reasons, I can't tell you what we're doing. My security.
That is a valid reason, though, to be fair.
Not really, because all you have to do is say we're doing a string of numerals, whatever. This is what we're doing. You don't have to tell us the exact. Here's the data. Just what is the basic principle.
I think what it is like certain words are like buzzwords, so to speak, and whenever you use the word encryption, makes you sound fancy.
I think it sounds like a lot of bullshit.
I want to shake Amico Day, okay? I want to take Amico Day and just shake him because there are two different types of RFID, but that's not what the cards are. We have the card. This isn't a what-if scenario. This isn't they could be doing this. We know what they're doing. We have the cards. We have the RFID cards. Now, if he said, hey, the second run of cards are going to be these encrypted data cards or whatever, these better versions, that's different. That's not what he said. He's trying to claim that the cards that we have now have hidden encrypted data that the RFID readers are not reading. DJ Slope also said that maybe the console has an RFID writer and it's going to write new data. And Tommy was like, well, I can't say.
Let me ask you this.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, technically it could, right? Because if you look at like Skylander figures, they could write data to the figure themselves in a sense. I mean, it an option to understand that like you were picking different levels. So I could see it somewhat working that way, but it's still at this point there shouldn't be any extra data that you can't. There's nothing that you shouldn't be able to find on there.
Right. Have an Amico day. He says it's standard that cell phone technology does not pick up. Do you understand that people have RFID readers that are not cell phones? They're not using their cell phones necessarily. And no, you didn't borrow a dev kit for 6 weeks. And no, I don't believe any of the bullshit that you say. God damn it.
I'm tempted if Amico Day doesn't stop. I'm tempted to boot him.
No, don't boot him.
He's pissing me off.
He is getting under our skin, but he's not doing anything bootable. Don't boot him.
All right, fine. I won't boot him. I am. A little part of me wants to boot him though.
It's an entirely new standard. No, it's not. So here's the thing. Either Tommy has no idea what the hell he's talking about, which is probably true, or he didn't know any of these things. All these quote unquote nefarious ways that people are talking about how to beat the system. He should have just admitted that he didn't realize that you could do this. Even if the Amico has a RFID writer, right? Let's say if I get a card, clone the card with the original tap it on the machine, the writer will then write on my fake card the secret encrypted data. So now I have the fake card that has all the new data on it, the encrypted data. So you at the store won't be able to use a real one because I have the fake one. Because you can make your own card.
Can I throw out a few theories and questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, this is how I understand it, right? The moment you tap it, the game is automatically registered to you, not your card. So wouldn't it work like this? Like your NFT higgermajigger has all the necessary... I'm sorry, it's my 43-year-old brain. Okay. So wouldn't it be more like the hardware scans whatever's in your physical media and bounces it to your account? So kind of like pairing. It's like pairing a controller to a game system.
Right. But here's the thing.
It be like that?
It would, but here's the thing. Because Tommy says so much stuff, right? He said that if you're online, if you leave it online, the system checks automatically. You don't have to register it again with your card, right?
Yeah.
But if you take it offline, then you would have to, the machine would say, hey, I need you to tap the card again, right? But what is the machine checking? You're offline. If I have a fake card, if I have a fake Amico physical media, right? I tap it and it gives me the game, okay? Then I take the game offline. I take the machine offline. And it says, hey, tap it again. I still have the fake thing that I tapped it with the first time. There's no security there. It didn't do nothing. It's not going to be like, that's a fake card. No, because I fooled you the first time with the fake card. I would just be able to keep fooling you with the fake card the whole time. See what I'm saying?
So let me ask another question. What if the Amico has some kind of software necessary to make all this work?
There's literally no software that I know of.
I don't know.
On the planet or in any kind of fantasy land where it could do the thing that he's claiming it could do. Because really think about it. Like I said, if I have a card, my own RFID card that I could buy off of Amazon in packs of 10, right? Reader, writer cards. I then go to the store with my RFID reader, get the fucking link, put it on my card, write it onto my card, tap it on my system. The system goes, all right, Tony, you own Finnegan Fox now, right? And it says, well, Carl across the country, he owns it too. So it gives it back to you, right? So then I just tap my card again. Says, oh, well, Tony, you own it. You have the card. You have the original. You tapped it first. It wrote the special data on your card first, right? So obviously Carl's the thief. And then they come and arrest you, Carl, because the machine's telling them that you're the one who stole it because I have the original data. I have the original ownership. Everything's been written on my card. That's fake. Right? Do you think Tommy's going to send like fucking guys in suits out to you know what? Send 2 guys over to Carl's house and find out if he has the real card or a fake card. You know, there's nothing. That's the only way they would know. And they would have to be like, excuse me, Carl, can I see your Amico card? Oh, that's the real one? Now we got to go to fucking Tony and figure out if he stole one for a fucking $10 game. That's what they're going to pay 2 people to travel around the country and do this shit. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense why they would go this route unless the only thing I can think is that there's 2 things. Either A, no games are coming out, right? They're never going to have to worry about this because they're going to fold up by the time when the time is right, or it does come out, but it comes out with very little effort. They don't care about it, and they don't want to support the system for longer than a year. They just let it die out, and they don't have to worry about it. They really don't care.
It just seems, what I think this is all a smokescreen, in my opinion. I think they're just telling you that there's all these security measures, right? But I think the reality is there isn't any. And that Carl and me will both be able to own the same copy of Finnegan Fox, and the machine's not going to check anything. They're just trying to do this in hopes of that you're like, well, I don't want to get in trouble, so fuck it, I'll buy a real version.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't see any kind of security on their end, and even with however way it's got to verify, and that's the thing. I just don't see them having any kind of security built in. And I mean, look how often Nintendo updates how they do regular updates just for security issues, security purposes, piracy in the whole 9 yards. They don't really care about it. For a family friendly kind of console, you would think that maybe security would be top priority, especially if you're dealing with debit cards, credit cards, and things of that nature.
Oh yeah.
It kind of makes you think, well, how good is the security going forward with everything else, and you're going to be online. So I mean, at least your information is going to be at some database, right? And they've already had missteps with making certain things public that we've gone over before. So it just makes you think about your personal information. So
yeah, and here's the thing, with NFTs, you have to have a digital wallet, right? This is not just a database that they put your name in and like, hey, yeah, you're in our fucking. Unless Intellivision is holding the wallet and you're literally do not own the NFT. If Intellivision is actually owning the NFTs legally, I mean, they could technically make their own wallet and then put all the NFTs in there, and they just kind of license it out to you, like you're just buying a license to use the NFT, which would then make these games not as valuable, because it'd be like a license versus an actual, like you actually own the NFT. Because technically, if you own the NFT, you would be able to move it off of that blockchain into another blockchain of your choice. You'd be able to do things with it because it's yours. But in the version that I'm thinking that they're going to do, it's going to be like all your cartridges are at Tommy's house, and then whenever you want one, you got to go to Tommy's and be like, hey, can I have my copy of Super Smash Brothers? Okay. And you got to bring it back to him and drop it off when you're done. Because if it's an NFT on a blockchain, Tommy doesn't even know he won't even say what blockchain it is. That's not going to do anything. I'm not going to be able to, people are not going to break into the blockchain because Tommy named it. There's not some super hacker out there. Getting worked up, fellas.
By the way, folks, we're talking about Amico, not the Intellivision Zero. please do keep it to the subject.
Right. So whatever blockchain is on, and Tommy is trying to say that NFTs polluting the environment. That's last year's news. No, it's not. It's not last year's news because Tommy, again, who's not really good at reading comprehension, I'm sorry to say, but he'll read like a headline or a statement and it just, he doesn't look into it. A company like Ethereum saying they're moving towards a non-pollutive blockchain means that currently they're using a pollutive blockchain, right? They're looking to move. They're trying to. But they're not there yet. So we're not there yet. There are some NFT blockchains that are non-pollutive, and if he would just name the blockchain, then you could be like, yes, the one that they're using is the non-crap one, right? They're using the good one. They're not using.
When it comes to NFT, I am an old man.
Yeah, I don't get much of it either.
I'm like surface level knowledge. I'm not like in the deep fucking roots.
I'm confused.
Mitty says, well, I understood it as they didn't that he didn't mean they would use Ethereum. Yeah, that's a nice way of assuming what he said, but he didn't say that. He didn't. If he would have just said we're not using Ethereum, then you would have, there you go, clear statement. Him saying Ethereum is moving away from pollution doesn't mean he's not using Ethereum. Right? Those are two totally different statements. You're giving him a nice read on the situation, but that's not the same.
I'll take your word on it.
I mean, the whole
it
NFC
feels just
thing, and again, beyond all that, how is this? There are still fees, gas prices, gas fees for making NFTs, transferring NFTs between people. You didn't answer any of those questions. So it's like this whole thing just seems like he don't know what an NFT is. And at some point he's going to be like, guys, I'm sorry. I meant NFC. I didn't mean NFT. I screwed up. Yeah. Chappie McChapter says a closed system NFT. What's the point? I mean, the boxes themselves, there's no mention of NFT on the box for the games or on the website. You would think that would be a selling point on the website or on the boxes.
Maybe what's going on is he's hearing the stuff from his tech people, and he has no idea what's going on. So he kind of, like you said, he's mixing it up.
Yeah, I think
unintentionally.
He heard NFT. I think he heard NFT because that was the hot topic on the internet, and he was like, "Yeah, we're fucking doing NFT too."
Yeah, that's a possibility. I could totally see
Dan
that.
Alvarado's like, I gotta do NFT now. He said we got an RFID writer. I gotta do all this. That's why it's getting delayed because Tommy keeps saying things. It's
maybe they did add all those games. Maybe we'll get to play Contra day one.
We'll never know unless the only way we'll know is when it launches, and I think it will.
Yeah. That would be like the total mind blower if this like system did like a 180 and came out with like all kinds of sweet games, and they'd be like, "Yeah, we fucked you, didn't we? We didn't say shit."
Yeah,
just blow somebody's mind away. But
that will be his best revenge if he can actually make it into a successful platform.
Well, here's the thing. He did say they got a special grant for NFTs, right? But a lot of grants and stuff, they're not necessarily result based. Right, you could say like, "Hey, we're gonna do this thing, and we tried it, and we fucked. We didn't succeed. Thanks for the money."
Okay, so I have a question. Why is the government giving money for entertainment consoles?
The government gives money for everything, Carl. The government will give you, if you have a good idea and you're like, hey, government, I'm going to do this really awesome thing, they'll give you money.
Yeah, don't you remember, Carl? Remember that Matthew Lesko guy? He did a book on it, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
big book. He's the guy with all the question marks.
Yeah, like the crazy glasses and shit.
Yeah. He'd always have commercials.
Oh, okay.
Free
all right.
government money.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
So he probably did.
Okay.
Like he probably wrote down all the different ways that you could do it, put it like in a book, and sold it. So yeah, there's like tons of ways. I know when I was going to school that I was trying to get a grant from Scott's fertilizer lawn stuff because I had horticulture in high school, and that was going to be a possible way to go and get free schooling and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But definitely, I could definitely see him pulling out a couple more shekels to fund that venture. We'll see. It's just so bad, like because it's just like, how is it going to work? Nobody knows.
Okay,
It's shifted
now I get
so
it.
much.
All right, now I get it. Tommy, thanks.
Yeah, a talkie teacher, the Ashen Knight. Tommy never heard a buzzword he didn't love. Yeah, he probably was like, "Hey, we could probably get some money off of this. Put some."
He probably has him tattooed on his back.
I was gonna drop question mark guy. Yeah. Here's the thing with the whole NFTs. Like I said, sometimes you can apply for grants. You don't necessarily have to do them. You just have to make the effort, make the appearance. That's what you're doing. There's nowhere on the box. It's nowhere on the website. So, I mean, take that for what you will. A closed system NFT would be kind of bad. I don't think they have the money to have their own servers and all that, and do all that shit. I mean, realistically, all he had to do was say, "This is the blockchain we're on." I mean, you don't have to get technical with anything. I mean, he should have just said, "Hey, NFT guy that works at Amico said, hey, I'm going to do an interview. Give me the 50-cent layman version so I can, because they're going to ask." And then he would just say, "Hey guys, blockchain."
Maybe Tommy really doesn't know. Maybe they fired the NFT guy.
I have no idea.
They're looking for that position right now as we speak.
Maybe he
the
hit
TIT
the
guy.
They're looking for the blockchain.
He's now looking for a TIT guy.
Chappie says, I mean, shit. Remember that whole Kurt Schilling thing? Tobacco. Remember Kurt Schilling got that big grant to start his own video game company from the government? Because he was bringing jobs to that particular city, I believe.
Yeah, I remember that.
Amico
Wait,
says,
was that in Salt? Wasn't that in Salt Lake?
I think so. They released one game?
I can't remember. When was that? Like back in 2008?
2015.
Oh, that was
No,
more recently than I thought.
No, it was founded in 2006, but it all collapsed.
Oh, okay.
In 2012 was when it went bankrupt.
Was it? Where were their offices? Was it in Salt Lake City? I'm trying to draw a connection here.
Providence, Rhode Island.
Oh, I might be thinking about something else then.
Yeah, no Utah connection. They made one game, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, which was a crappy game.
Oh,
that's a
hey,
terrible
you
game.
Shut your mouth. That's
a
great
terrible game. That's kind of like a Dark Souls game, kind of.
Yeah,
what?
They made
Kingdoms of Amalur? No, it's nothing like Dark Souls.
It's like Skyrim.
Yeah, it's more like Fable. If Fable was good.
No, that game was the game where when you swing the sword, it's nice and slow, ain't it?
Yeah,
like RPG. It's like really slow pace.
It depends on the sort. It's
Well, there were different classes too, right? Like 4 classes.
no. There were paths. The finesse, which is basically rogue stuff like thief, etc. Thief, ranger, and there's the magic, and then there's the strength, which is basically warrior. And the classes were basically the destiny car. So like, if you have X amount in finesse and X amount in the magic, you could get the appropriate matching destiny card, and you would get bonuses. The problem with the game is it's buggy.
Well, they made the Re-Reckoning version, so.
And it's still buggy.
But you just told me it was a great game, Carl. You can't
It is a great game, but it's a great game, but it's a great buggy game.
Are we talking about Bethesda?
No, kind of like a Bethesda game, though.
The Talkie Teacher says Rhode Island remembers. Robo Blue says the whole thing is very Peter Molyneux. That's funny because I told that to Guru Larry. I said, Tommy is my Peter Molyneux.
But Peter Molyneux actually released a product.
Yeah, but he always overpromised and underdelivered. He when he was pitching Fable, he told people that now see, I wasn't a part of that. I came into Fable slightly right before it released, and was looking forward to it. But a lot of people said when he pitched the idea of Fable was going to be a game that lasted over, a lifetime, and that one of the things that you would be able to do is plant a seed and see it grow into a tree, after be playing for a long time. Well, basically he did end up doing that in the character progression of your character in Fable. Obviously you go from a little boy all the way to your old, but it didn't feel like a long epic. I mean, Fable's a fantastic game, don't get me wrong, but what people were complaining about was that it wasn't like 5 times the size of that, if that makes any sense. So he overpromised, under-delivered on that.
Yeah, Chappie McChapster says, I'm still convinced that Tommy thinks the non-fungible token is the metal coin in the box. And Max Leonard says, wow, we got to get in on this. If we can agree on a crazy moonshot idea together, get some government grants.
Okay, I got a story for you.
Hold on.
I'm blind command. Okay, all right.
Got to say hi to Wiley. What's up, Wiley?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, go ahead, Carl.
So, Blind Commander was telling me about this apple pie flavored moonshine he was drinking the other day.
Was it good?
And I told him, Redneck invented that.
I used to watch Moonshiners on the Discovery Channel. It's always fascinating. I was like, how are they recording these guys doing illegal stuff? Because wouldn't that be illegal? For the show to basically be recording illegal stuff.
That's a good point.
So
that is a good point.
Chappie McChapster says, Gary, that is the best description of a game ever. Slow sword swinging game.
Yeah,
honestly,
my buddy had that though. What was it called?
Kingdoms of Amalur.
Yeah, he had that game, and I gave it a chance for 20-30 minutes. It was just too slow for me, and I would always call it
yeah, I agree with that. It is I agree with that. It is a slow game,
swinging game. Yeah, it was just too slow for me.
Yeah, I
agree with that. It is a slow game.
I got the Re-Reckoning free, so
how did you get free?
With the PS Plus.
Oh, okay.
Loki Doki says Moonshiners is scripted. Don't tell me that. Don't ruin the illusion, Loki Doki.
I actually have mine ready for the new DLC to hit.
Ooh. Wiley says, I am sad about the people who died at the concert. Rambling Man was talking about that. I didn't really look into that.
What was he talking about?
There was some concert in Houston or
The
something.
Astro, I can't think of the name, Astro something. And yeah, the people were like trampling other people. It's crazy.
Oh, it's terrible.
Let's see. 8 dead, 10-year-old critical following crowd surge at Astro World Festival in Houston.
Astro World, there you go. Yeah, I heard something slightly about that. I've been more focused on the like trial stuff. So
yeah, 8 dead, hundreds hurt as Travis Scott's Astro World Festival turned into mass casualty. Yeah,
they had them packed in there like sardines.
What did they? What was the? Usually there's like, people get trampled because there was like a fire or.
Well, no. Have you ever seen you ever watched like the movie Selena and watched like the story on how like when she did her concert was the same thing, like the stage was buckling. The thing is you pack too many people on top of each other, and what happens is when you start to like the crowd just all that energy gets pushed onto like the very edge, people get crushed. It's like no joke having that many people all packed into one spot. That's why it's like it's a huge concern that they really shouldn't be packing people in there. It's like it's a safety issue.
Something like that happened here with the Who.
Okay, so Tommy Amico is giving us some context. He said Drake came out and he was unannounced and everyone flipped out. I guess they rushed towards the stage or something because Drake showed up. Well, it's a terrible tragedy. Obviously, thoughts and prayers, like I said earlier, on Rambling Man's channel, thoughts and prayers to the families of everyone affected by this tragedy.
The tramplers need to be put in prison.
I mean, I can't even imagine that. Well, it's like awful. If you were a part of that, you're stepping on people. You could, I can imagine you're snapping necks as you're trying to go see Drake. That's fucked up.
They deserve to be put in prison.
You would have to put everybody in prison. Everyone.
I'm okay with that.
That's like 50,000. You're gonna put 50,000 people in prison.
Well, here's the thing, Carl. What you gotta understand too, though, real quick, is it's a few bad eggs actually start it, and then people are kind of, like I said, all that power. It's like a wave, man. So you got people pushing you from behind. So it's not necessarily someone's fault that somebody probably killed somebody, but the fact that a few people started it and people it's just kind of like how water flows, man. It's just like all that energy was getting pushed, past that initial gate or two, I think, that went down. But I mean, it's just sad to hear something like that. But there's other reasons I think then, people were kind of like trying to get through. I think some of it was an accident. Obviously, there were, a few bad eggs, but
it's one of those situations. Like, even if you put up barricades or barriers, now you're gonna have more people crushed because they got pushed into fucking barricades and stuff. It's just, it's a tragedy. It's one of those situations where, like Gary said, if one person gets pushed, it's like dominoes. One person gets pushed, and then he pushes two, and then they push two, and then the wave just keeps going. I mean, there's other than basically holding everybody accountable, or basically saying, "Hey, you can't at concerts. Everyone's got to be sitting down. Like, if anybody stands up at a concert, then you fucking arrest them."
Obviously, it was an accident. No one went there thinking, they got excited. It is what it is. It sucks, but
it's terrible. Like I said, Sean Bernard says that there were laced drugs also, hence the cardiac arrest. I guess some people died from heart problems.
Oh, that's their problem. They took the drugs.
Yeah.
You don't take stuff like if you are taking stuff like that for the first time, then that's your fault.
Sometimes it's not even that. Like, all you need is one idiot to stick you with a needle. We're gonna move away from this horrible.
Okay.
Horrible
tragedy.
And talk about another horrible tragedy, the Amico. Sorry.
Carl's favorite tragedy.
No. Not my favorite is the Black Market Express.
We shouldn't have a favorite tragedy, guys.
Hey, it was a good episode of Disasters of the Century. What can I say?
Moving on. Another fundamental question. Ninja Kitty wants to know who's making all that noise, chip eating and ice clinking. I believe that's Carl.
Oh, sorry
Yeah,
about that.
damn it, Carl.
Okay, so Tommy always likes to talk about, we have 50 games in development. This many are coming out at launch. He was real cagey on the Slopes interview. Slopes was like, well, what's coming out at launch? And he's like, well, I don't want to say at launch because then people are going to be like day one. So I'll say launch window. But then he still wasn't like, here are the 6, 7, 8, 9 games. He didn't name. He was just like, really, like he didn't want to say these games are done and they'll be, out of the 8, he said 6 of them are close to being done, but they're still not sure or something like that.
A bit like...
I think we need a new game drop. That's the biggest issue I have is that, okay, you've been working on these games, but you need to bring out some information about something else at this point, though, because we've gone through way too much time. And even if I throw you a bone and say, okay, you were still working on games, those games should be done now, and I want to hear about something new.
Well, he was complaining. Tommy was actually complaining that Astro Smash is done, but if he shows it, then people will be upset that they've shown it off again.
Okay, that is a valid point.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Carl. He doesn't even have to show. You don't even have to show gameplay. How about you show HUD elements? How about you show like a screen?
That's true.
Like, you show a 30-second clip of the game with maybe a new level. Show maybe a story segment or like a writing that you've actually done yourself and not copy and pasted from somebody else's work, right? You go and show like the title screen, a few, like a 25, 30-second video, and that would be better than nothing at all.
Well, here's the thing. 1 Inch Bicep says Amico development team got completion anxiety. Yeah. No one would be upset about seeing Astro Smash again if they didn't show it like fucking 50 times. Okay? No one asked you to show every fucking step of the way of Astro Smash. That was his choice. He made that choice. He made his bed. Now he has to lie in it. You can't be mad that I don't want to see another fucking 20-minute Astro Smash. We've seen 20 minutes. We're done with that. We know it exists. We're good. We're good on the Astro Smash. Like Gary said, show us something new.
By the
Now,
way,
here-
I'm more... Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was saying I'm more partial to Chip Cruncher than Carl's Chip Crunch.
And here's the thing. Tommy likes to say we have 50 games in development. What does that really mean? Right? What games are in active development? What games are they actually working on?
You've seen them all. That's the thing. You've seen them all.
But you understand what I'm saying? Like,
It's kind of like I have 8 inches on that horse.
I really think the games that you see recurring throughout all the videos and the stuff that they keep showing, that's all they got. I can only give them credit for what I can see, and that's all they got, right? So,
right, like I said, I mean, he won't even say like these games are in active development. You pitched an idea for Earthworm Jim. That's not active development. You said, wouldn't that be something for Burger Time? That's not active development. Active development means you're actually working on the game currently. Not that you did like you made a little demo and then stopped. You're no longer actively developing if you stopped. If you stop working on the game, it's not in active development. I don't care how many games you did one level for or that you made a splash screen for.
I mean, what's going on with baseball, right? Nobody's talked about that for a while.
Give me the number. Say we have 10 games in active development. Then I'll know exactly how many games you can expect at launch. Because if you're only working on 5 games, well, you can only finish 5, right? You can't finish 50 if you're only working on 5. But again, Tommy likes to be cagey and he likes to use grand statements. Well, I didn't lie that we had 50 games in development. Sure, 40 of those games were just a 2-minute meeting that we said, hey, we should try to work on this game. Okay, put it in development. Next game. Burger Time, put it in development. Bum and Jump, development. Jungle Hunt, development. I'm working on 100 games right now. I have 100 games, guys, in development. I did shit for them, but I wrote them all down on a piece of paper. They're in development.
From the people who brought you Astro Smash, introducing Condom Popper.
56K Warning says they don't need to put out content every month. They do. They actually do. And here's why I say they do. Nobody knows about them. There is no buzz. Again, when I say nobody, I don't mean literally nobody. But when I'm saying the grander internet does not know about them. The grander internet is not talking about it. There's no buzz.
I mean, like, okay, whenever I go to my YouTube, I go to look up like gaming news. Amico never shows up.
Right. Nobody's talking about it.
That doesn't even show up.
And again, I mean, if you showed footage every month, you would build up steam. You'd build up interest. Ooh, look, they got what's coming out next month. People would be talking. They'd be making videos. We would be going, hey guys, they showed Burger Time and they showed Bump and Jump and they showed fucking Dolphin Quest. I mean, what's next? What are they gonna show next? Let's talk about it. Even us who don't necessarily want the system or are critical of the system, we would still at least be speculating what would be the next thing to show. But either they have nothing to show, they know what they show is going to be not received well because it's not great, or it's a fucking mess. It's a complete shit show over there. It doesn't cost money to upload videos onto YouTube. It doesn't cost money for them to fucking make a tweet. It doesn't cost money to fucking put something on the Facebook page. It doesn't cost money for Tommy to fucking say something on Atari Age or Reddit. I mean, this is a simple way. You have the games, you say they're ready, hook up a fucking capture card, play some fucking game, talk about the games. Games get people interested.
I mean, you put it this way. Do you really think if Tommy had the ability to show 4 people sitting around, what's one of the party games? The emoji charades.
Yeah.
You don't think he would have already done that with all the other bullshit he's put out? Obviously, he would do that, right? He'd get 4 people together and be like, we're playing emoji charades. And it'd be like some cheesy video. And it's not there because the game ain't done. And for a game like that to not even be done, like what really is going on if you can't even see a version of Spades being played? Like a party game. How hard would it be for him to demo a party game right now? And that's a game that you can put, highly talented developers can put a game like that together, a card game, a simple card game with probably sprites, images, the whole 9 yards, right? Quick, and they can't even show something like that off. I just don't think that there's anything done. Like, where is anything?
Nothing. Chappie McChapster says maybe NFT creator is a game in development. And he says, yeah, they've got a real weak definition of active development. That's what I'm saying. Even soccer was shown like 30-second footage. Is that all that exists?
Of course, that's all that exists. That's why it looks so terrible.
I mean, you have a system. It's brand new. There's no buzz. It's a brand new system. It's not building off of any steam from a previous system. Like the PlayStation 5 is building off of the 4, off of the 3, off of the 2, off of the 1, right? They have momentum. Nintendo, Xbox, they're all building stuff. Like Evercade, who has no momentum, they're like, hey, we need to show shit. We're going to show the UI. We're going to show fucking the collections. We're going to fucking get the console out to people to play it and talk about it. Tommy's in the same boat. you say you don't have fucking Sony money, you don't have Xbox money, so you're not getting Super Bowl ads and fucking you're not airdropping Amicos into the crowds at fucking the World Series or some shit, right? You're not getting any of that. You're not getting anything cool. There's gonna be no big fucking Amico advertising, despite his insistence. So the only way to generate any kind of hype is to fucking show some footage, show some games, show people playing. I mean, if you can't go and do demos and you can't go and fucking because of COVID or whatever, you can obviously have your family, have your friends come over, show them playing the game, show the game in action. We know it's bullshit. You know, it's already past the phase of you're not gonna bullshit us. Just fucking show it, all right? We know that the laughing and the cheering is probably going to be over the top, but whatever. Show us the game being played. Because again, it's probably the gameplay is so shallow that they can, only showing 5 minutes. What does Tommy say? You don't get it unless you play. It's like Goat Simulator. I always bring this game up. The game's crap. The game is complete garbage. But me and Sidekick Max can sit here and play it and laugh because we're laughing because it's so stupid. Doesn't make it a 7 out of 10 game. It just means that we're enjoying the stupidity for what it is.
We'll see, and I think that's really where it comes into play. I think that like watching that video of him saying that we're only going to have 7 out of 10s on the console, right? And I think at one point that was probably more than I don't think he realized what his system was going to be capable of. He had a grander vision for it. And
well, he actually talked about that today, Gary. He said that it might not be a 7 out of 10 for you, but something like Emoji Charades might be a 10 out of 10 for a soccer mom. So you're thinking of it in terms of Gary, the hardcore gamer. So for you, it's not a 7 out of 10, but for her.
Yeah, but now we're moving the scale. The scale, that's the problem with this whole thing. The scale keeps moving up and down. It never lands on a spot. Yeah, and it's been like that with every subject too. I mean, it goes much farther than just is the system going to be for me?
It's a 7 to 10 to someone,
right?
And, well, here's the thing. Here's Tommy, who should know this because remember, Tommy was a game reviewer. A game reviewer doesn't give it a number based on just their personal preference. It's about the music, the art direction, the mechanics, the gameplay, the value for your dollar.
And all that stuff is subjective, but at the end of the day, it's either good or it isn't.
Yeah. I mean, a 7 out of 10 to a soccer mom should still be a 7 out of 10 to me. I might not want to play the game. I don't like sports games, but I can recognize this was done well.
Right.
All the things are in there. They're actually playing basketball with basketballs and not soccer balls or something. I can recognize when the game is made well enough. Doesn't have any glitches. Has all the stats. Wiley says, my friend and her friends are developing a game from their homes. They all have occupations and commitments. I bet you they get a game out faster than the Amico. Yeah, Goat Simulator is fun. It's fun. And I think that's, like Retro Bro and Saggy and all of them, they always talk about, well, you got to be there. We were having fun together. You can have fun in a group of friends doing just about anything. Like I've said this before, you can be throwing rocks at each other. When I was little, we would literally throw fucking rocks at each other. We'd get into groups and we'd fucking fling rocks at each other. Running around the neighborhood, fucking flinging rocks, trying to hit each other with them. We were having fun. It was a fun fucking game. But I don't think that I'm going to pay $20 to go somewhere and have that experience and fling rocks at people. I mean, depending on who the people are, obviously. Because there's probably a few people that I would pay $20 to fling rocks at.
I mean, and the thing is I'm gonna definitely have fun. Like if I ever play it, I would most certainly have fun with like Evil Knievel's. As long as the controls are tight and it doesn't lag. I think if everything works the way it should work, I think I could have fun with skiing for 10, 15 minutes, and I could see probably turning it on every once in a while and playing through it. It's not a bad game. You know, a lot of those other games are the same way. I don't think they're necessarily the worst thing I've ever seen. I've seen worse games with like awful graphics, backdrops, the whole 9 yards, bad animations. So I don't think anything's bad, and I could definitely see having fun with people. How long is that going to last? You know,
that's what I'm saying. Chappie McChapster says Rock Chucker. Wouldn't that be something? Well, there is a game called Chuck Rock. So, you know,
wouldn't that be something?
Amico, yeah. But I think the games, like I said, they will be fun. You can have fun with them in groups, but I think they're going to be really shallow. There's no way to show extended gameplay of skiing.
Well, I mean, when you're shooting for that type, and I can't fault him because that's what he's. I mean, he did go back on it, but at least he's doubled down now on the whole. Well, they're just simple games. They really are just simple games. You really can't think of them anything more than when you picked up a phone. You know, if you're older and you played a game of Snake on your Nokia, like that's about what you're getting. And if you can, if you're okay with that, then that's cool. Like Astro Smash to me doesn't look really bad, and Flying Tigers could be probably one of the better games. But if you're okay with that, to me, it's just you know, if there's gonna be 50 to 100 games, then I'd say okay, fuck yeah. Like if they could make it to 100 games realistically, and they bring out like maybe they hit the mark on all 50 games that he had envisioned, and then somehow managed to get at least 100 games that are kind of, you know, there's got to be more unique games. Earthworm Jim definitely has to come out. I think the system would have to sustain itself enough for another Earthworm Jim to maybe come out, and then if you could get some other exclusive games and some people actually working on new content, something that's like really get someone to scratch their head and say, I need this. Like they got that game. Like, no way. That looks really good. And it's only going to be there. Even if it's not a game that could be played on a Switch or a PlayStation or an Xbox. I'm okay with that. But they don't have anything like that. And that's what's really killing them.
1 Inch Bicep says The Rock says, know your damn role. And he also says The Rock Biter was a never-ending story. He had big, strong hands. I love The Never-Ending Story, one of my favorite movies of all time. And I always would get a chuckle because it would often be on regular TV. And there's the scene where Atreyu has to go past the Sphinxes, the Guardians, and you can see their titties. but they're obviously they're stone statues. But they would still blur them out on like ABC or whatever, so it would be all obvious that they were blurring out. The
now they just cut the segment.
Well, it's an important segment to the movie. Have you not seen The Never-Ending Story?
No, I've seen it. We got it.
I was saying that's a very highly important segment of the whole movie. Wiley says he used to have fun filling sinks with water, but my parents were not happy. Yeah. We all did stupid things as kids. I still do stupid things. Dinosaur goes poo in Chuck Rock? I didn't know that.
I haven't played Chuck. I don't think I have a version of Chuck Rock.
Oh my God! Tell me this isn't true, Tommy Amico. He says, I saw showgirls on TV and they drew clothes on the girls like a cartoon. All right, Mitty, take it easy. But yeah, we don't know what games are in active development. I don't think extended footage, like when you think of extended footage, you're not thinking of 2 minutes. You're thinking like 10, 15-minute gameplay footage. And I think 15 minutes, that's it. I think that's the whole skiing. Like,
yeah, and you see, you can't get like that's like about average time for current games is about that. Yeah, like you said, 10 to 15 minutes. They can't pull 10 minutes on a game. That's a long time. And first of all, like they'd have to get it running right because them demoing the game would be like Tommy fumbling 5 fucking times with a controller in 5 minutes of like actual gameplay. So I mean, yeah, there's 5 minutes is about the max for them. If they show a 5-minute clip, that's their gameplay loop because the games are just too simple to show 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think Finnegan Fox is probably the only game that would have 10 minutes of footage. But I think the problem with that game is if they showed 10 minutes of footage, you'd be able to compare it to Fox and Forest. And if it's identical, other than the art direction, then you're gonna be like, what the fuck? You know, you said you were doing X, Y, and Z and doing all this. Now, why did it take you fucking this long
Right.
and you still ain't done if it's
Right.
identical? So I think that's probably the issue with that, like that game and the other ports, because they should have Rigid Force should be able to show 10 minutes, show the 2-player mode, show the 2 fucking ships running together. You know, that shouldn't be too hard. Finnegan Fox, if it is different, if it's done and it's different, you should be able to show 10 minutes of that.
Right. Later into the game too, because they've already shown the beginning. So
yeah, I can't think of any other games though that would maybe Cloudy Mountain, but they haven't shown anything of that for fucking ever.
And I really I truly think they do have Night Stalker done, but it's just like you said, it's just kind of a bland, like they might have a couple different levels, but they're basically just reskins, you know what I mean? Different kind of like enemies and palettes and whatnot. So I do think they have some of these games done. They're just like you said, if they release them, then they're kind of like stuck on, well, we're not getting the system out until October of 2022. So if we release, like, we let the cat out of the bag and we show a little bit more Night Stalker, it's going to be like, oh wait, that just looks like more of the same.
Yeah,
and
well,
then
Night Stalker, I think, isn't even a release title, a launch title.
there's no way that game's not done. From what they had and what they showed, that seemed like a game that they were highly working on. So if they put it on the back burner and think about it, they've had all this time. These games are not complicated. Even with a guy or two working on it, if they worked on it, there'd be assets getting done. There's things that, like, I can't believe that something like Night Stalker wouldn't be close to being done, even if they don't want to, even if it's not like a release game. It's got to be close.
Yeah, but I think they wouldn't show it because it's not going to release. So you would wait on that one. That would make sense because it's not going to be a launch title. So now you're showing it way ahead of other games that should be done too because they are launch titles. Mike Garcia says it's not the same. It's dumber down and with Tommy's music. So yeah, there's that.
But if that's the case, then you're not going to see anything. Then, like, why show anything?
Well,
because all you got left to reveal is just the last launch game, right? And
no, well, whatever games are going to launch within a week of the launch window of the console, those games should be shown before the game. You know, part of my decision whether or not I'm going to buy the Amico would be, well, what games are coming out at launch. Well, let me see footage. Maybe, you know, if the 10 games that are launching are not interesting to me, I won't get it. But if they're interesting, then I'd be more inclined to buy the system.
Yeah.
Ninja Kitty says they could easily show 4 people playing Farkle or emoji charades. Easy game to pad into 10-minute videos. Yeah, but if they do that, they got to show Tommy get all the answers wrong.
I really don't think.
Here's what I would do. They would have a bunch of questions, like they should play emoji charades, but do it so the questions are all like, who's the world famous, whatever, and then Tommy's always answering Tommy Tallarico and then getting it wrong, because that would actually be a little funny to me.
Yeah, I think emoji charades would probably be the best thing to show off. If you're really trying to go for that market, because if you think you're taking an L in like the retro community, then you're taking your L, and you're really truthful about marketing these to different demographics, then emoji charades is that, you know, you like you said, they wanted to go the board game route. So it really would make sense to go and demo that game in particular, and I think that's their best thing, because it's got that's a game that's like all it is questions, right? That's like as simple as it gets, because you're not going to have a bunch of different backgrounds. You'll have like the same background. It's all about the questions, and everything else is just linked up with do your phone controllers work? Do your regular controllers work? All you do is have to buzz in, and there you go. Well, that's not even that, right? Because all you're doing is cycling through the player turns probably, and then everything's pretty much coming up on the screen. So such an easy game to demo and just show at least what the controllers look like. And I think aside from that, that'd be the perfect thing to demo.
Would you like to see emoji charades?
I mean, it's obviously boring, but obviously everything's boring. So,
because I can show you emoji charades right now if you want. If that's what if you're telling me that you want to see some playthrough of emoji charades, I will make it happen. Just
well, they show. Well, but what I'm saying is, was that a game that was already that they stole from somebody else, or?
You know it was. Ninja Kitty says Smash JT claims that he saw a playable build of Night Stalker that was really buggy. Well, if it's buggy, it's not a playable build, right? I don't understand what people these word redefinitions. If it's really buggy, that means it's not playable. That means it's shit. You saw a shit build of the game. So here it is. This is emoji charades.
It's been so long. That's how long it's been. I forget what was like.
Yeah. Look at that. Select a player.
Hey, where's Tommy at?
Well, this is old footage. He's not in this version.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's old? I thought it was a new game.
No, this is a really old game. You didn't know that, kid?
I don't remember seeing this though. I knew it. I knew it was, but I forgot. It's been so long. But I don't remember seeing this though.
Has Carl fallen asleep? I think Carl he ducked out.
I think Carl was like snoozing over there.
Ooh, I didn't get that one. Come on, let's try to guess along with the trailer, guys.
Lady, boy, human.
Skip that. All right, what's this? The last answer was human.
Peace.
Peace turtle dove. Turtle dove, got it.
Oh.
Komodo dragon.
Where did the peace sign come in?
I don't know. I'm not giving the fucking hints.
Bird, rainbow,
parrot,
call. Boy, I suck at these kind of games. I'm better at like Pictionary.
Can I give you a hint, Gary?
Parrot.
Look at the right side of the screen. Right here.
Okay.
That's the answer.
I wasn't even looking at that. So that little card thing is what's going to be on the controller, you think, or no?
Yeah, because that's what's on the phone. This is what's on the screen, and this is what would be on your phone. Because this is the person.
So do you think? So all those little icons on there, do you tap those icons?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that's going to be a nightmare on the Amico controller?
Well, I think this is one of the games where he said you got to use the phone.
Oh, so you can't use the controller?
No, I think the controller can't handle all this.
Well, that's lame. Even if they had to like redo like it, even if the boxes had to be bigger, if
there's only so much space.
Oh, I understand. But I understand that they could still, they could still do it, and you'd have to drag it. You know what I mean? Like they could still blow it up, and then you use the touchscreen just to drag around it, and then hit the button. I mean, they could do it.
Gary, the controller can't do that.
Oh, it can't?
It literally just has an image. It's sending an remember, it's only 1 megabyte of information between the controller and the TV. So it can send like a GIF, and the controller can have a GIF doing something or a static image. But to scroll the screen, no. You're not gonna be able to do that.
Damn.
Because you'd have to send a bigger image than the controller dimensions and then scroll it. And I don't think the controller would be able to keep up. Remember, because you have to do this quick. You only have so much time.
Damn. No, that sucks. That's terrible. Fuck emoji charades.
That's why you can see there's a time limit on top. He's got 4 points because they got 4 of them correct. But that's it. That's the whole game. But what you saw before when you were talking about the emoji charades before, I didn't show that video. Now, here's funny. See, here's where you know that there's a little bit of fuckery going around. All right? I'm going to show you something, guys. I'm going to peel back the veil and expose just a little bit. All right, so this is Game Cake. They are the creators of emoji charades. Now, you see, when you go to the homepage, what does it show? What do you see there?
Piece of cake.
But what else do you see?
What does it say? Game Cake. Subscribe.
This channel doesn't have any content.
I'm gonna blow this up for a second. 30 subscribers. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's weird.
So how are we watching a video? So if you go to the video tab, suddenly now they have content.
They have emoji charades.
So were they trying to hide this content?
Is Carl okay?
Click on it.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just a little exhausted.
It's fine, Carl. If you click on it, you can clearly see that it's still Game Cake. The
Right.
videos listed were not another channel. It was the same channel. Comments are turned off for some odd reason, and the like-dislike ratio has been disabled. This is a 2018 trailer, by the way. So obviously, when it came over to the Amico, they tried to hide these trailers. They tried to hide all these videos, so people like us couldn't see them.
Oh, that'll happen.
But see, this is all they need to do with Amico controllers.
Cut the cheese.
You know what they say about Assume?
Download now, guys.
Dude, people are gonna break their Amico controllers when they find out that they're like garbage. Like, I didn't realize you couldn't even scroll with the screen. You won't be able to do shit with those controllers. Other than hit a little static image button. That's so stupid.
But didn't they drop those controllers on accident before one of the events?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean nothing. I can drop my controller. Doesn't. What does that mean? That it didn't break? Okay, that's standard. That's not like a unique feature. This other trailer, this other trailer, for some reason, they missed. This one has the like-dislike ratio enabled.
Okay, nobody can comment.
And the comment.
Oh, hey, you commented.
No, I'm gonna retire. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Carl, take it easy.
You too.
Carl sounds sleepy. He was the one pushing for 5 hours.
I'm tired. Thought I'd make it.
All right. Talk to you later, buddy.
Later, Carl.
like I said, as you can see, this is a 2017 trailer, which is the exact same trailer as the 2018 one. So, a little bit of fuckery going on.
Just a little bit.
Having Amico Day, Tommy saw the 11-to-1 ratio and thought it would fix the company reputation. Yeah. Ninja Kitty says, I think Carl may have fallen asleep on stream. I think so too.
I think I
All
woke
the
him up.
excitement got to him. Chappie says, why did Cut the Cheese need 3 pictures? Because when you demo something, you always have really dumb people who don't know any answers.
Yeah, I didn't understand the peace sign and the turtle dove, and there was a peace sign on the front.
I don't know. Because turtle doves, aren't they the symbol of peace? Maybe?
Yeah, but a turtle and a dove is more than sufficient for turtle dove. Why the fuck?
Yeah, but I think they were putting the peace sign first, hoping that they would get it. But then when they didn't, then he did the turtle dove. I don't know. I didn't fucking make the trailer, Gary. What the fuck?
Isn't that more? Is that how charades work? I don't know.
Well,
I thought you just gotta.
Well, charades works where you want to get them to guess as quick as possible, so you try to give the best clue, the easiest, the quickest clue. So I guess that would be the quickest one was just the peace sign. But then they didn't get it. They're like, "Oh, fucking idiot! Now I got to put a turtle and a dove."
Well, do you get scored on like a game like that? Do you get scored more points if they get it in just the one emoji?
I think you get more points if they get it quicker, maybe.
Okay, so that makes sense then.
There might be a penalty or a bonus for less emojis. I don't know. There's no rules listed. It's just a fucking trailer.
Yeah, I guess we got to demo something else. Yeah, emoji charades ain't gonna work. I didn't realize that trailer was up with that. That is weird.
Finbar says the peace sign was more confusing. I know it was. Everybody, God damn it! I didn't make the trailer. See what you started, Gary. Wiley says he heard WrestleFest is coming to the Evercade. Is that true?
WrestleFest. Like, no, I seen some dude had like an iArcade WrestleFest machine, but didn't see him play any WrestleFest on it. Or not WrestleFest. I'm thinking of the Retromania game. Sorry, but
RGT 85 has a WrestleFest.
Yeah, arcade. Yeah, the one that he transferred over or whatever. Yeah, that was WrestleFest is not coming to anything. That's like a licensing nightmare. It would be nice.
You think it is?
Oh hell yeah, it is. With all the wrestlers and then the WW, like being able to keep it. They wouldn't be able to keep it WWF, so they'd have to change it to a WW. They'd have to go in and do work in the game too, because I think like it's such a nightmare. It's such a nightmare. And then you'd have to go to all the individual wrestlers, and then there's like...
No, I don't think you would, though. That's what I'm saying. As far as the individual wrestlers, I'm pretty sure that most of them are owned by the WWE. Like, they own their characters, so...
Well, even...
Like, there's a few exceptions, but, like...
Do they even all own, like, Hulk Hogan's name?
No, but Hulk Hogan doesn't even own Hulk Hogan's name.
Well, there's your issue, though. It depends who the license holders are. If they could get majority of it in one go, then yeah, they might have an easier time. It all depends on the names that are there and who owns what license. But it's all those mixed in with the WWE thing. They still have to change the art on the side of the cabs. Couldn't have WWF. It'd have to be WWE. And then it would take away from... Like, there's no way you're getting... The World Wildlife Foundation?
They might. Ninja
To let that one
not
slide.
all wrestlers are under Legends contract. Yeah, not all of them are under Legends contract, but there are certain wrestlers that their gimmick is owned by the WWF. Axe and Smash actually are owned by the WWF. The Road Warriors are not owned by the WWF because the Road Warriors existed prior to them coming to the WWF. Axe and Smash were created in the WWF, and actually Dennis, what the hell, Kali, one of the Moondogs, fucking 1-inch biceps. You're in the damn chat. One of the Moondogs actually was the original Smash, and he owns half of the name of Demolition. You wouldn't have to change the faces though, because they got face paint on, so technically you can get away with it for them.
It would be so great to see that actually come up. Like if they could get like an arcade 1-up machine to actually do that, would be nice. Can have an actual one. That was a fantastic game. I absolutely love that game. My brother likes the other one, and I can't remember what the other one was like. There's 2 like early wrestling arcade games, and WrestleFest was my favorite. That was the better one, in my opinion.
Yeah, Randy Colley and Bill Eadie created the Demolition gimmick, so they're the ones who own the names. So not even Smash.
Then who else is in the game? You got Ultimate Warrior. Is Big Boss Man in that game?
I think Boss Man's in there.
And then is that it? It's Hogan, I think Warrior, Ultimate Warrior.
Let me see. I got it right now. Jake the Snake Roberts, $1 Million Man, Sergeant Slaughter, Mr. Perfect, Earthquake, Crush, Ultimate Warrior. Yeah.
Did you say Hogan?
Louisa Doom. Saturday night's main event is the other game, I think. Come on, help me out here.
I'm trying to think of it. It's WWF main event.
The main event?
Is it main event?
Fuck, do I know? I don't know. Let's see. Steel Cage Challenge. No, that's for Sega. The arcade game, just WWF WrestleMania arcade game.
Hold on one sec.
They got Rage in the Cage, European Rampage Tour. WWF Crush Hour, which Tommy Tellerico did. He got credit on that. 1-inch Bicep says, I think only WWE and Technos would have to provide a license for them to use the game on Evercade. Yeah, Ninja Kitty, you're wrong. WWE does not own the Demolition gimmick because Randy Colley actually wrestled on the independent circuit as Demolition. I forget what Demolition Blast or something, because he owns half, because he came up with the gimmick and he owns half of the gimmick, even though he only wrestled once in the WWF as Demolition Smash, because they got rid of him because they said that people recognized that he was one of the Moondogs, even though he had makeup on. So they got rid of him from the group, and they teamed up Bill Eadie with Crusher Khrushchev, which is Barry Darson.
So I just found it. It was 1989 WWF Superstars.
There you go. 1-inch Bicep says, yeah, you know more about that story than me. I think the song is outside of the WWE ownership. Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it in any fashion, when they brought back the, Turtles Beat 'em Up and all, they started doing all those arcade games that we couldn't get our hands on. And they did that for Xbox. That was awesome. So
Wiley says, was Gary thinking of WWF Superstars?
Yep.
I wrote that at the same time as Gary said it. No, I think you beat him to it, Wiley. Gary was a little slow on the trigger.
I don't know why I thought it was main event. There is like a main event. Is that like for? No, there's an arcade game for Sega Genesis. Wasn't that what the one of them was called? Like WWF. I can't remember the name of it though. And then it was like arcade game.
Yeah, there's
Something
a whole bunch of
arcade
them.
game.
Well, the only thing left in the Amico story, as far as questions that need to be answered, damn, how did we get 3 hours out of this shit? Is what is the manufacturing plan? Because we don't know if they bought the parts they needed. Did they get all the parts? Have they secured all the parts? Because remember, there was 4 missing ones at one point. Screens and chips and whatever. So did they get the parts? Do they have, how many lines are they going to have manufacturing? Have they done a test run? Have they done Q&A? Do they have a plan going forward?
No.
Because I mean, you gotta manufacture them. You gotta do a test run to get the bugs out to make sure everything's. You don't just fucking run manufacturing. I don't know if anyone's ever worked in manufacturing, but you don't just fucking a brand new product and just say, all right, fucking let it rip, and just fucking roll out 100,000 of them. Right? You don't do that. You go, all right, with a new product, to fucking roll out 100 of them, and you take those 100 and you check them, fucking 100% inspection. Check those bad boys, make sure there's nothing wrong. Everybody on the line knows what the fuck they're doing. The machines are running correctly. There's no issues, nothing. Then you start that bad boy up. Because, I mean, you could, technically you could, that's what Tommy will say. Well, you don't know. We could just fucking snap our fingers and run them motherfuckers out. Yeah, you could do that if you want half of them to come back fucked up. I mean, sure, go ahead and fucking do that.
Right. They got to account for error. So, yeah, they need time, and that's the thing. That's why I said, watch. They're gonna play around this second quarter, and then they're gonna be like, oh no, we just need another couple months and we'll be good. And then, oh, what do you know? We'll just stick back to that 10/10/2022 date.
Yeah, because you gotta pass FCC. Like Tommy says, they could just snap their fingers and submit the paperwork, right? So let's just go by that. Why wouldn't they submit the paperwork? No one's stealing their designs. Let's face it, all right? Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, if they wanted to make a kiddie version of the console, a Switch Mini, a PlayStation Kid, an Xbox Mama Luke, they could, right? They don't need Tommy's fucking schematics, right? They could just say, hey, this is a version of the PlayStation. It's going to be the PlayStation 5 Lite. You can't get any game over fucking E+, right? It's physically impossible. The system will not allow you to download any games over E10+. Right? The shop doesn't even come. It's a separate shop that we just made a separate page, and the shop goes to this page, and this version of the shop doesn't have any games that are adult. They could do that, no problem. So they don't need. There's nothing proprietary that they're going to steal from the Amico. The way the LEDs, they're not fucking putting LEDs on the damn PlayStation 5. They're not putting LEDs on the next Switch. The controller, they could fucking build their own controller if they want. There's nothing in there that anybody wants to steal. So the only reason, again, that they wouldn't do that is because people will see the specs on the shit and then be able to go, well, we know what it is. Tommy's been lying. It is this fucking outdated shit. So
don't look good.
You gotta go. That's what we're talking about right now, Loki Doki. Tommy claims that they have passed everything. They just haven't submitted the final paperwork to get onto the website. So you got to pass FCC compliance again. So you would have to do that. You don't have to. You can manufacture without doing that. You can't sell them, but you can manufacture them. That is true, but no one does that. No one's that reckless. So you got to pass that final paperwork. You got to buy the parts because if you don't have the parts, you can't manufacture. Then you got to secure the lines. You can't just, Tommy's always like, "Oh, we got lines secured." No, China is not holding a fucking line for the Amico for the last 2 years.
And here's the thing: if they don't have parts by now, if they don't have any parts at all, like they got to have parts, right? Because they've already admitted to like only needing some parts. So, but we have to take into account that it sounds like they've possibly had to redesign, right?
Well, they said they failed FCC compliance once and had to rejigger some stuff. But they're so transparent that we have no idea.
I still think they need to have all the parts, though, right? You have to have all the parts for your controllers, for your console. You have to have them by this point. If you're still holding off to get a good deal, it's never going to happen.
Well, yeah. So they got to get the parts, right? And like I said, Tommy claims that they had a line in China waiting for them, right? Is he paying? Because they're not holding a line. They're not going to go, "Hey, we're going to hold this space for you for 3 years and do no work on it just because we like you." Tommy, you're so fucking charismatic that we've fucking cleared out this whole area. We set it up for Amico manufacturing, but we ain't did none. And we're going to leave it that way for you for 3 fucking years. Meanwhile, other companies, need things manufactured, but we're not going to give them your line because we like you, Tommy. We're just waiting on you.
And that's the thing. It's like this stuff takes time. That's like, it's not just a snap of the fingers. Like, it doesn't make any sense because a lot of these things have to be well oiled well before. And yeah, I don't see it.
The Talkie teacher is right. They did at one point were able to get the parts. They had a manufacturer. They had everything lined up. They just had to pull the trigger and sign the deal. They decided not to. Speculation is that they wanted to get a better deal. They thought they could get a better deal. Then, all the shit hit the fan, and now that better deal option is gone.
Okay, so what's stopping them from just pulling the trigger and saying, "Fuck it"?
Money. They don't have it. Here's my working theory, and it is speculation and supposition, but obviously Tommy has sold the investors on they're going to make X amount of profit off each unit, right? He said that time and time again. We're making money off of manufacture off the consoles. We're making other companies, Sony takes a hit every time Sony sells a PlayStation, they lose money. We're going to make money every time we sell an Amico, right? So obviously he's got to go. He went to the investors. That's part of the pitch. Hey guys, invest in Amico. Every time we sell one, we make $20, $50, $30, whatever it is, right? It's got to be significant,
right?
So now you can't go back to the investors and go, "Hey, all that money you gave us to make Amicos, and we told you we were going to sell them and we're going to make a profit every time we sell one. Turns out we're going to actually just break even. So you guys ain't going to make no money back on us selling it. So we're going to go ahead and use your money to, buy these parts and get the ball rolling." And I'm sure the investors are like, "Well, maybe you should wait because you're going to want more money, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, well, of course we're going to want more money. Well, if you want more money, you got to make me some money now." So those investors were probably like, "Hey, you need to figure out some way to make some money. You were promising us X amount of return on each unit, and now you're telling me you're not. And then you're going to come back with your hand out, with your hand and say, 'Hey, give me more money.' Why the fuck would I do that? I would be crazy to give you more money after you just took my money and didn't give me anything back for it, right?"
I'm surprised nobody's actually. I mean, I know. Like, when's the last time we've looked at the? Or you can't. How did we get the comments from the investors last time?
Well, those aren't the investors; those are Republic investors. I'm talking the actual, because remember they did a seed round, money round with actual people, with actual investors that put big money into it. I gave you $1 million. You were telling me I was going to, your product was going to generate X amount of income, there's no way I'm giving you more money if you sell these Amicos and I don't make shit, right?
Yep.
So obviously that's a conversation that's had to have happened at some point. Like, hey, you told me $20 per Amico, you had 100,000 lined up. Now you're telling me you're breaking even. I'm not getting shit. Well, why would I give you more money? That's obviously something that's got to be discussed. So them waiting on a better deal is probably has to do with that. Hey, we need to make some money. They don't want to raise prices because then they'll really be fucked. Because you
I mean, if they're really in that position, then shame on them for not being transparent about what's going on. Because if they're in that kind of situation, I don't think they're not. If they're in that kind of situation, they ain't getting out of that situation. I think they're fucked. I don't think it comes. I don't think it comes out.
Investors on the Republic have little protection against getting screwed over. Yeah, the Republic investors are going to get screwed. They're not even investing in the company. They're profit sharing, and there's a lot of loopholes. And Tommy can not even Tommy, just the company itself can. If they sell third party, if they give all the units to Walmart, for example, to sell, then the investors are going to get screwed. There's no.
I mean, they've pretty much absorbed all the money and then got away with being able to sell games, and they're not even games. So they'll be able to they don't have to share the money on that, right? Didn't we already establish that?
We don't know that. We're just assuming and speculating that they don't.
Because if that is the case, yeah. So we're speculating, but if that is the case, that's absolutely awful. Because they'll have absorbed. What was the number that they received
from Republic?
I mean, from just kind of like a ballpark of everything, though.
I couldn't even tell you.
I mean, it's up there. So, I mean, that's just awful.
Loki Doki says they have an office in Irvine. Do they need offices in Salt Lake City, Utah if they're losing money? Well, during the lockdown in California, they thought they would open up the Salt Lake City office so they could do the Q&A over there. But why they haven't shut it down since California reopened, or I don't know. They also
didn't they talk about business stuff? There were reasons why they had them offices open due to
reasons. There's always reasons. They got a Dubai office, a San Francisco office, the Irvine, California, the Utah, and there's one more. Where's the other one? Well, the German office. So they got 5. They got 5 offices. Whether they're full offices or just they're renting a space part-time in a building somewhere. Mike Garcia says it would be a bigger issue if the hardware loses effect investors, which I think it would. Yeah, like I said, I mean, if remember again, this is speculation, but if you're pitching something and saying, "Hey guys, we're going to make this amount of money off of every console," and then you turn around and go, "Hey, parts are more expensive. We're not going to make any money." Why would people further invest in your now you fucked me? Why would I give you more money?
Yeah, they're not.
So
the trust is gone.
Right. So I mean, even if he's like, well, don't worry, eventually prices will get better, right? Well, I say, well, fucking wait till they get better, then we'll launch the console. Don't launch it now, then. Well, just what you said, they're going to get better, right? 2 months, 3 months. Okay, fucking wait.
I mean, there's only so long you can string people along, so.
Right. So I mean, like I said, you can't. There's the line in fucking China is not hold. It's not on hold for you. So now you're gonna have to pay for that. That's probably gone up. How much it's gonna cost for you to get that? Just due to everybody trying to fucking get fucking lines. He says Q1. They're looking for a Q1 launch. Well, if you don't start manufacturing soon, you're gonna have Chinese New Year all over again. Now you're fucked again.
I don't even think it's feasible. I don't think it's feasible that he's would, even if he started now, to be able to get those out by that time.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's what, like 2 or 3 months shipping.
I think it's
month?
like with everything else going on too. Like that's just like I think that's just no like it's about normal, but with everything else that's going on, you're adding extra time to that. So there's no way he's getting this out in first quarter. To squeeze it by maybe like the beginning of March. There's no way I'm telling you, he's going to move the goalposts over and over again through the coming months. It'll get pushed back to that date. That's the only thing that makes sense with everything that needs to be done. It's just too much.
Tommy says every investor they add means less of the pie to split and profits, right? On Republic, yes. There's a certain pie, and that gets split up as more investors and more money they raise, actually, to a certain limit. Because I think the Republic says that they can only raise up to X amount of dollars.
Yeah, 10 times, right?
Yeah. So as far as real world investors, the equity, it's a different sort of thing because the pie is getting split, but you're getting equity. And it depends on how the pie is getting split and how the stocks are, but it's not a publicly traded stock yet, so it's different, more complicated, way above my pay grade to explain to you.
Well, at least you just don't have to be smart to see that it's a bad investment.
Well, especially at this point. I mean, it was probably, like I said, if somebody came to you was like, Gary, I'm fucking famous in the video game industry. I'm gonna get everybody's gonna want to fucking do this. I'm gonna make money on every console I sell, unlike the other guys. Untapped market, $3 billion. I mean, if you're a fucking millionaire, fucking here's $1 million, Tommy. Fucking go for it.
Yeah, not a chance.
Yeah, Mike Garcia says it depends on the run. No, see, here's what people don't understand, right? You can't just call up China and say, hey, China, I just need 2,800. Just turn the machines on for like a day and a half, and then shut them down, and then move all my shit out of there. And I don't care what you do with the line after that. Just make 2,600. Like, no, that's not gonna happen. They're like, why would we do that? Why would we waste half a day getting your fucking parts and everything set up, the machine set up, everything set up for you specifically, just for a fucking day run? When Sony or Ford or someone else is like, give us the whole fucking year, we want the full run. So you might be able to get away with a month run, give us a whole fucking month until the fucking parts run out or whatever. Yeah, you're not going to direct order the consoles like the clothing line. Now, if you had the capital, right? If they were a Sony or a Microsoft and they just had fucking fuck you money and we're like, here's fucking $1 million, just give me 28 consoles, 2,800, right? Yeah, then they can do that because they're just fucking, you're just wasting money at that point.
I mean, so let's think out of the box here and say Intellivision is a company that has fuck you money. Do you think that fuck you money would be saving what's going on right now? Or better yet, do you think all of this would have been avoided had they had the fuck you money?
Well, if they had the Chappie McChapster says he's calling China right now, is going to get him on the phone. Operator connecting to China. Anywhere. Just fucking anywhere in China. But if they had fuck you money, no.
No, leave it alone.
And Gary.
Leave it alone.
Yeah, they're screaming.
Yeah, I got a weird echo. That's Gary's fucking ring modulation on your voice. Yeah, sorry. I think that's Gary's.
Kids are acting up all day. I don't know what to tell anybody. You got kids, you'll understand. If not, then lucky you.
I think we're getting a little feedback.
Oh, yeah.
If they had fuck you money, then they could have pulled the trigger. But again, you're running into the same problems. Like if they had fuck you money and no investors, yeah, obviously that would fucking work. They have fuck you money and investors, no, because investors still don't want to lose money, right? Investors are still like, hey, we have fuck you money, but we still want to make some of that back. That's why we're investing. This isn't charity.
I mean, I guess my better point would be though, would be still fuck everything up.
Was that?
Did you hear me?
No.
I was saying, like, even if he had the fuck you money, do you think he like Tommy would have still somehow fucked it all up?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, again, it seems like a lot of the decisions that were made were because that's what Tommy wants. That's what Tommy likes. That's what Tommy's.
I mean, that's the way I've always taken it too. I mean, that's when you kind of appear in everything and you're not self-aware that. I mean, I can understand at the beginning, but not going through about 1.5 years, 2 years of inserting yourself over the product itself just doesn't make sense to me. So, I mean, I could definitely see him having all the money and still making bad PR moves, and whether or not that could have really affected the whole, launch and release.
Well, it's like I said, it's not even just PR though, because again, you're still going to have the controller that he wants. You're still going to have the games that he's picked.
Right, but I'll give him credit, and I'll say that some of those things you can kind of get away with, but to me it's a lot of the PR. I think a lot of the PR is what at least accounts for 30% of why this is just failing, right? PR system.
Well, I think the PR is why no one's getting behind it, why there's not a lot of big retro gaming push. Tommy's way or the highway, right, Wiley? But I think, even if he had good PR, imagine if there was no critics, we were all just saying how great it was, right? Other people are still going to look at it and go, nah, it really ain't that great. Why am I paying $250 for emoji charades and Evil Knievel?
Right. Well, obviously, but that's the thing. The fuck. That's where the fuck you money comes in, right? I mean, if the chips were secured and the systems were being built and there were 20 to 50 games, I don't think we'd have this issue, and it would just basically come down to the PR, right? Like that's why I'm saying, I think if he had the money, they could probably do it, but ultimately, in the end, would Tommy have fucked it up the way he's fucking this up? And I still think so. I think you could get by, right? Because you'd have a product, and then people could have forgot about him being him. But ultimately, I think that's kind of what's killed him on the Amico too. Is like, look, nobody's got nothing to talk about other than you because you've inserted yourself into everything. So
it's because you're buying a Tellurico, you're not buying an Amico,
right? It's just rough. Who knows when we'll see it? I'm calling it, man. I've been calling it for the last couple of weeks. I'm saying 10/10/2022. So
Mike Garcia says, I think money wasn't the issue. I think it was in some regards, because to Gary's point, to be fair, I mean, if we go by what Nick Richards said, they picked up certain licenses because they were cheap. So if they had the fuck you money, they would have just said, hey, Activision, give us fucking the games we want. Whoever owns fucking Burger Time, hey, Burger Time people, fucking give us the game. Hey, Nickelodeon, we want a fucking SpongeBob game. Here's fucking money. There's a dump truck of money at your door. Fucking give us SpongeBob. So I think if they had that kind of money, they would. But then again, it comes down to, there's going to be somebody, is there investors or somebody going, no, don't spend that money. Don't fucking do that. Who's holding the purse strings at that point? because Sony can get away with it because they know they're going to sell millions of fucking consoles. They're not making something to a niche market.
Right. Everything's a calculated, move for them. And right now, that's the one. That's that's a big advantage that you got to take into consideration for Intellivision, and that they don't have. So I totally understand, that they are the smaller guys, but at the same time, when you don't put your best foot forward, you get what you get.
Being the smaller guy, here's the thing. Not everybody's fucking David, all right? You're not always going to beat up Goliath. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to fucking take on Goliath, and it's not working, right? Just fucking, you're a small company. Be a small company. Look at Evercade. Fucking, if he would have stayed at the retro market, sold some Amicos, got word of mouth out that they could make good games, that they could do, build consoles, deliver the shit, fucking get it out, quality games, new games, fucking reimagined games, establish the brand. Then Amico 2 can be your fucking family console for everybody, right? Because now you have the money, you have the built-in audience, the base.
Right.
He didn't do that. He jumped to the third step. He wanted to fucking skip all the fucking baby steps and just start fucking running.
And I'll tell you what, if you want to play devil's advocate for a minute, what if the very thing that he kind of touted on the controllers, having 2 controllers with every system, what if there was a legitimate chip shortage and the controllers are kind of what's holding these guys back?
Well, he says it's a screen shortage.
Well, even still, how much better would it have been just to package this with one?
Well,
you could still use the phones as controllers.
Yeah, remember we've talked about this, and Tommy's insistent that it's not the same. You need the controller. It makes the world of difference. One day he'll tell you that the phone is good enough. It's just as good as a controller. The next day he's telling you that the controller is integral to the fucking system. Without it, you're not getting the experience. So you would
Well,
never.
I know. Our original argument always was though, bundle it just the console, right? You bundle the 2 controllers. But I mean, even to go to a step further and say, if it was a chip shortage, you could still meet that in between. You're meeting us halfway. Even I'd buy a cheaper price tag, 1 controller. I could do that. And look, you're saving yourself this screen shortage or whatever part you need. You're cutting it down at least by just offering 1 controller, and I'm still getting that experience. And that's the thing. That's all it's ever been, is that he's shot for the stars and he's missed.
Yeah. Bowling Bob Ross says, for being a kids console, they sure don't have any new kids IPs. What are you talking about? They got Care Bears, Sesame Street, Evel Knievel, Shark.
They do need what is a kid's what is a kid's IP these days anyways that they could possibly get though, something
Nothing.
legitimate.
They can't afford anything. They literally I don't think there's a single.
Do you think they could get the Baby Shark game?
I don't even think they could afford Baby Shark. They couldn't even license Baby Shark for the Shark game.
Do you think they tried?
No, I don't think he even knows. He doesn't have kids. I don't think he's aware.
But do you think he knows somebody inside of
No.
Who are the people that I think Nickelodeon bought that, didn't they?
Probably. But I'm saying think about this, Gary. The oof sound was online for 10 years, for a decade, before Tommy was even aware. Tommy existed. Tommy was online. Tommy had a Twitter account. He's had other things. He supposedly has all these friends in the industry and everything. Never knew the fucking oof sound was out there. The most popular fucking meme. Everybody's talking about Roblox. The most popular fucking kids thing ever. PewDiePie's got the oof sound in his videos. Everybody's fucking knows the oof sound. Except for Tommy. He didn't know that it was fucking out there. That's how out of touch with the culture and the the common man. So no, I don't think he knows any fucking kids properties. I don't think he knows anything that's out there. Someone has to tell him.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think he get anything either. I think
oh
he
yeah, that's
got
right.
those few because.
According
Go
to
ahead.
Tommy, he's had if you said that he hasn't talked to Disney in the last 3 years, you would be a liar. He's talked to Disney. They fucking love him. They're best friends. Him and the Disney people. He might get Aladdin on the fucking Amico. You don't know because fucking Disney loves him. Yeah, he didn't know his company made it. He was told. That's right. Someone had to tell him, "Hey, isn't that the sound from fucking Messiah?" Which he didn't even make. Joey Kuras made that sound. Yeah,
What
Tommy is
is
rich as fuck. I don't think he's
what's
just
the
he's also rich. Like he's not. It's like when Paris Hilton is like just stop being poor. You know, like fucking rich people do not know what normal people do. He's doing rich fucking people things. He's not doing poor people internet things.
yeah? I've always said he's out of touch.
Way out of touch. Lorenzo Sleestack says, "If I had two controllers, I'd likely lose one."
Actually, I take that back. I think he's in.
Insane.
No, I think he's in touch, but he might be right, man. They might sell 1 million consoles. You never know.
Oh yeah. But I'm saying, like, what is there for them? To, like, fucking Cocomelon, Arthur, Miraculous, SpongeBob,
There's a dinosaur. I can't remember. There's a couple things that I've seen that are like
Dinosaur
could have the
Train.
potential. No, that's old. That could have the potential, but it has to be something current, something new. But I don't know.
You
There's
get Peppa
nothing.
Pig. There's a Peppa Pig game on the Switch. They didn't even get a fucking Peppa Pig game.
Maybe they'll steal that one.
I mean, come on, Curious George. These are classics. Curious George, Peppa Pig, fucking Wildcrats.
What if they did like an original? Do they got like a Clifford game? There you go.
Clifford. No, they got the new movie coming out, so they couldn't even afford Clifford. Blippi. Maybe
Oh
I'll play the
shit.
Blippi game.
Yeah, he needs something substantial. Something needs to be shown. Something. You need some kind of news. You gotta be, like, there's no deals going on. That's why this all feels like we've exposed it to like the ends, and it's just one hollow. It's a joke. I don't know what to say about it. Like, I've been talking about it for too long. I'm
Yeah,
like dead.
Tommy says Tron is a cheap license to get. Fucking anybody. I can just call up Disney and get it. It's fucking they're giving it away. They're giving the fucking Tron license away.
I mean, they did give it to Arcade One Up, so I definitely see places. If he has ties within Disney, I could see him getting a sign off on, at the very least. Maybe we do get games that were made, because as long as they get that okay, they'd be able to probably produce, and this would actually go well with if they wanted to make more physical games. A Tron game is like definitely doable, if he has ties within Disney, and
Yeah, well, the Tron arcade machine's like what, like $700?
yeah, but
I'm
that,
pretty sure
like,
Disney's getting the big chunk of that, right?
I mean, they pay a good. See, the prices have went up, and this is what's been going on with Arcade One Up. Is, like you said, it's like $700, and that's because I think that's where probably a third of it's going to Disney. Yeah,
Well, what's a third? So it's $700, right?
I
What
would
is a third? It's like 200. That's almost a whole fucking Amico. He's not giving them $200 per fucking Tron game sold, right?
right. They'd probably be getting a very, very, very
So
small
even if he
cut.
was like, "Hey, we're gonna sell the Tron game, right, for $10," and Disney can have 100% of the fucking money, right? Give it all to Disney. It's still only $10. They're Disney. That's like fucking
I mean, he would have to pull something kind of like sleazy and pull the Amico tied in with some kind of like.
There's no amount of the amount of money that they would have to pay. The games are too cheap.
But what I'm saying is like what I'm trying to find a way where there's a good scenario where like
There's none. It's
the
all about
Amico the Amico's actually useful and has good stuff on it. But I can't. I'm stumped.
Yeah, Balding Bob Ross, like Tron is not cheap. It's not. I mean, it's just simple. Like you just got to do simple math, right? If the games are $10, right? How much of that is going to fucking go to Disney?
I mean, do you think? Okay, I'm gonna lay this one out for you. Do you think when he got into this and he said, "Oh yeah, I got the idea. I got the guys that are gonna put this idea together, right? And it's gonna be the Amico. It's gonna be this console. It's gonna be sweet." And then when they were doing this, Tommy's just been away from the game for so long that he didn't realize that licensing costs so much.
No, I think he knows. He's just talking out his ass. See, here's the difference between Leap TV. He said Leap TV had Disney games. Disney probably made those games. Disney probably went to Leap TV and was like, "Hey, you're selling a bunch. We want to put some games on there."
Right.
I don't think Leap TV actually made any of the games. I don't think they were.
No, they were probably still made by the people who like they had a. I forget what the exact like what they called them, but there was the studio that they called, I forget the studio's name, but they were probably the same people who did like work on like Disney Infinity and shit like that, you know. But they've closed. Didn't they? They're not doing games right now anymore, are they? Like Disney doesn't have their own kind of like
division
of like studio for like game. What were they called? I'm trying to remember what the Disney Infinity studio was called. Real quick.
Well, the Leapfrog TV game that I'm looking at right now has a copyright Disney, DisneyJunior.com. I'm not seeing any publisher on there.
Oh, they're fighting in the other room again. We're all going crazy here the last couple of days. Tensions are tight.
Yeah, I don't see anything. But I'm pretty sure that they were either made by Disney. They're crap games anyway.
Right.
What's up, Ray? Ray is back from her nap.
Oh, that was Avalanche Software. That wasn't Heavy Iron Studios, Ninja Theory.
Wiley said
Digital.
Gary wanted the Amico to be good so badly, but Tommy let him down.
Hey, I'm just trying to give I'm trying to be fair here, and nobody can come back talking shit like, "Oh, you just want it to fail." No, I have gone over every scenario in my head, and there's like, this is the end game. Well, we're fucked because there's no way that this thing is gonna sell. Like, I'm Doctor Strange. I'm telling you, I've looked at all the ways, and it's just not gonna sell. It's just not doable.
Yeah, Mike Garcia reminds us that VTech is a huge multinational organization. So they didn't just have the Leap TV; they had the Leapfrog, all the other stuff. So that's probably how they got the deal. Balding Bob Ross says Tommy is just going to do knockoff Tron. Let's be real. Well, they should anyway. That's what I said from the beginning. Licenses don't mean shit. Everybody knows
they really don't.
Crap, right? If you're talking about quality games, I guarantee you, no one's talking like no licensed game is really making the top 10, best games of all time. Even probably the top 50. There's probably not a single licensed game in there.
I mean, you can still make your Deadly Discs. You can still make your Tron Maze. I can't remember the name of that one. It was like Tron Maze or something like that. But you still make those games. They don't have to have the branding on it. That's all it is.
Yeah. The branding is just to trick people into buying the game. But if the game's good, you don't need the fucking branding.
Right. So he could definitely do that. And those games are so basic that. And that's the only thing. He's gonna get the flack for it though, right? Because you're gonna see it and be like, oh, it's not called Tron. And the guys are gonna, the purists, those, it's gonna piss those guys off. But remember,
Just
that's not
explain
who
it
it's
to
for
them.
anyway.
Like, hey guys, we couldn't get the fucking license. Too expensive. Either you got a game or you got nothing because I couldn't get the license. Lorenzo Sleestack says, why do the Amico videos focus on so many testimonials but barely show gameplay footage? Because the gameplay footage is so bad. It's so fucking shallow. What's up, Carl? You coming back?
Yeah, I'm coming back. I got my energy back.
Carl went and took care of. Needed to get that energy.
Yeah, but I did want to say one thing.
What was that?
I don't need people to defend me. I just need people to make sure their YouTube channels are cleaner is all I'm asking. Just better upkeep,
Yeah.
Hey, watch those comment sections. Don't let these people fester in and start trouble. That's all I want.
I agree. That's why we get rid of you if you cause trouble here.
And that's to everybody in the community. It's a task that involves everyone.
No, I agree, Lorenzo. Show me some fun gameplay, and I'd consider buying one too. There's a few,
Have you heard
few,
this,
but it's
Carl?
not enough.
Gary's desperately trying to figure out how to make the Amico get Tron.
I've been trying for the last hour to make it fit, Carl, and I can't sell myself.
How to do it? You buy the Amico, you turn it into an emulation machine. There you go. You jailbreak the hell out of it.
If Rhea wants to come on, we'll let Rhea come on. But I don't think she wants to come on.
But Carl, here's the thing though. Like, if you're gonna turn it into an emulation machine, why not just go the cheaper route and go? I still don't. That still does.
I don't know.
I don't see the point of spending the $250 if you can get away with doing the same thing for cheaper.
Valid point.
We'll invite Ninja Kitty. If Ninja Kitty wants to come on, we'll let him come on too.
Sounds great. Let me get out of chat room. There we go.
By those people, does Carl mean humans? Yeah.
No, yeah, maybe it was. May say you said something. I'm just, the point of my video is just, to make people aware that these people are lingering like a disease and are in the comment sections of our videos.
Well, I'm like a disease in everybody else's comment section, so.
Well, to be fair, I do see. I try not to get rid of people if they're not causing trouble in my comment section. I don't go and venture into other people's comments sections that much. But you know who you are. Straighten up.
I'm usually fair though. I'll leave like a message, and I don't go to every video. Like if I see a new guy come into the conversation, I'll usually strike up and say something. But I don't keep at it. That's the thing. I think a lot of people got to understand that. Like you can have your opinion, share it maybe like once. That's fine. And if you're going to every video doing that, then you got a problem. But if you got an opinion about it, that's cool. But
someone's asking me how the music CDs. Yeah, they're actually pretty good. They're all tracks. The ones I've listened to, they're people know them. They've listened to these songs in commercials, TV shows. It's actually, I think there's more music in this than my 80s collection.
What did you say? There was like 600 songs, right?
312 split between 18 CDs and 2 DVDs.
That's fucking way too much.
No,
that's more
isn't.
music than I could listen to.
Oh, I have tons of CDs. So.
but you have Bofa.
No, I don't.
I'm not gonna do it. You know who I wanted on the show today? What the hell's his name? Silverbell, something Silverbell.
Maybe he just has life. His life is all you know.
What the hell's his name? Come on, someone help me out here. You guys know.
Is he an Amico creator?
He just started making videos. He's like
It's like Bill
Ben
Silver.
Silverpalm. That's who it is. There's Ninja Kitty. What's up?
Hey,
What's going on here?
Yeah, Ben Silver, who's a chappy. I wanted to get him on. He's kind of a middle of the road guy, old school Intellivision fan. He's got criticisms. He's got some praise for the company. I think he'd be interesting to have on here. What do you think, Ninja? Can it be saved? Are they getting Tron? What's going on?
I don't know why you'd get Tron because the license is not worth that much. Sadly, can it be saved? Nope. Did you not listen to that interview earlier today?
I was there for a little bit.
Did you hear the whole thing?
I think I heard about 90%. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you have more confidence that they're steering the ship in the right direction based off his answers?
No. Did you see he was like deer in the headlights at one point?
Yeah, that's the part where my comment got deleted. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that. Because you were being mean.
I wasn't being mean.
What did you say?
I said it looked like his. What did I say again?
Looked like his brain reset or something like that.
I said it looked like his brain restarted, and then you can hear the Windows startup theme.
I mean, I received lots of harassment, and I didn't think that was mean.
Well, Carl, you shouldn't get harassed. Whoever does that, not nice. Not nice.
It's the story of my life. So.
Yeah, I would get the potion sword run guy. He seems pretty decent. He can come on too if he stops in. Yeah, maybe his brain turned to Swiss cheese. Maybe that's what it was.
It's entirely possible.
So what do you think about all that NFT talk, Ninja Kitty? You were there, you heard it. Let's hear your perspective.
What I thought about it? Well, I thought he did not know the answer and tried to make up an answer on the spot, and it came off awkward. And
Probably
very confusing. And it did not seem easy and clear. And I'm still a bit confused on how it works if you want to. Like, do you have to be offline, Tony? I can't. I didn't understand what he was trying to explain. Like, if you disconnect, do you have to keep tapping or not? I didn't.
Well, he said that if you stayed online, that you would never have to tap the card again. But if you went offline, that maybe the system, because he's never like 100% definite, but maybe you would have to tap it every so often so that the system knows that you still have the game or whatever. But I don't know how that would work if it's offline.
It's very confusing, especially if you were to tap your system, put it on the controller, then go to your friend's house. Do you need to also bring the card?
No, but he said before you wouldn't need to bring the card. I guess your friends would have to be online in order to download the game anyway, right?
True. But how does that work if you're like, because does it transfer ownership to him? Like,
too.
I think you guys just bought a bunch of cardboard and you ain't got shit on there.
But Ninja brings up a good point. What if I put my system offline, right? Take my controller over to Ninja's house. Put my games on Ninja Kitty's. Now, it's supposed to take them off of mine, right? But if it's offline, how's it going to take them off mine? And if I'm offline, what's up, Ray is joining us too. If the system's offline, am I going to have to tap the controller on my system all the time to play my game?
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you ever try to cheat the system like that, obviously, if you want to get back online to buy more games, that's You know, that's a way to deter the piracy, but that means that the system has to establish itself, and there has to be a good array of games. So
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about cheating the system. I'm just talking about if I want to play the games, right? Remember, he said like if you want to go to your friend's house, you take the controller, tap it on the system, but then you can't play it at your house because they're by your friend's house. That's
well,
how
my understanding is if you try to cheat the system, right? If you try to download it on your system and you have it, now you're offline. Obviously, it's got to stay online. Like unless the system's going to be created to where there is a check every so often in the, once you set your timer coded into the system, then you should be able to get away with keeping that game and then theoretically, tapping it onto another system that's online will, switch ownership. That's the only way that it could work.
So confusing. What do you think, Rhea? Do you think offline you're going to be able to play the games forever, or you're going to have to do a check? Or did you understand any of that shit Tommy was talking earlier?
Is this on the Slopes interview, or was there another interview that I missed? I didn't watch that one.
You didn't watch the Slopes?
No, like Slopes just like came out of nowhere with all this Amico content, and I was like wondering when or if we'd ever hear from him. So I have a lot to catch up on, unfortunately.
Oh, you should watch it. It's real good. At one point, Slopes asks him a direct question. Tommy freezes, looks at the camera, confused. He spasms. He literally like, and then he like says something. It's the freakiest thing. It's like his brain reset, like Ninja Katie said.
I mean, it's kind of more of this. It's more of the same that he's done when he's been in these interviews and these situations where, kind of when he promises certain games or certain things.
You want me to send it to him, or you? Are you comfortable with me sending him a link?
Yeah, you could send it. I was going to send it on Twitter, but go ahead.
Okay.
Mad Max is going to come in and explain for everybody.
He's going to mansplain?
When did we lose Carl?
Carl jumped off like 2 minutes ago.
It only took what, like, we're 4 hours in for the real convo to start.
Yeah. 4 hours in, and we're finally going to figure out how the NFT works.
Did you like how he tried to explain encryption on the cards and whatnot?
Oh,
yeah. Embarrassed himself.
Because there's data on the card that you don't know is on there, and your RFID reader is not reading the data.
And fair enough, but it's easy to get an RFID cloner. We actually have some at our work. So the issue that, how Nintendo has with amiibos, people have the cards that are dirt cheap. They'll have the exact same issues.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm being nice to everyone. Hello. This is my first time talking to Ninja. I just got back into town. I did not watch the Slopes interview, but this is what was explained to me before. Maybe it's changed since the Slopes interview. Once you tap it and you download it, you can play the game offline. But then when you connect to the, like, say if you trade it, you could keep playing it on and on, even if you trade the game or someone sells it. But the moment you connect online into television service again, and that card's used on another system, you have to re-authenticate, and then you'd have to tap it again or use the code on the back.
Okay.
So that's what was explained to me before. I want to watch the Slopes interview. I didn't get a chance to. I watched part 1 while I was away yesterday, and I didn't watch part 2. So unless that's changed, you don't have, as far as I was before when I heard him talk about this, you don't have to tap it each time you want to play. But then if someone, and it's like, say you sell it and someone connects it to their console, you technically could both have that same game on your console. But the moment you connect to Wi-Fi and Intellivision again, it's going to ask you to re-authenticate because someone else has the code.
Right. Okay. So here's what you missed on the Slopes interview, Max.
Okay.
Tommy said that when you're offline, right? So I take my Amico offline.
Mm-hmm.
It would ask me periodically to tap the RFID card to re-authenticate that I have the card so I can play my game.
I have to watch the context of it. I'll take your word for it. But if that technically has changed since the last time he discussed it, maybe because people, maybe investors or people in the company, like, well, that's not good if someone can technically have a free game. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing.
That potentially could have changed, or maybe he got it wrong before. I don't know.
Well, let me ask y'all this, because I've heard like numerous times, like from folks more knowledgeable than I am, that like piracy was never like or it's a known issue, but it's not like a priority for them to have a fix for. Like they don't expect the number of people to scam the system basically and never go back online if they were to give their physical product away, or trade it in or sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard him say that. That's why I believe that all of this encryption talk and everything is just smoke and mirrors, because I don't believe they think there's going to be that many people stealing it, and this is just talk to deter anybody who might steal it. But in the grand scheme of things, I think there's going to be no security. It's just going to be assuming, because what could you do really, Max? Like, if I can get a card, like I could clone the RFID card, right? And then sell you the real one. So then I just tap the one I cloned. There's no way that the console would know that it's a cloned card. It would just know that it has the same data.
I don't know. I'm guessing there is a way to clone them. I don't know. Something with the code in the back and double tapping. I don't know. I think there was some type of, they were discussing potentially some double tap too when the new person has it, and then you put in that code if there's like a discrepancy. This person says they own the game. This person says they own the game, and then you double tap and then put the code. I don't know. I just came on because that first thing you said about not being able to play, like you have to retap a game card when you're not online. That is something I haven't heard before. I'll have to watch the context of the video. And if that is something he actually said, and I'll take all your word for it, that has changed. And then I would think, actually, because I really like the physical products, and I like that I don't have to take it off the shelf to re-authenticate, that would mean it'd be probably be better just to get the digital game if you have to retap it when you're not online. Or say the servers are up and Intellivision is successful and you just then it's not a big issue. But like in the future, retapping each time, even though it's simple, it's not something I want to do. It's not. I mean, if it's actually changed to that, like buying physical media was like, oh, now it's kind of a pain. And I don't. That's if their servers are down in the future and you can't connect to Wi-Fi, and then you gotta, if you bought a game that way, you're gonna have to tap it each time you want to play it.
Yeah, he wrote on Atari Age about the same thing too, because people had brought up the fact that you could just take it offline and then steal the game technically.
Yeah.
So that's where he started with the having it. What if you have to tap it all the time? See, you sold the card, but if you clone the card.
Mike Garcia, did I say physical media? I said physical product. Man, they're trying to correct me, and I'm not even wrong.
You said physical media at once.
Did I? Damn it! Oh man, I thought I legit said physical product. I will check out the interview. I just came on for I just walked in the door. I was out of town.
Because he also implied that there might be an RFID writer on the Amico that's going to write data onto your card.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that part. I'm going to have to watch this interview. I did comment on part 1 on Slopes, and everyone was getting pissy towards me, even in the comment section. Not any of you. Some new people that don't even know me, and they're like, "Oh, look at this show." I'm like, "Oh, great." And I was just saying, thanks for having him on. I'm looking forward to playing my Founders Edition, and that's all I said. And then people were like, "You show," in the comment section.
Well, Max,
it wasn't anyone I know. It wasn't anyone no one that usually comments. Yeah.
Yeah, so like this actually made another question pop up into my head. So like the whole like bring your Amico controller to your friend's house who also has an Amico dock. Like, did y'all get a chance to actually test that in person?
No, but it was. I don't know if that part. Well, basically, see, the reason you can't really test that at the event is because all the systems have the games you're allowed to play available anyway. It's not like to truly test that, you have to have a controller that has some games and bring it to a dock that doesn't have some games playable to see if that works.
I'm just going to cut in there. Hang on a sec. I believe you have to download the games when you go to your friend's house. So the games I don't believe are on the controller, aren't they?
It shows your library, and then I guess my assumption would be if you docked your controller over a friend's house, it would say, oh, you want to download these games to try or something, but since all the Amico systems that are demo systems have exact same games on there, I don't think there's a way to demo that part. That is that.
One?
Go ahead.
Couldn't you just delete one?
I don't know if I guess you could to show that. I don't think.
because you have it on all three. You have 3 consoles that have the games.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just take the controller, delete, say, Evil Knievel, take the red controller, put it on the white Amico, and say, look, this is how it works.
Now that would be a great video to show that, because regardless of the tech or the specs of the games, now there's a lot of talk about, is this going to work if the servers go down? But if actually what he says works, this part of just tapping and downloading a game, or taking your controller to a friend's house and being able to access the game, and then when they go home, you can access it for 24 hours, I believe he said. That is next level. Like, I would love my library again, although PlayStation, Xbox games are so big that it'd be impossible. Like, bring your control. But wouldn't that be great in theory?
Max,
if all controllers could have a library of your games, if you go over
Max,
someone else's console. What?
I can go to your house and just sign into my PlayStation account and then download my games onto your console to play, right? That's a feature that's available today.
On PlayStation.
On PlayStation, yes. And I believe Xbox has the same feature.
I can one-up you, Tony.
Go ahead.
If you had an Xbox, I can log into anything, web browser, and just play it on xCloud.
That's true. That's true.
With Steam, I could just make you my friend and you could just borrow my games from my Steam account, right?
I don't use Steam. PlayStation, I forgot that was I haven't really tried that yet, honestly. So that is a good feat. Okay, never mind. It's not next level, whatever.
Max, I actually just saw Chappie's question, and I don't know if maybe you can confirm this or someone else. I always thought that the Amico dock was kind of like the Switch dock. It's just a way for you to play it on your TV, but the actual hardware is within the mobile unit, like the controller, or i.e. the Switch handheld. Is that the case with Amico, or is there actual hardware or software nested in the dock?
I think there's software and stuff in the dock.
It has to be in the dock because you can play with your cell phone. So
yeah. Max, if we both had Switches, I could just bring my Switch over and dock it on your dock, and we could play that.
True. Okay.
I feel like
so what I said. Okay, forget what I said. Just forget it.
I feel like
God damn it.
The whataboutisms is it's kind of a moot point. Like, I can't disagree. Like, why would you buy an Amico over a Switch? And my whole position has always been like, well, I want both. There's specific interests that each of those fulfill for me personally. But I don't know if that's I guess that's where I don't really understand where folks are not sold on that idea that these two can exist and you can have both. I guess I don't understand why people don't understand that.
Yeah, I know. I like to get everything I want. I don't like to buy one thing over another. I'm not like I'm not getting packed a consolist, where I only want one console over another. I want a lot of experiences.
But here's the thing, Max. Don't you want good experiences, right?
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
So I'm not saying that the Amico shouldn't exist. I'm saying what you're showing me right now is not something interesting that I think is gonna make a lot of people want it.
Listen. If they actually go in and start assembling the founders, I am sold right away after what I played at the event. Like, I want it. I like the controller. I like everything. So I'm sold on what there is already. I do want, though, as a person covering this for years, I want something more. I want more games. I want to see more people, reactions to different games. Like, I really want to see people react to Night Stalker, Finnegan Fox, stuff like that. I want to see new game announcements too, stuff I don't know that's in development yet. Based on what I have now, if I could play the games I played at the Crayola event, I'd be happy. But I do want more,
Well, they just announced a new game. You didn't watch my video today, did you, Max?
No, I didn't. I literally just walked in the door. I'm backed up on YouTube, I didn't. What new game?
There was a secret Amico project.
Well, I don't want my first reveal to be here. I came in to be nice. I don't want to even get crap for coming on here again. I'm trying to be nicer. For my good friend Rhea, she tries to guide me the right way. So I'm trying to be nicer, even people I completely disagree with. So I'm here because I thought I could add a little bit to what I knew about the RFID and being offline before, but that potentially could have changed based on his being interviewed about it before. I'm like, I guess people get a free game for a while unless they connect to the internet. Maybe they decide to change that. They don't like that. Maybe it's potentially some investors like, I don't like that. Or someone else besides Tommy. I don't know. I'll have to check that part
out. What do you know about the NFTs, Max?
Non-fungible token. I'm not an expert on that. I think I like Gen X Gamer's point of view on that. I think it is cool. I don't know how it's integrated yet. I heard. I don't want to. Ooh, I don't know if I think I heard somewhere that because there's different blockchains available. So, I don't know. I thought someone said they were looking at Amazon. I don't know. I don't know who offers blockchains. I've only recently found out about this stuff the last few months because I don't follow all like crypto and NFTs. I think it's a good thing if it works. I don't know. Based on what I've seen so far. I don't know which blockchain they're using or how that you register with the blockchain just by tapping to. Is there something with the download that also I have no idea. I don't know where you're registering in the blockchain with the NFT based on
that's
the tapping.
The biggest question we all have.
Right. I have the same questions. I have no idea. I think if they advertise it, they need to deliver on that part, and I think they should. I think that does make it more interesting for video game history. I've been enjoying Gen X Gamers coverage of this on the NFT and how, yeah.
In my opinion, I think Gen X Gamer is way off base with the NFT.
All right. Why?
And here's why.
Just so you know, I'm only gonna be under for 10 more minutes. I don't want to but I do have to get to bed.
10 minutes in Mad Max time is like 2 hours.
No, I actually just personal stuff. I saw the doctor and they, I got a bunch of recommendations. So I need to get to sleep more reasonable times. Nothing to do with your show.
Sure. He said don't be by people that aggravate you, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not aggravated tonight. I'm fine. I'm not aggravated.
But here's why I think Gen X Gamer is way off base on the NFT things as far as video games. The way Tommy is saying that he's going to use NFT, it's very consumer friendly. Okay, if he pulls it off the way he's dreamed it, it's very consumer friendly, which goes against everything that all the other companies are doing.
Okay.
Sony is not going to give you the ability to sell and trade digital content because they're not going to make any money from that. The secondary market.
Yeah. I think retailers will want to promote this type of
But what retailers won't be getting anything out of it.
Right. What's that?
That you?
Oh,
yeah,
yes, it
really
is.
Max.
Hey, Carl.
Oh, that's cool. What up?
Hey, can I be on the left side of Carl so it looks like I'm looking at someone? Sorry, I'm just like kind of a stickler about stream layout stuff.
Yeah, no problem.
Ray, I'm a sweetheart of the Amico world. What up?
I know there's a new queen in town. Saggy's got a lot of to work. She's got a lot of work to do.
No, she is gonna. Y'all need to show up and show out for her level 857 interview tomorrow. It's about to be lit. I never watched any of their content. I vaguely know who they are. But I'm gonna tune in for that because I would love to like.
They were nice
learn
guys.
about them.
I'll give you some tea though. They annoyed me because they wouldn't get away from the controller. I had a real hard time playing games because those guys are all.
Well, there's a bunch of them, right?
Right. So I was really hard to get some Amico time with them in the room. So yeah, but they seem nice.
Yeah, but like I was saying, being able to trade digital content would mean that Sony, like if I sold Max my Guardians of the Galaxy game, Sony doesn't get a cut of that. So why would they promote something where they're losing potentially?
Oh no, I totally see your point. Why, when they cut out the middleman and they make more profits, are they going to go back to something like this? If retailers are still important to them, or if
what is retailers going to get out of it? Retailers sell the games now as is $60. Retailers would also be losing because they're not getting anything on the
like games market. Resellers, stores and stuff, stuff like that. The resale market, GameStop. If more companies start doing this in the future, it could help. GameStop really isn't selling much current gen games, especially with Game Pass and stuff. I don't think. I mean, they still are, but not as much.
Sony and Microsoft don't care if GameStop goes under.
I don't know.
Well, let me ask y'all this, because I feel like
there's a place to just go and get all the accessories and stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean in there.
It's. Don't y'all feel like this is kind of like putting the cart before the horse? I know that these convos can get pretty in the weeds, and that's part of the reason why I do find them interesting. But this part, the more that I think about it, I'm like, we don't even know when or technically if the Founders Editions are going to come out, let alone the accessibility of the console afterwards. So it's and we're already talking about, piracy and, the availability of the physical products for folks who are able to get the console after the Founders. It's like we're looking so far ahead in the future, but at the same time, folks are saying, well, there is no future. Like, this thing is never coming out, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, well, where are we at as far as this conversation? Is it, if there's still uncertainty around it coming out, but we're still speculating on the long-term future of it, Well,
that's a good point. I mean, I don't think any of us doubt it's going to come out eventually.
I do.
But, okay.
Gary does.
Everyone but Ninja Kitty.
I'm pretty sure Gary does.
I have 3 words: rear wheel drive.
I have no idea what that means.
All you guys are getting pay cuts.
I can answer that.
I get paid for being here?
If we were just to talk about what most likely will happen, it'd be a pretty boring YouTube stream, and it'd only be 20 minutes. It's well, this is looking pretty grim. We got nothing else to say.
No, I think the lack of new info is a potential problem too. We need to have more stuff coming out from Intellivision. I am glad they announced the new game. I don't know if you guys are all laughing at me because you know what it is, and I don't want to find out first here. I want to watch content and be excited.
But they didn't announce a new game, Max.
Oh, did you find it? Okay.
What I said was
I did see.
it was
I
a new
did
project.
see. I didn't click on it yet, Tony, but I did see on recommendations because I watched so much Amico content, your video, and something about one of the events. So they didn't announce it. Okay, great. I'm gonna have to watch your vid to find out.
That's right. I wanted to get to this comment from a Talkie teacher, the Ashen Knight. He says it would be nice if Tommy gave more notice about the events. Well, Tommy spoke about that today. And now, again, don't jump on me. I'm only repeating what Tommy said. But he said that the reason that they don't give more advance notice is because the crazy lunatics are calling up the places that they're holding the events and calling in bomb threats, saying they're going to go shoot Tommy.
True. I know. Yes.
Saying that Tommy's a white supremacist.
Yes, and that's not you guys, to be fair. That's some of the I shouldn't even say. I think that's some of the channels that even you guys have blocked. You know.
I agree with you 100% on that one.
Yeah. All right, Callie. Oh, great. Now my wife's going to wake up. Callie, get over here.
Max, you're on that damn internet again.
Right, because I was supposed to go to bed early, and she already went to sleep. I'm going to get in trouble.
I did speak, because I knew about this for a while. I was privy to this information, but I was told not to address it publicly. But because Tommy spoke about it today, I feel comfortable speaking about it. It is not anybody that I know of, and I'm pretty sure they need to start pressing charges, finding out who these people are. That said, it's real. I mean, I spoke to somebody about this, one of the Amico fans, and I said, the whole idea is to get people to play the console, right? That's the whole idea. So why not just have surprise events? Just have an event for something else. Say Rhea's birthday party, right? She's having a birthday party. All kind of people are going to come, and then just show up with the Amico and be like, "Here you go, guys, play it."
Oh, I think that's a great idea. Like, I'm right on board with you, Tony. I thought he should drive up and videotape random people, like just pop up on this, on where people are, pull out his trunk with the TV and games, and say, "Hey, you want to try the Amico? You think you're gonna like?" And get reactions, and then get people to sign off saying they're okay with that. That would be great. Yeah.
Well, another idea y'all just helped me think of right now is that street fairs are that's a captive audience right there. So and the whole argument about perceived threats prior to the event happening. You're going to an event with an established audience base to begin with, and you don't have to do any pre-marketing for that either, because it's already taken care of by the street event folks. So that would be another potential thing too, that they could probably capitalize on.
True.
Yeah.
I told them before because my wife's family lives in the country, and we used to go to country fairs, and they have stands there. That'd do great there. Something like where you could buy a booth.
One suggestion, they could just make it people play it at gunpoint.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea, Carl.
Carl, you have a shirt on.
Carl, they already went to Texas, didn't they?
That's my icon.
I have a better idea. You want to hear my idea?
Yeah.
Wait until the product's ready to ship and complete. So don't have public events. Wait till you have a bunch of games ready. Then when you have units that are complete, you send them off to influencers and let them play it. And don't do public events because it really isn't worth your time.
Yeah,
I disagree.
You can't trust influencers, though. They're liars.
I think this type of console does better with the public than reviewers. So do go with your strength. I'm not saying never send it to reviewers, but I have seen people, even though the issues with the Crayola, people highlighted. An investor was there and all that, but I've seen general people in the public react to it, and they had fun. So a critic that's
how many
very
people are you going to hit at Boomer's event? So even
True,
if they add
true.
100 people, you're only getting 100 people. If you get,
Right.
I'm not saying send it to Ars Technica because of course they're going to.
Well, no. Well, a lot of people that have made their careers on YouTube though are very technical, very specific. This is a console. Even though I like it, it's not going to review well when you go to the specifics. And a person, like, say if they don't include their family in the review, they're just like, say most reviewers, and there's a lot of guy reviewers there. They're just going to be reviewing it.
Well, that's why you don't send it to those guys. I did a fun video back in the day.
Oh, really? Okay.
About the Leapfrog Leap TV and their influencers, because it's a console for younger kids, and it showed their influencers as a bunch of moms, and they looked like soccer moms. They weren't, they didn't look like YouTube stars or anything, and they had their kids playing the console, and that worked pretty good. Well, aside the fact that the console died after a year, but doing that, they at least had tens of thousands of views on their videos instead of only getting.
You're lying, Carl.
I saw Rhea smile there.
That's an awkward smile.
Just wipe that drool off.
Turn the camera off, Carl.
Carl, you could do that. You're welcome to my show to take your shirt off anytime you want.
Rhea specifically requested that she get some kind of warning before that happened.
Oh, really?
It would be nice to have an announcement ahead of time, but
we need a trigger warning for Carl's shirt.
Yeah. Max, you said that there's a lot of male reviewers on YouTube. Are you saying that male reviewers are going to review the console?
No, I wasn't. No, I just meant like not single males, but like male reviewers that don't really include. It's only going to do good if you include more people in or family.
But
like
men
if they're just reviewing it solo, putting it through the paces, potentially, I don't think it's going to review as well if you review it with a group of people or a family.
Max,
that's what I'm saying. The circumstances of the review.
If the console,
God,
the whole point of it is to play with friends, and it's explained beforehand.
Yeah,
the reviewer would obviously do that. It'd
Not
be like saying, if I'm reviewing VR, right? I'm not going to sit in a room that's 2x2 and be like, the VR doesn't work because there's no fucking where for me to put my arms. No, obviously I'm going to be in a big space to give the VR the proper workout that it deserves. And the same thing with the Amico. You would obviously say, hey, when you review this, the games are meant to be played by multiple people. And then the reviewer would get their friends and try it out. That's how a proper review would be done.
Hopefully. There's a lot of games that have single player modes too, and a lot of reviewers just review that part, or then if they get to the multiplayer.
Do you know that for a fact? Because you sound like you're speaking factually that you know these people and that they're going to do this specifically.
I hate to interrupt y'all, but Rhea wanted
to say ahead. Go ahead, Rhea.
I was going to counter what Tony and Max are describing about, setting the conditions of the review to require demonstrations with multiple people. I would also argue that demonstrations with solo play are also valid because, again, like this, I think it's pretty. I think it's been established that there's only like a few thousand of these consoles pre-ordered, right? So there's going to be scarcity of this being a known product for folks to play with. So how likely is it that there's always going to be a group of folks readily available to play this with, So I guess like that's where I'm a little bit confused why leaning on demonstrations with multiple people is such a preferred way to see this console in action versus the reality that there's only so many of these consoles that are going to be out in the wild. So we need to have more examples of gameplay in different situations, in my opinion.
Okay. Let's not put it in the hands of Mad Little Pixel. I don't think any parent
Why
wants
not?
to see it. Well, I don't think any parent wants to see any family-friendly game console in the hands of a guy who talks about taint that much.
Oh,
he's
he
a solid
disappoint-
YouTuber. He's one of my favorite
He disappoints
content
me.
creators for sure.
I was a big fan of his, and I tried to get on his show, and he yelled
Yeah,
at
we
me.
saw that, Max. I saw that clip.
Yeah, and he yelled
Very
at me,
funny.
and then
Well,
very hilarious.
removing your personal feelings about this
Yeah, he
creator
does a good
aside, like
job. He does a good job,
he's
though,
pretty
yes.
solid. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see. I understand Rhea's point that they should be both solo and group demonstrations and review of the unit.
Mm-hmm.
And again, as a someone who reviews
I
things,
have I got to get going in like 5 minutes here, though,
All
just to give a heads up.
As someone who reviews things, you get told things ahead of time, and things are taken into consideration. So you can just tell them, hey, some games are for solo, some games are for groups. We would like you to make sure that you're giving it all, give it the full workout. Don't just do everything solo, or don't just do everything in a group. And the reviewer would then express their experience playing solo, playing in a group. If my thoughts as how it functions as having no one to play with, how it functions as having people to play with. I mean, but then again, I do things thoroughly.
Yeah, I know.
I will say that like that's what Tony is describing is like an industry standard practice, even for like PS5. Like the reviewers were sent like materials on what exactly to cover in their reviews, but not to like sway their reviews, just to tell them what to talk about in terms of like the features.
Yeah, I have a whole document. They actually sent me that, even though they didn't send me a console, they sent me the document as to what to speak about if I reviewed it. Bastards. But
For
I mean,
what
there
one?
are all kind of embargo agreements and stuff that you got to sign.
Yeah.
So I would imagine they would have those. The bigger question is, Max, do you think they're actually going to send any review units out?
I have no idea. I'm being selfish. I want an update on my founders, and I'm still rooting for Tommy. I like Tommy personally. I know potentially some people here are not a huge fan. I'm a fan of him and the console. I like him. But I really do want to update on my I can't even fathom thinking, honestly, because maybe I'm being selfish. I want to know what's happening with mine. I'm not really concerned about reviewers. I know I like it. Maybe because I've tried it and I just want mine. I'm not really. Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking, when I was in the stream last, they didn't make a point. Why didn't they Intellivision name the console Amici?
Well, Amico means friend, right?
Yeah, but it would be funny. Huh?
Okay. I know my friend is the one that brought that up.
It was. They were.
But yeah, would you call a console your friend, or would you call a console your friends? I don't know. To go to
Well, there's two controllers, so it's my friends.
But my Amico friend console, or my friend's console.
My friend.
Yeah, so I think they did it right. I actually disagree with my my Amico that said it should be Amici.
Who was that? Lunga?
Yeah.
Sounds like a Lunga thing.
Yeah, it is a Lunga thing.
Well, he's Italian, right? He's Sicilian.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to get Lunga on this show because he has very spicy Amico.
Oh, good God.
He's the entire reason why I'm even sitting here talking about Amico with Max and you, Tony. So like we have to thank Lunga for bringing us all together. It's because he like was the first to interview Tommy, and then that's how you met Tommy, and then you interviewed him on your channel with Saggy, and like then I started learning about
way too much credit.
He's the reason why we're all here right now.
No, I was gonna have Tommy, regardless if it was long. Because me and Lunga were in a collaboration of like a fan group. I said it'd be great to have on your channel, but I could have had him on my channel. I reached out to Tommy. And Lunga wasn't very happy with that interview. That's
Boy, that
actually
guy
we're
really
we're
doesn't
friends again, but that was like towards the tail end of our friendship the first time. Now we're friends again.
Well, that guy really doesn't like Tommy Tallarico.
No,
Damn.
no, that I refused to have him on that one time because I'm like, we don't need another Amico critic after we had a crazy stream before. Yes,
It would
Long as
definitely help to give the guest some notice. You don't want to bombard
Oh
them
yeah,
with
I agree
a
with
critic.
that. Oh yes. Oh, you mean like for the events or for when I had my other guest on and he wanted to pop in? Yes, we just wanted to chill stream, and then Longa is not going to he's going to tell people like this. He's 100% authentic all the time. He's going to say his opinion even when you don't want to hear it. He's going to go on there, and I like having him on. Oh, Ben Silver Pong Show. I got to check his
Larry,
channel.
we were just talking about him earlier.
I haven't checked out your vids yet. I'll check it out. I've heard people talking about you. You're
We
new
have
into
enough
the
room to
scene.
get that guy on.
I want to be
yeah,
welcoming
Ben
to the
is,
scene too.
Ben is good at making just homegrown, content, just
Okay.
sharing his thoughts. I will just, give him some feedback to, just turn your camera to, to landscape mode. That's just something that I'm pretty vocal about things that bother me on camera, so that's just my feedback. But but just take it as with a grain of salt. Your content's great regardless.
Rhea doesn't like the portrait mode. She says landscape.
I agree.
Yeah, I love his accent. He's got one of those great accents. Let's get Ben on the panel. I would. We got 6 right now. As soon as Max leaves, if Ben wants to jump
Well,
in.
I am gonna leave a few minutes because it's almost 1 for me.
Oh yeah, definitely get some rest, Max.
No, I'm supposed to. I need to spend less time on the internet.
Oh, also, I wanted to give you an update. So, for the Amico shows, I have been reaching out to folks, but it's been kind of dry as far as folks who are available now, especially in the last couple of weeks. Potion Sword Run is he was down to come on, but he's having computer issues.
Well, I
so
wanted
he
to
would have
have
been a
Gen
great
X
guest.
Gamer on now because I've been watching his vids more often.
Yeah, I want him on
once
too.
I got past the personal, I didn't like one of his vids. Then I started enjoying his content more. I removed the personal.
Have you guys asked
He's a
Pat
great
and Ian
person.
yet?
Max asked Pat in
They
his chat,
ignore
and
me.
you got timed out, and Pat, you were like,
I didn't
"When
know
are you
I
gonna
got
come?"
timed out.
No, I saw Max. I was there in the live chat.
I know,
He-
but I was
he
only
got
there
timed
for
out. I saw it.
I had to go. I was in there. I was ready to watch.
shield
and I had
hard.
to go- I had to go do an errand, and so I didn't see what happened. So they summoned.
You were like, "When are you gonna come on and chat with the madman?"
I was just joking.
And then Pat timed you out, and he was like, "There's your answer."
That was funny.
Damn.
I just did it as a joke, yeah, because
Sure
I knew
you
it
did,
wasn't.
Max. Sure
No,
you
I
did.
did. I mean, originally it wasn't a joke, but now I know because they don't, they're not particularly fond of me. I did it as a joke.
I like Ian though. He's probably my favorite person. He's definitely my favorite person. I feel like his annoyance with covering this console ad nauseum,
yeah, you can tell he really doesn't
is
want to talk about
relatable.
The chat says
no,
Max
I'm
should
still
get
subbed to
Leo.
them.
Yeah, Max
Oh,
get
Leo. I'll be honest with you. I was just trying to mess with Leo. I mean, I'm not opposed to talking with him, but he kind of
I don't think
out sometimes.
I feel for Leo in a big way. I know, Max, you have your opinions on why you don't want to have him on your show, but he a lot of his criticisms, in my opinion, in the short amount of time that I've gotten to chat with him directly, are pretty valid. And I don't think it's someone who is just out for blood or bitter or anything. He actually does have objective criticisms and wanting to see accountability for calling out bad behavior is totally fair because he's had his, I guess from what I've understand, he's had his name dragged through the mud, and so is Tony, and it doesn't feel like there's any disavowalment of that behavior from folks who are pro
I'll be
Amico.
honest. I was being nice to him. I was commenting on his video. I even thumbs it up one of his video. I commented, and then that same day, he deletes, he privates all his vids, the channel goes, and then I saw him complaining in the comment section about me in another vid. So that's why I was just that's basically all it is. I don't really need to talk to him. I'm not afraid to talk to him. I can talk to him, but I'm like, is it going to be anything new either? Like I want to talk to people that are like, I'm kind of more interested in talking to new people on the scene, honestly. I know he's been in there for a while, and really it's just, go ahead, Carl. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I was just saying.
I was just messing with him because I saw him talking about me in another comment section, and I know he kind of like spazzes out and takes all his. I'm doing this channel now, so I found out about the new channel. I comment on there. I'm making all the videos private. I'm like, oh, whatever, and then complaining about me. I'm like, okay.
I don't think Leo really handles other people having different opinions that well.
I don't want to talk too bad about him either. Honestly, I know I've given my honest things, but I was just the only reason I'm commenting on is there's so many people in my comment section. Why aren't you gonna have Leo on? And I was just messing with him. Like I don't know. I could have him on. I really don't want to.
Well, the thing is, Max, is like the reason I bring it up is because like Gen X is just like the latest, like not casualty, but I guess like victim of like this online bullying scene of just being critical of this console, and then like unfortunately being targeted by people who are known for being pro Amico. I understand that you disavowed the behavior of like the bullying and things like that, but it's because the perception of giving the perceived bullier or the bully a platform to defend themselves, but not giving the
that's why I said I wanted Gen X.
The victim a platform. Yeah, you're giving it to Gen X, but I think like with Leo, even though he's like a veteran in the Amico scene and things like that, just like giving him a platform just to like
if people really want me to have him
for
on,
his story
I'll
to be
have him
on.
Yeah, if you really want to,
I just wanted to kind of like make sure that there's like it's not a double standard, like Gen X is like a hot new YouTuber and Leo is just like this already known person,
No, I just got annoyed with them complaining about me. That's all.
Ben Silverpong, you have been misinformed. Max is not the best middleman in the whole Amico saga. Well, I guess technically,
if you say you are, I'm just gonna bounce.
No. Max is the best middleman, but he's not the best middle person.
Right. I agree with that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm like, I want to improve how I moderate because I do have some biases and opinions that kind of influence how discussions lean sometimes. So I'm trying my best to educate myself and remove those biases.
With that one time, you're like saying how the interviews were going. I'm like, you make up all the questions. I was just answering the question. I was like,
right,
but you do a great job.
Yeah, no, it's like definitely my responsibility to
you
do better,
a great
for
job.
sure.
You do a great job, but I was extremely frustrated when you said that. I'm like, I'm not making up the questions.
Right, I tried to reinforce like, I take responsibility for a lot of
no, but
how those discussions go down.
She does a great job. And the YouTube is a better place with her being a content creator. Honestly, these interviews that she's been putting together, is I put her in the top and the left for a reason. Like, she contacts the people. I'm just supporting her until she does it on her own show. But I actually like it's easy content for me because I don't have to plan ahead. So I'm more than happy to have it on my channel. I'm just saying she puts it together. It does a great job. If you honestly think I'm not being fair to Leo not having him on, and people want to see it, I'll do it. I'm not afraid to talk to people. I do want to talk to as many people as I can. Doesn't mean everyone. Like, I don't want to talk to every single critic there is.
Max is afraid to talk to me.
I just
don't want to be. Another thing too, though, is like I just don't want to be accused of like softballing. Just because like I am like a producer on your show. Like I do. I love supporting your channel. Like you're also my friend. So that's another thing too, where I just want to make sure that that doesn't influence it.
Oh no. So Carl, if he really thinks I should have Leo on, I'm gonna have to listen to my producers. I honestly do. I honestly do that. If I take your money and you really support my show, and then
Oh,
then
wait a
the
minute. You
others
mean I
say.
can give you more money and then you have to put certain people on max? Fuck, you
No,
should've done
I
this
mean,
earlier. How much?
I still have
This
the
is
final
my
say,
opinion.
but if people really want, like my producers really want certain things to happen, I'm like, okay, I'll give it a shot.
Did
Okay,
Max
so-
just say he would do anything for a little money?
No, I did not say.
Because
I didn't say
I'll
anything.
become a member.
No, I didn't
and,
say I didn't do it. I didn't say I
my
did.
request is
God damn,
Darius.
this is going to be clipped. No,
Aren't
I didn't
most
say-
people
I do
here
that.
anti-e-beggar, like
I say-
anti-shill?
And I used to be that. I used to be that.
All right,
Until I
so
saw-
this
until-
is my
Oh
idea.
my god, this is where I
What
should have
in-
gone to. It is 104.
Oh yeah,
time
Max,
for
like
bed.
please
No,
excuse
no.
yourself for sure. Yeah.
No, I'm saying I try to accommodate my.
I was
producers.
joking, Max.
I know
FYI.
you're joking.
If I want to
I
suggest
just-
anything, I'd say put him in there with your party with Lungo.
Max
Put
and
Leo in
Lunga.
with Lunga.
No, Leo.
Leo.
Oh, jeez. Show says, "God damn, you nerds have been on this whole time." Yes.
Yeah.
Show,
Not
you know
me.
we go long. We always go long. Max, I heard you've been getting it from Pro Amico streams too. What's up with that, Max?
Well, listen, I always say put your, walk in someone else's shoes. So they are heavily criticized, and I am not against people not showing their faces. I don't either. But if you show your face out there and then you're mocked and you're said you're a shill and a liar and you're only doing it for reasons, and then it can be very upsetting. Listen, I'll admit Ninja Kitty's some of his memes are fire, but then some, like, can you imagine if you were the person in some of his vids though? It would be, it could potentially be upsetting if you think you're being genuine or not. I'm just saying, try to see the other side. So they are extreme. Yes, they are extremely, because they've been criticized by everyone. Look at my channel. A lot of most of my viewers do not like the Amico content, and outside of that bubble, you get piled on every which direction if you're saying I'm pro Amico, and that's not just you guys. That's just the internet right now. I do think the majority, we are in the minority. I keep telling my friends, everyone else believes this. One thing that's happened with, like, say the Slopes, when he had lots of different people commenting on the boxed editions, this is the majority opinion. So even though we've been critical of the critics, this is what even though I don't believe it, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good product. I like what I'm getting in there because I also value the game. I think that's what a lot of people, potentially, not everyone, just don't value the game that much. That is assuming we get it. But this is the majority of the opinion out there. So we can't just say this is just the critics or the haters that have been following this forever. This is what most people think. And until it gets into people's hands and actually deliver on getting it to founders and people that have pre-ordered, this is going to be the majority of the opinion. So it's not just that people have been covering this to death that have covered it from the beginning. This is what everyone thinks right now. This is what the internet thinks about the Amico right now. Whatever potential damage is done, it's done. The only thing that's going to change people's minds is delivering on the product. And
all that's left is the crying, huh?
What's that?
I said all that's left is the crying.
I don't think there's going to be crying if the product
Tears
is
of joy.
delivered.
I was giving you an out.
Oh,
man.
tears of joy. Listen, I will be like going up with, like, Rocky with my Amico box, like, and
I'm crying, and the console isn't even out yet.
I mean, and I do hope Smash JT was being legit when he says the box design is really cool.
I
don't
gotta
know.
get to the comment of the night from Ben Silverpong. Geek Getaway has the best voice, in my opinion. I told everybody
The best
dripping
voice?
with honey. Thank you for recognizing that, Ben.
I
Well, I don't
appreciate
have
that.
voice saying the best.
I like Cyrus's voice. For he does a great radio voice when he's calm.
I agree.
I wanted to get to Rhea's comment where she said, "Aren't most of us anti-e-beggars, anti-shills, or
I
whatever?"
used to be.
I am an anti-e-beggar, but unlike certain people, I don't consider everything e-begging. Like if you're not legitimately begging, hey, I need money for my house, or hey, I want to take a vacation, or my car broke down, or my foot hurts. If you're not doing any of that, then it's not e-begging. If you're just like, hey, if you like what you see, give me some money, that's not e-begging. That's capitalism,
I'm
baby.
capitalist through and through.
That's what I'm talking about. It's capitalism. If you want to give me money for spitting some facts, I'm gonna take it. If you want me to sell some ball shavers, I'm gonna fucking do it. Give me some money. I don't care. Does Michael Jordan get criticism for selling fucking Hanes underwear? No, that motherfucker cashes checks, and y'all fucking buy that shit. All right. So don't give me those shit about somebody,
Not us.
coming up on some
Tony
fucking
here.
ball shavers. All right, bullshit.
Whoa!
They want to pay me, fucking pay me. All right. And if you don't like it, that's because you ain't getting that money.
Okay. I completely agree with Tony for once.
Finbar says I should use my real accent.
Actually, you know who got me out of the anti-e-begging is our girl Rhea right here. She's like, you should just.
Oh yeah, like
She convinced me.
I like have been like pushing Max and Saggy aggressively for months ever since I met them. Like monetize your content, put stream elements up it. Like back when Saggy was not monetized yet. Like find a way for us to continue to motivate you to create your content, because us showing up and liking the stream and commenting and things like that's like emotional validation, but it's also labor for you to be on here for several hours a day sometimes throughout the week. And that's like my argument is like your labor deserves compensation. And like same with you, Tony. Like if you decided to put like a Streamlabs or Stream Elements like donation link, I would totally like encourage folks to continue to support your content that way, because this is basically a full-time job that you're doing, like with the amount of content and research that you're putting out into the world and stuff.
Yep.
Tony, where's my money?
Show says make your money. That's right. 56K warning says pocket watchers, leave them in the trash where they belong. That's right. Zeno makes a good point here. He says real e-begging is I'm just a poor YouTuber, give me money. That's right.
Zeno's another one of my producers. If Zeno, I'll give props to Zeno. He's never told me, do this with your content. He stood by me the whole time. Like lots of my friends give me criticisms on like critiquing other YouTubers too, and he's always been there. He's another producer.
Wiley has a question for Rhea. He wants to know, how did you all meet?
Oh yeah, I just responded. So like I discovered Max's channel on 3 Buck Theater, Matt Jarbo's second channel, where he talks about movie news and stuff. And then I went over to Max's channel when I saw that he was live streaming, and I just really enjoyed like how organic the conversations, and like how unscripted and kind of freeform his discussion panels were. And he made himself really available to his audience too. Like he reads every comment on stream sometimes.
No, he doesn't. I had a complaint about Max. Actually, someone emailed me, said that Max doesn't read his comments. He was kind of upset.
I apologize. In my experience, he does tend to read a lot of the comments, so I should, restate what I said.
I try to. I'm also, I'm.
You know what I like about Max? He sounds kind of like Jerry Lewis.
Thank you. I'll take it.
He does.
Before I go, I saw someone pop in the chat. Potion Sword Run. I like his content. What is with the stealing the cats? I never got that part at the beginning of the video. I missed that joke.
Oh yeah, I love his lighting.
Is there a video I could go to of yours that explains why you stole your neighbor's cats? It's like he's I like he's smooth. He gives nice calm, commentary, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere is like, and I still have my neighbor's cats. And I'm like, where can I find the origin of this joke? I don't, is there a video where I could go to see that?
Yeah, I was also going to ask that question because I'm a cat collector. They're my colony.
Okay. So if you were a neighbor and you had a cute kitty, all right.
Zeno says Max derails his own topics because the chat distracts him.
That's true. That's a fair criticism. Yeah. I probably pay too much attention to the chat.
I think that's your most endearing quality, though.
I try. I go all over the place. I do have to get to bed though. It is.
Yes, please. You've said that you needed to go to bed for like the last 20 minutes.
Bed.
Chappie says Max was only going to be on for 10 minutes an hour ago.
Is it an hour? Oh god damn. Yeah, I didn't realize it's been on an hour. Okay,
Max loves us.
I don't. I love. I love some of you. I don't know if I love all of you. I don't know. Nice meeting you, Ninja Kitty, Gary.
Likewise.
I think Gary also criticized me on a video recently. So nice meeting you in person. Well, not in person, but on a stream, Gary. He's very quiet.
Thank you for chatting with us, Max. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I wasn't putting you on the spot, Gary. I was just trying to have some fun. Or maybe he fell asleep since I've been on. All right. Thank you, Rhea. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Carl, Ninja Kitty.
Thanks for calling in, Max.
See you later. Take care.
Bye.
I agree, Wiley. He says the internet is so awesome and making friends in the real world is difficult, especially when you have social anxiety. Yeah, or when you're old. Making friends as an old man is kind of hard in the real world. I mean, when you're a little kid, you could just walk up to somebody and be like, "Hey, you want to go fucking on the swings?"
Well, I would sure love to play with you in the swings, little kid.
No. But when you're an adult, you can't just walk up to somebody and be like, "Hey, you want to come to my house and play video games?" So yeah, it's a little more difficult when you're old. So online is nice. Rambling Man says ducks make great friends. Finbar wants to hear the accent. He keeps telling me to do the accent. It's hard. I can't just.
How about
bust out the accent.
Carl does the accent for you?
What? I mean, you know.
Don't.
Do the Mexican accent, Carl. That's what he's saying.
Please don't.
Thank you, Rhea. Thank you. Thank you for getting me out of that. Thank you so much.
For some reason, Zeno disavows.
Ooh, that's close.
You got anything else to talk about, people?
I really didn't want to do the accent.
Don't.
If Carl does the accent, we're gonna get we're gonna get flagged for so much. We always. That's why we'll never get this channel monetized, because we don't give a fuck and we talk about whatever.
I do like to use my fake Indian accent, but
please don't.
I
started the show off with my fake Indian accent.
Well, I know how are you doing today. This is customer service. How are you doing? Have you unplugged your computer?
Okay, it's a little bad, Carl. You got to work on that. Nogar wants the frijoles. I don't know what that's about. I don't eat beans. They give you gas. You know what? I actually have a issue with one of Rhea's friends, Brian, Master of None.
Oh, word? Why?
He was talking about pizza the other day. I had a whole stream about pizza.
Yeah.
And he got me so hungry that I ended up spending $60 on pizza yesterday.
$60?
Yes.
Well, you have pretty decent pizza out where you're at, I would imagine.
$60 on pizza.
With a deep dish?
Ooh.
Yes, I bought a stuffed
that's why.
Pizza for myself, and then I bought pizza for the rest of the family because they don't eat stuffed. So yeah,
it's more like a lasagna.
You buy $5 hot and ready Little Caesars, like that could feed the whole household.
Yeah, for real, Rhea. Preach on.
No, so I'm glad that I'm sad that I actually missed part of that stream, because any chance I get to defend Little Caesars, I hop on board for that, because Little Caesars is the GOAT. They have saved
amazing.
There are many nights where I could have gone hungry if it wasn't for Little Caesars, basically. So don't forget where you came from, basically.
I love Little Caesars pizza. The really good. I don't go there often enough.
Yeah, it wasn't just one pizza though, Show. It was, like I said, one medium stuffed and one medium sausage. But to be fair, the stuffed had onions, sausage, pepperoni, green peppers.
Oh my gosh, dude. Gas and pizza.
Yeah, Ben Silver's right. Pizza ain't cheap no more.
Actually, bullshit.
No, like
Well,
I
good
agree
pizza
with
isn't
Ben.
cheap.
Yeah, good pizza is not cheap. I used to work at a pizza place when I was in high school.
We have a Kroger's here, and that has a pizza bar, and it's like for a good slice, it's like $2 or $3.
Wiley wants to know. He wants to know what's my favorite topping, but I think we should give it to everybody to answer this. What's your favorite pizza toppings? For me, it's going to be sausage, onion, and jalapenos. Those are my favorite. If it doesn't have sausage, I don't want the pizza because I ain't
No
going to get full.
sausage.
My
Like spicy Italian sausage?
I like the Italian, the big Italian sausage.
The
Ninja
bulbous
Kitty.
sausage? It's good.
What about you, Gary? You still with us? No, apparently
Nope.
not.
Gary
Ninja
Fells.
Kitty, what's your favorite pizza?
Favorite toppings? Well, I like a good cheese on it. Like, I don't like. And then circle back to Little Caesars. My friend worked at Little Caesars. This is a long time ago, so I might have changed. But they used like processed cheese on their pizza. That was nasty. So
No, they changed. They changed. They don't do that anymore.
it's like a cheese sauce almost. But
no, they don't do that anymore.
Do they serve Canadian bacon on pizza in Canada, or do they just call it bacon, or how does that work up there?
I don't know what is Canadian bacon. Back bacon?
Just ham.
Is it? Oh, I don't know what it is. There's ham and pineapple here. Do you guys have that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. My dad always would order that. I'm like, ugh.
Oh,
so
I
nasty.
love that.
He'd order it, and like no one would eat it.
My favorite topping is meatball, but they have a chicken and kind of an herbal pizza that has a chicken and tomatoes. It's really good.
Barbecue chicken's good.
Yeah, it is.
The barbecue chicken pizza with usually with the tangy sauce, so good.
I like buffalo chicken pizzas.
Yeah, I usually go for like the combination pizza. Like when I was younger, I would like pick off all the like olives and green peppers and stuff. But now those are like that's like what I look forward to is having all that stuff like just hit my palate all at once.
When I was younger, Ray is the youngest one on the panel, and she's talking about when I was younger.
Oh, I mean, like as a kid, you know, like all you want is pepperoni and cheese, right? Or just pepperoni or cheese
Standard,
pizza.
yeah.
But as you get older, your palate gets like advances, I guess, levels up.
I've always had to have sausage. I could eat a whole pizza. If there's no sausage on a pizza, I could eat the whole fucking thing.
I agree with Rhea because this is more so when I had roommates because we just order cheap pizza that's greasy for our hangovers. And now that I'm older, I can't handle eating that same type of pizza.
Ooh, weak. Wiley wants to know how old Ray is. Wiley, you never ask a woman how old she is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm turning 30 this month.
Whoa. Holy cow, you're young.
Good save, Carl. Good save.
But yeah, someone mentioned Costco pizza, and I do think that that's like maybe a step above Little Caesars, but just like a value sized, even more value sized Little Caesars. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that too.
I have a question for everyone. I tried this pizza and I thought it'd be gross, but have you ever had pickles on pizza?
It sounds good,
yes.
but I have never had it.
Because I've had both a pickle pizza, which was weird, but I've had like Cuban, you know, the Cuban sandwiches that have like the pickles. I think it's beef and mustard on a pizza. It's really good.
One of our pizza places did a hamburger pizza, and pickles, I think, were one of the toppings.
Well, I'm gonna out myself here as a huge nerd, and fortunately, Gary's not here to listen. But I used to watch Ninja Turtles all the time, and they'd always eat weird pizzas. So I was like, "Fuck it, let me try." You know, I got peanut butter. Let me try some fucking peanut butter. I got some leftover pizza.
Oh,
it's actually not bad. Put a little peanut butter on your pizza.
Like a dessert pizza?
Yeah, peanut butter, sausage, cheese, fucking crust, delicious.
I agree. Yeah, peanut butter on cheese like mozzarella is really good, and yeah, pepperoni is pretty much good on anything. So yeah, that does make sense to me.
Ben Silver says pepperoni is the most popular item on pizza. I eat that shit just out of the bag, just a little fucking.
Well, I mean, like pepperoni and cheese pizzas are like the elephant tranquilizer for children.
What's your favorite burger, Carl?
You know, my favorite burger. Let's see here. That's a toughie. I like beer cheese. I like the burgers that have the at Frisch's that have the beer cheese, and I like these burgers we have cook at home occasionally. They basically have bacon and cheese and all that stuffed into the patty. And I like Frisch's tartar sauce on that with some pickles and cheddar cheese on top of it, or something like that. Bread, preferably. Don't really care that much about bun.
I don't know if Gary imploded show. Earlier, Carl fell asleep on stream.
I did.
But he was asleep.
I did.
I wanted to thank Gary for giving me the pro tip on the Swords of Ditto. Like I have a copy thanks to him. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing Swords. I bought the digital Swords of Ditto the other day. Damn, people got me spending all my money. The best burger though is definitely quarter pounder with mac sauce. Got to put the mac sauce on there.
You say mac sauce or Max's sauce?
Either way is good.
Have you ever had a peanut butter and jelly burger?
No, that sounds really gross.
Well, you just said you liked it on the pizza.
That
my
does
wife
sound
had it.
good.
It was kind of weird.
What are doner kebabs that people are talking about in the chat?
You guys never had donaires?
No.
I think he spelled it wrong.
You're talking to like Americans who grew up eating McDonald's, you know, so our palates are very underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've never had like shawarmas and stuff?
Well, yeah, as I got older, yes.
Red meat.
I might have the money at least ordering that something really good once a month, but I'll still never eat a Dinero's. I might eat like a Gold Star or Skyline for some conies, and that's probably what I'll do, or Chinese buffet, stuff like that.
Fucking Chinese buffet. I just park a chair up to the fucking thing and just...
Buffets suck now. Like I went to one during COVID, and well, like after they reopened, and they actually like serve you, and I hate that because like I hate when people like serve my food and I can't just like get in there myself. I have to come back with like another plate or something if I want more. So yeah, that just like is so sort of annoying, but I understand why they do it.
Actually, our Chinese buffet stopped doing that.
Yeah, fuck that. No one's serving myself. If I go to the buffet, I'm fucking serving my own shit. I hate when they have the little like sushi thing and then they're like, give them a tip. Fuck you. I already paid to come in here. I'm not giving you a tip. Goddamn people.
You know what?
Oh, come on. Yeah. I mean, like, if
I don't blame you, Tony.
I try to remember to tip folks. Like, it's yeah.
I'll tell you why you tip people. You tip people because they handle your food. And the last thing you want is to build a reputation on not tipping people who handle your food. It's basically extortion.
Work handling food, Carl. Tipping us does not make us handle your food any better.
It's extortion, basically.
No, it's just acknowledging, like, hey, like, you're working this shitty job, and like, you probably don't make that much money. So thank you for, being here to serve me. I don't know. Like, I kind of try to be a little bit more mindful to do that, at least now that like I have the ability to tip more often. If it's not within your means, then, I'm not going to like pressure you to do it. But if you are within your means to be able to tip, at least occasionally, then yeah, I would say do that.
I don't tip anybody. Fuck that.
I watched a story once on the news where a woman she was in the habit of using the food delivery services that do the auto tipping. So she forgot to auto tip, and one of the pizza delivery men put a nasty letter on her door
Oh. Wiley says, my friend told me if you tip in Japan, they get insulted.
It's true.
Yep.
Really?
That's why I never tip. I never tip anybody.
I just don't understand why you don't tip some certain places like McDonald's, unless you guys tip at McDonald's or the fast food places.
We don't
Those
tip
guys
at
work their
McDonald's.
asses off and they don't get
We're
tipped.
American. Why would we tip at McDonald's?
But
Well,
he's
why would
saying,
you tip at the sushi places and stuff like?
yeah,
It doesn't make sense.
I don't eat sushi.
I'll give you an example because when I was young, I worked at McDonald's, and you work so hard, like ridiculously hard, like the one I did because it's constantly busy. My wife worked at a restaurant and like serve a group of people some drinks. It's like super easy and laid back. Meanwhile, she gets like a $50 tip, and all I get is grease burns. Like it doesn't seem really fair, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with Ninja Kitty. I used to work, like I said, at a pizza place, and I would make the actual pizzas, and then the guy would deliver them. All he did was drive from point A to point B, and they're giving him a fucking tip. He didn't make the shit. I made the shit. Where's my tip?
What you do is, when you're going to tip with cash, you lace your dollar bills with itching.
And here's the thing. I know at my pizza place, the drivers got paid regardless if they got tipped or not. So it wasn't like they were only getting paid in tips. They were getting paid cash too.
Oh, hey, did you all hear about the story about the car dealership that made the guy come back with his tip?
No.
Okay, so I forget where this happened, but basically these people were they gave him the wrong tip and made him come all the way back to give it back to them. And they threatened to get him fired, and apparently it got the business shut down.
What a jerk. Rhea says she got tips at Subway. Well, women always get tips. They're probably just throwing money at you. Rhea just stands at the bus stop and they give her tips. Like, hey, just fucking money.
Oh man, no. Like we had a little communal tip jar for every shift, and we would dump it out and split the tips. But obviously, like, what if someone is pulling more weight than other folks? So there is sort of that, splitting it evenly may not always like compensate everyone the way they deserve to be compensated, but that's just one way to make sure that everyone on this shift, including the back of house workers, got tips as well. Like the folks like prepping the food and washing the dishes, like they got tips as well. So that was just something I personally did because I do agree with what y'all are saying. Like everyone on staff should be tipped.
No, I've never got tipped anywhere in my life. I also think saying thank you to the bus driver is kind of cringe. Like that motherfucker is doing his job. He didn't do anything special by picking you up in the fucking bus. Right?
My dad works at a car rental at the airport, so car rental places and all that. And he told me quite a story or two about bus drivers. Like there's a guy who wouldn't do anything unless you tipped him.
Bus drivers are spoiled. Okay. They don't do anything special. I don't need to say thank you before you let me off the bus. God damn it!
I always say thank you. So like, I live in a metropolitan area where I take transit, and like, it's just like the folks that like you encounter on the bus in that position. Like it's very challenging, especially like when masks are mandatory, and there may be folks who just refuse to follow suit with that rule. So yeah, like the fact that they have to deal with that on top of making sure that folks who board the bus are also paying and things like that. I don't know. Like I feel bad for them for sure. So saying thank you is just sort of like that's like the bare minimum of like human decency, I guess.
I don't know. They're doing their job. No one thanks me when I do my job.
See,
I thank you for the awesome content you make, and I think that you should be compensated for it. And if you were to ever ask for donations or tips, I would totally support you on that. But that's just me. I'm just one person.
See, I consider myself hyper civilized, so I have to thank people.
I consider myself very civilized, and I don't thank anybody. So you're all equal because none of you are getting thanked. You do your job, You get paid. That's your thank you at the end of the day when you get a paycheck.
Tony, I'm gonna make my wife thank me every time I drive her around town.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm like, hey, I took you to the mall. Where the fuck's my thank you? Like, come on.
Hey,
Hey,
you pick her up, lock the door until she says thank you.
I did the dishes. Where's my thank you?
I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Well, I think
maybe
like
because I'm the guy who's not wearing a mask on the bus, so maybe that's why.
I will say that like at like the verbal thank you is not always necessary. It's more just like expressing appreciation through your actions. Like, and I do feel like Tony, you inviting me on here and giving me space to talk and things like that. I do feel like you appreciate me being here. So like I don't need to hear you say thank you for joining us or anything like that, because you're already making me feel welcome. So this is like an example where I wouldn't expect like a verbal thank you because I already feel appreciated.
No, but I'm gonna say thank you anyway because that's what I do. I'm weird like that. I'll say thank you in situations where I shouldn't and probably don't when I probably should. But yeah, Show wants his thank you. He says, "Where's my thank you?"
You get your thank you and you earn it.
Ben Silverpong says, "I love that you talk about random things besides video gaming the whole time." Yeah, you're just getting the tip of the iceberg here, Ben.
Oh yeah,
Ben, you need to join us.
Yeah, join us.
So many random things on this show. I can't even.
I think you can kick Max and invite Ben.
Ben said he can't make it today.
Oh, okay.
But we talk about so many random things that I can't even, timestamp the show afterward because we were just all over the fucking place.
That's what I like about it, though.
Finbar says, "You thank the bus driver. Thanks for not crashing and killing us all. Thanks for not being drunk at the wheel.
Thank the mask. Thank the person who doesn't wear a mask or get vaccinated. Hey, thanks for trying to kill us all."
I'm not trying to kill you all,
Tony.
but I mean, let nature take its course, right?
Thanks for trying to kill us all, Stooge.
No, like I do feel like the argument for bodily autonomy is valid. Like I feel like I can't be someone who is pro choice. Like for me, like I'm pro-choice. Just to kind of give you an insight into my values. So like if I feel that way, I can't be upset when someone makes a choice not to get the shot. Like I just I stay in my lane. I don't ask questions. Just like I would hope other folks don't try to dig into my values on like why I'm pro-choice or pro bodily autonomy and things like that. So
I don't bother people, but I mean, it's like I am thinking it though. I am thinking. Thanks for trying to kill the human race. I appreciate it. I don't bother people, but I'm thinking it.
I'm not trying to kill the human race. I just don't want to get a shot. So, it is what it is, Carl.
That's fine.
But if you're vaccinated, then you're not going to catch anything from me. So, see?
Well, no, that's not entirely true. There's like a low percentage.
Then it's not a vaccine.
I've been trying to decondition myself from calling it a vaccine and just say shot, because like I do understand the argument, like a vaccine is something that would solve this problem, but you're still susceptible to the.
It is more of a booster.
Yeah,
shot.
I've just been trying to deprogram the word vaccine and just say shot.
Yeah,
I got my shots like any other good doggy.
Yeah, I did too. But it's none of my business what other folks decide to do.
Oh no, I don't bother people about it, but I am thinking it though.
Carl's silently judging us.
I'm
I'm
okay.
not sure what happened to Gary. I'm afraid we're all going to leave the stream, and Gary's going to be still hanging out by himself.
And Max.
I wanted to chat with Gary.
No,
he's such a nice person.
I still see him there. So weird.
Max ain't here. Max is gone.
I see his icon. So weird. This must be a stupid StreamYard thing.
Probably. Just so you know, Carl is judging you.
I'm not judging everyone, just the people who are trying to get me killed. That's all.
Well, I'm not sure we have anything left to talk about. It's been 5.5 hours.
Oh, come on. You don't want to try for 7?
Oh, no. When the Amico releases, we are going to do a 24-hour stream
for charity.
Are you gonna live stream the Amico?
Well, as soon as I get it, yeah. I'm sure I'm not getting it day one. I'll probably be the last one.
I know the perfect charity to stream for: dementia research. It's
I'm not sure if there was a joke in there, Carl, or if you were just being serious.
You'll never know.
Ben Silverpong says, I first saw you on Retro Bro. I see you on a few times since, and you really seem very down to earth and easy to hang out with and talk. Yeah, that's
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And yeah, like I know I missed last week's stream when Retro Bro was on and he was talking about the stream. So yeah, I do support him reposting it. But because of the lack of context that I gave around, what I got upset about, I don't want it to blow back on folks because of the lack of context that I gave on stream for personal reasons. So yeah, like about 95% of that stream was like solid discussion, in my opinion. So like I totally support that being back out there in the wild whenever it goes back up. It's just like that moment of like, emotional vulnerability, like that's something that I'm hoping y'all understand is something that I want to kind of remove from that discussion if possible.
Ray, you're not the only one who doesn't like that guy. Don't worry about it.
Right. I just wanted to kind of like I explained it a few times to folks, like in semi-private, discussions and things like that. But I just wanted to also share it here for folks if they were wondering.
I mean,
I think we all agree that that part of the stream at least should have been edited out. I know Retro Bro said he was going to do it. I think he's been real busy. So hopefully it eventually comes up. I think he should probably edit out the DJC stuff too. Not so much for me, but for DJC's sake, because it really doesn't.
Sounding like a total asshole.
Yeah, it didn't really look good. It wasn't a good look for him.
Oh man,
you didn't think it was good?
No, I didn't.
Well, my video
I thought it was good.
My video reaction to that guy pretty much says it all. So,
Wiley says, "Don't worry about it, Rhea. You have nothing to be ashamed of."
Yeah.
Yeah, I own it. Like it's something that I lost control over. Like I could have controlled how I handled that moment in time, and I just failed to do so in a way that reflects well on my friends who are also on the panel. So I don't want my behavior to reflect poorly on the generosity and amazingness that my friends are. So that's kind of why I want to own my actions and how I responded in that moment. So yeah, I just wanted to do that.
Yeah, like I said, everybody understands. I mean, we all have our moments. I think I called somebody a motherfucker on stream one time on a Mac stream.
I nominated Tony for the dumbest motherfucker in the universe award.
Did I win? That's all.
No, you didn't win. I mean, I think that was the year of Gorilla Glue Girl. So.
Oh, what?
So this girl.
Oh god.
This one. Oh yeah. It's one.
You didn't hear about this Ninja Kitty?
You were a Gorilla Girl. What?
The Gorilla Glue
Girl. This girl put Gorilla Glue in her hair.
Oh yeah. No, that lady is dumb. No question about that. That's hilarious.
She won over you, and honestly, you would have gotten this place anyway.
I seen that look from Rhea. Have you used Gorilla Glue? Is that what you're
in your hair?
So I want to try and like tread lightly on this topic. So like I'm Black and Filipino. I grew up in a Black household, so like I'm very much aware of using different types of adhesive products for hair extensions. And That's kind of a reason why I'm personally biased, and I kind of want to avoid talking about this in mixed company, because it's very much a cultural sort of thing that you have to be around it to understand and have empathy for. So that's kind of why I don't really want to talk about it.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, but like,
to be fair, just to add a little, from my understanding, there is a product similar to Gorilla Glue that has a similar name, and that's what she thought she had grabbed. It wasn't like she grabbed the Gorilla Glue purposefully.
Are you sure about
that's
that?
my understanding. I haven't read the story.
Basically, Rhea, she's dumb because she didn't read the label.
No. Once again, there was context. She mistakenly grabbed the wrong product.
Are you sure about that, Tony?
I'm 90% sure.
I guarantee she won't be doing that again.
Because the narrative they had when she had on the news was because she was going to sue Gorilla Glue at one point.
Yeah. Well, we also don't think. This is America, Ninja Kitty. We sue people. The lady spilled coffee on herself and sued McDonald's, all right?
Yeah, but that's not as bad as Gorilla Glue in your hair, though.
I mean, you realize that in America, we have labels on the bleach bottles that say don't drink. Okay?
This is
true.
This is a society where you have to hold our hands.
I got one better than that. So, okay, like I said, my dad works at a rental car place, and the places where he used to work at, they have they tell you not to drive at the exit because the spikes will go up and slash your tires. Yet people ignore this and do it anyway.
And then they blow up their tires.
I can do you one better, Carl. When I worked at the pizza place, we had a machine that you would feed blocks of cheese in and would grind the cheese down so it would be shredded. The dude working there fucking put his fingers into the machine.
I know it. I knew it. I freaking knew it.
But it only took his fingernails off, so it was okay.
Only the fingernail? Did he serve the pizza with it afterwards?
Hell no, we all made fun of him for being a big dumbass.
No, I'm just saying somebody got a fingernail pizza.
Man,
no, we took it out of the cheese.
That's still making my nervous system squirm.
There was a few times when our boss would order pizza at the end of the night. He'd be like, make me a cheese pizza or a sausage pizza, right? So we would spit in our hand when he wasn't looking and then just make the pizza.
Was it because he didn't tip you guys?
Yeah, because he didn't tip us.
That's exactly why I tip people, so they won't do that to me.
Well, he was paying us like $5 an hour cash, but I mean, still.
From what I understood in the servers, having friends who did all that type of stuff, it's not so much the tip; it's more so how you treat them. So if you're a Karen and you treat them like crap, then very high odds you're going to get spit in your food.
I always try to treat people with respect, just for that reason. Now, with that said, someone did accuse me for feeling up his wife, a dumbass.
Oh my god.
Okay, now let me explain.
We don't need to hear the story. I think
for those who are not aware, I have bad vision, so I bump into a lot of people sometimes. And this is before my eyes hurt. Okay, I still do it, but because the way my vision is still so long, like the color wash out. So I put my hands at my sides, so I don't, try, so it's just better that way.
Yeah.
I guess I accidentally bumped into this person. I don't even know what she looks like. She could be, a hag for all I know.
I'm not sure that makes it better or worse, Kyle.
Oh, I almost yelled at the guy, but I calmly explained that I have bad vision.
I'm sorry I squeezed your ass. I didn't see what I was doing, and
I didn't even squeeze anything. That's the weird thing about it. My hands were at my sides.
Yeah, but what you didn't say, Carl, is your hands are out going honk 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 honk.
I mean, I might be a little pervy, but picky, pervy kind of guy. Okay, there's no way I'm just gonna do that to a random person.
Chappie says, "Sorry, sir, I had bad vision." Also, is your wife an old hag?
Well, I was kind of just thinking that after that whole stupid episode ended. So,
all right. So I wanted to get to this comment from Ben. He says, "Hey, at the end of the day, we all need to realize that hurting people, even behind a keyboard, is crucial to what people might be going through in their personal life. Anxiety is very bad." He says, "I personally went through the worst anxiety, major panic attacks. It's scary as fuck." Yeah, I mean, before the streams, like when I first started streaming, I would have the worst. Like it would take me like 2 hours before I even like could record a video. I'd be like, and then my chest would hurt, and I'd be all anxious. But I think I've gotten over it. So what I'm trying to say is, that shit's real. It's fucked up, and y'all need to be nice to each other. I know I say a lot of things for comedic effect, and I say things that are kind of wacky and crazy, but we do need to appreciate everybody, show people kindness, say thank you, tip people. A little kindness goes a long way. You don't know what people are going through, and that little bit of kindness could save a person's life. I mean, there's been a lot of times when I know that I've reached out to people, and they've told me, they said, "Hey, I was going through some rough things, and if you didn't talk to me, that could have been the end of it. That could have been, the last time I was here, but, you happened to, message me or say hi." So we really need to treat each other with respect and love. We have one planet, one world. We're one people. So cut the bullshit. But that's my sappy little talk.
cut the bullshit or I'm going to shave you bald.
How do you know I'm not bald already, Carl?
With Manscaped.
Actually, I'm
I
not. I have a full head of
don't
hair.
have that razor. I'm too cheap to buy that razor.
This is where you're supposed to segue to your Manscaped commercial, Tony.
They haven't paid me yet, so I'm not going to plug them. But Manscaped, if you're watching, hit me up, email me. I'll fucking make a commercial. Don't worry. Yeah, Wiley says people don't realize the consequences of bullying on the internet. It can lead to attempted suicide and having to seeing the disappointment in your parents' eyes.
I mean, let me tell you something. I know I had a relative who committed suicide. That is a kind of misery that never goes away.
Yeah.
It lingers like a festering cancer.
Compassion makes the world a better place. That's right, Italki. Ben's right. Everyone acts like they're doing fine, but not underneath. The happiest person is usually the saddest.
I'll be the first to admit I have some pretty deep scars from school. So it's it's just you just gotta find the different ways to cope with it.
We all got shit we're going through. So just remember, you're not the only one with issues. So even if you're having a bad day, don't take it out on others. You guys keep making me have these little sappy talks, and I feel like I'm preaching here or something. I feel weird, but yeah, just be nice.
That's because you're Kermit. Doesn't Kermit usually do that on the Muppets? No,
probably.
I thought he's the
I
one
haven't
who was
watched
the
the
voice of
Muppets in
reason.
so long.
I really need to get myself a Fozzie Bear icon.
Hell
I
yeah!
want to know what happened to Gary. Did his wife drag him away?
Legend has it that his smoke alarm is still in need of a battery replacement.
Are you watching my videos, Rhea?
No, I've been watching Tony's streams for the past 2 months, and that damn battery is always in the background.
I think he finally changed it.
Nice.
Funny thing is, I've never heard the battery going off.
Jesus,
I have.
It was nonstop. It drove me
I
nuts.
think I have to keep my TV low so there's no feedback into the microphone because I don't wear headphones.
Jesus.
And the laptop's crap, so I lower it just barely enough where I can hear you guys. So I think maybe that's why I don't hear the.
Please get yourself a new computer.
I agree with
I'm
Carl.
working on it, Carl.
Tony, do you need money?
Once he
I'll send
gets
money.
monetized, oh, it's game over. We're about to see some pretty fire streams.
Oh yeah. Have you seen the ones we had already? If I get monetized, you guys were gonna be like doing 9-hour streams of us just talking some weird, crazy alien conspiracy shit.
Hey, sounds great to me.
Yeah, that does sound great.
All right, so then next week we'll be talking why there are aliens and why Bigfoot is the leader of that race.
No. Why Bigfoot is the leader of the Mexicans? I figure if we're gonna get monetized, I figure
he's gonna fire off as much racial jokes as he can before.
Yeah.
How about this? Next week we talk about the time Carl bumped into Bigfoot and felt up Bigfoot without knowing it.
I mean, she was one
sir.
sexy bitch, okay?
Sir, is that your wife or is that a Bigfoot? I'm not sure. All right.
I mean,
this is a good.
If a female Bigfoot carries me off and wants to have her way with me, I'm not going to say no. It's a fucking Bigfoot.
Death by snoo snoo.
Death by snoo snoo all the way.
Such randomness. Yeah, 56K1, you're right. I think this is a good time to cut it. We're almost at 6 hours. I haven't eaten dinner. You guys
come on.
kept me from eating.
We just started. We just got started. Come on.
Well, you guys just got started. Carl took a nap. Ray has been napped. Ninja Kitty, I don't know what you do in Canada. Maybe you nap. I don't know.
Watch football, watch UFC, and now I have free time.
Well, now Tony and Carl are members on Max's channel, and I'm a member there as well, and he's doing the member stream tomorrow, so we could probably pick back up then.
Show says I'm not allowed to end the stream. Can I just leave and just leave you guys here? I'll come back later.
I'm about to go to bed for real. So
just wait till the next dinner comes around. That's a while. Just 30 more minutes.
Tonight for dinner, stewed dog.
Come on now, Carl.
And fried feline. Oh yeah.
Nah. All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the lovely guest, Gary, who went away somewhere. I don't know. Ninja Kitty, Carl, Rhea, Mad Max, who was here earlier, but he's gone. But thank you all for watching and listening to us ramble on for 5, almost 6 hours. You know how we do it here. We say love, esa peace, and booty grease. All right, we out this bitch.